really technical challenge till
Yep,
now.
I know. I know. It's totally understandable. It's happened because you guys just handling this for a different time zone for the people and then
Yes,
different
yes.
location. It's all like
Thank
an
you, sir.
internet.
Yes, you can continue, sir. Now.
All right,
Okay.
perfect. So these are the benefits I'm gonna talk it today because it's all these kind of benefits we have here is like it's very useful for the industry, especially for oil and gas. Because why I'm specifying with oil and gas industry, because in recent times you might be noticing there's a war going behind the different areas of the different countries, right? So in this time zone, people don't have to interfere inside the field or inside the industry. These devices will act for the human. It's a replacement for the human, and then it's going to work for human, and then it's going to it's going to transfer all the information back to the data center. So it's like a real-time field. It's anybody can watch from anywhere across the world. So that's more reliable and I would say it's an improved, reduced maintenance and an improved efficiency. All right. Uh, so the challenges and the limitations of ISA 100. I don't think there's a lot of challenges here because the only challenge I was having an experience is the battery maintenance because sometimes people will now maybe there's a two different technology we'll be using like a routing and a non-routing devices. If you talk about a non-routing devices, it stays more battery life. If it's a routing device, it's going to reduce the battery life because it's going to help their neighbor. It's going to reduce the power. So that's the only challenge I faced so far as per my experience. But other than that, it's purely like a beautiful technology. I would say it's a fantastic thing that's everything. Everybody can use it. So it is also initial deployment cost is pretty big time for everybody because you need to buy every single thing wirelessly because uh, relatively uh, wired is less cost with the wireless technology. So you all know that, right? So and one other main complication that I face in my experience is like making this device talking to the legacy system, like an integration process. The integration process is really bad because sometimes they don't upgrade the data center or a main control system, and then this new technology will be it's a real pain in the butt, I would say, to just want to make this happen to the integration side. It's very difficult. So, but otherwise, because when they start to implement this technology, the companies and then the industry should think about what technology can talk to this kind of legacy systems. Other than that, I don't have any challenges here, but it's a very good, useful technology, and also it's environment friendly. That's very important here. All right, that's all I have. So, guys, any questions? And happy to help.
Sir, actually, I have a question.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Sir, you told about how all this data gets stored and through gateways and also, does it require any new data centers specific?
Nope. That's what I mean. Say this is a different technology which is going to bring the information. For example, when you install a device, a field device, that's going to monitor that every single utilities inside the field. You know what is in utilities, right? Any process which happens from one to the other, there should be like a there's a lot of packages and there's a lot of module will be installed inside the field, inside the industry. So each and every module need to be monitored, right? So those monitoring device, this device is just going to take the data and it's going to say it's good or bad. That's all. So it's going to say just two different data. One is it's okay or bad. If it say bad, the maintenance team just get into the field and then they just fix the problem. If it's good, they're going to just keep going. That's it. So for telling these two different things, you don't need a big environmental change or infrastructure. You're just going to adapt this information. Like it's going to come with a signal like a zeros and ones. If it comes with 0, it's good. If it comes with 1, it's bad. So something like that. So I don't think you have to uplift anything related to the data center.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Any question, guys? I
Sir.
appreciate Ms. Suleika.
Yes,
Sir.
I
sir.
appreciate your time, and thanks for asking the question.
You're welcome, sir.
Sir, I'm having a question, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
How does ISA 100 wireless coexist with Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and other communication without disturbing that?
Fantastic questions, and just give him some love, everybody. He has a very good, fantastic question. Because for answering this, you know what's a frequency? You know, right? Every single network, the wireless works with a different frequency, right? You know,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Wireless has a different frequency, Bluetooth has a different frequency, and this technology has a different frequency. And moreover, this frequency will only identify the gateway which talks to the same network frequency. And moreover, we use a technology called a provisioning. The provisioning is something like when you turn on your Bluetooth, the end device will talk to the device and get connected, right? Like get paired. And after when you stop receiving the Bluetooth device, it's just stop receiving, right? It doesn't matter how many Bluetooth device you have around. You know what I mean? Can you able to understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So for example, you have a device, right? A mobile device. And then you have a wireless headphones or something like that, maybe a Bluetooth audio system, right? And then when you turn on the device to pair, once it paired, it never bothered about the other device, correct? It just showed, and then once the pair is closed, and that's it. It is done. A similar way, we have like a technology called provisioning. When you start to enable the provisioning, it just identify all the device in the field and then just get connected to that, and then it stop accessing all the networks. It never bother. It really never mind. And then it just talk only to the connected device. That's how we are pretending, because that's the reason I'm saying it's safe. It cannot be hacked by any other people. Hope
I also have one doubt, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, describe the role of system manager and backbone router in ISA 100.
System manager. What do you mean by a system manager? So
Sir?
so I wanna make sure this is something like a collaboration network. For example, the front end will be wireless, and the back end will be the wired. You know what I mean? To appeal to the gateway, it's 100% wireless. From the gateway to the control system, it's wired. Okay. Am I clear, or do you want me to
Yes, sir.
explain it a different way? So one portion is 100% wireless. For example, in the field, it's a vast area. There's a lot of like miles and miles and miles of area. So you have to put those areas in a wireless device, and all talks come back to the gateway to wireless, and from there it's going to talk back to the control system. That control system is 100% wired. It's just go back. The backbone network is wired. That's what I've been shown in my slide. If you look at that slide, we go back here. If you see this area is 100% wireless, and then the back side, it is wired. You can see there's a blue and then green cable. The green is for the layer 2 connectivity, which is something a different layer for only for the control system. The blue is something for the wireless network. The wireless is going to talk to a wireless device manager, and that goes back to all the way to the control system wired. It's a wired. So back end is wired and the front end is wireless. We're saving a lot of money on the front end. I hope I answered your question. If not, if you still run into errors or any questions, just let me know.
Sir, actually, what is the actual meaning for the multipath redundancy for the reliable network connectivity, which has been there?
Okay. So I don't say it's the reason is we don't design the path here. There are multiple things happen behind this wireless technology because it's a routing device. Routing is something like it's gonna talk any direction or any way, like it's a mesh. It doesn't have a straight path. It can just go from A to Z or A to B or A to D or D to D or D to E, etc., etc., etc. You know what I mean? It doesn't have a straight path like a network path. If you're using a connection through the cable, it's just a straight path, right? So that's the reason I'm saying it's a mesh technology. It doesn't have a design of going in a straight path. It depends on how far and how near. It just take the neighbor help and then reach out to the gateway. That's all.
Got it, sir.
Okay, any other questions if you have?
If you guys have any questions, otherwise we call it a day.
Okay, then thank you very much, Mr. Sivarama sir, for introducing us your new technology on ISA 100 and on offering your industry expertise and practical perspectives on innovation and sustainability. So thank you very much and very grateful for having you here today. Thank you very much.
Happy to be here, and thanks for having me today. And I wish you all a happy semester and good luck.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
Sir, can we have a photo session?
Oh, do you want me to share my screen or just okay with this screen?
Like your profile is
Like Ryan
for a
said,
screenshot.
I have no idea what you mean by a photo session. I'm not physically present in this room.
Oh, okay, sir. Like
So when you guys talk about the photo session, I was like wondering what do you mean by photo session? Because you're already digitally connected and you can take a snapshot, right?
yes, that's what.
But anyway, no idea.
Yes, done, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your
Thank you,
time
sir.
and
Thank you.
thanks for having me. Good luck.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Mrs. Cuba Jocelyn for a keynote segment. Cuba, ma'am?
A very good evening to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Let me share my screen.
Ma'am, I think you're muted.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone. Myself, Cuba Jocelyn from St. Joseph's College of Engineering. A very warm welcome to all our global viewers, delegates, researchers and students, IGEN members and non-members, those who are live in Zoom and YouTube across the globe. I'm very happy to be a part of special keynote segment during our American Continent Assembly as a part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, 26-hour non-stop global action marathon. Here, our mission is crystal clear to unite the continent under UN SDG 7 for affordable and clean energy, SDG 13 for climate action, SDG 9 for innovation, and SDG 11 for sustainable cities. Over the next few minutes, we will discuss the current energy landscapes of America, dive deep into the modern energy efficiency strategies being implemented across America, and explore simple daily habits that save energy everywhere, and discuss how community actions can accelerate our path to a net zero future. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can see the screen.
Wait a minute. When we discuss energy conservation, many people think of simply switching off light and fan. But in 2026, energy conservation in America has evolved into high-tech policy-driven and community-centered movement. The American continent represents one of the largest power consumption zones in the world. However, it is also leading cutting-edge breakthrough in energy productivity, smart energy integration, and home electrification. To achieve the UN 2030 agenda, saving energy is not just an individual option, but it is a primary first fuel for clean transition. So first we can see US energy landscape and demand. Let us look at the numbers shaping energy today. After nearly 15 years of relatively flat electricity usage, United States electricity demand has increased, which reaching the maximum of approximately 4.2 trillion kilowatt hours in 2025 and continues upward in 2026. Why is power demand rising so fast? We have a few reasons. First of all, the exponential growth of artificial intelligence infrastructure and data center requiring massive continuous power. And the second thing is rapid classification and electrification of homes, moving from natural gas heats to electric heat pumps. And the third one is million of new electric vehicles plumping, which leads to the grid which leads to national grid every single day. However, here is the encouraging news. US energy productivity has increased by more than 24% over the last decade. This proves that economic growth of GDP can rise without wasting equal amount of power. You can see key pillars of US conservation. To manage this rising power demand, America relies on three critical pillars of modern conservation. First one is residential efficiency upgrades. So that means weatherizing homes, installing high efficiency heat pumps, and switching 100% of lighting to smart LEDs. And second one is smart grid and AI demand management. So which means utilizing AI algorithms to dynamically adjust grid loads and shifting heavy industrial and data centers operations away from peak evenings. And third one is electrified and flexible mobility. That means the smart EV charging systems allow vehicle to change overnight when power is cheapest and cleanest. Even feeding electricity back into the grid during emergencies via the vehicle to grid technology. These three pillars convert passive electricity users into active smart grid managers. Now we can see the power of energy efficiency. As we can see the highlight in this slide, simple efficiency measures can reduce the household and facility carbon footprint and electricity cost by up to 30%. In general, the electricity and its energy export, we call it as first fuel because the cleanest and cheapest kilowatt per hour of electricity in the is the one you never have to generate in the first place. So after use, annual investment in energy efficiency and low income profit has increased up to $8.8 billion. This funding ensures that low income communities, schools, and hospitals receive few weatherizing and modern heating technology, making sustainable inclusive. And let us focus in modern home technology in America. Especially heating and cooling accounts for half of the home's total energy consumption. By installing smart thermostats, households automatically adjust indoor temperatures when residents are not at home. This will cut heating and cooling bill by 12 to 15%. Furthermore, modern heat pump water heaters consume up to 70% less power compared to standard electric tank heaters. When combined with strict energy appliance rating, these technologies eliminate over 500 billion kilowatt per hour of wasted electricity annually across America. Now, let us see where all this electricity goes. Looking at the data breakdown on the screen, you can understand this data is taken from US Energy Information Administration. So the residential home consumes up to 37.3% of energy, that is approximately equal to 1.5 trillion kilowatt. And the commercial building consumes 36.8%, that is approximately equal to 1.49 trillion kilowatt. And the industrial manufacturing, which consumes 25.7%, which is approximately 1.04 trillion kilowatt. And the public electric transit consumes the remaining. So notice that combined residential home and commercial office building, which make up over 74% of all electricity sale. This is why building energy code and household habits are the most powerful factors we have to lower grid demand. Now we will discuss about 5 important simple action steps you can start taking today. So first one is set thermostat wisely. So turning off or turning your thermostat back 7 to 10 degrees for 8 hours a day, save up to 10% a year on heating and cooling. And second one is complete LED transition. Using LEDs use 75% less energy and last 25 times larger than old non-LED bulbs. And third option is eliminate vampire load. Electronic consumes power even when turned off. So we can use smart power strips to cut the power automatically when the appliances are not in use. And the fourth one is lower the water heater temperature. So setting your water heater to 112 Fahrenheit reduces the standby heat loss while saving the significant power. And the last one is seal air leaks. That sealing cracks around the windows and door prevents the conditioned air from escaping, which yields the immediate monthly saving. So these are all the small actions, but if million of us adopt all these 5 actions, the cumulative global energy saving are remarkable. And now we can see US electricity generation mix. Saving energy at home is okay, but what is happening at the power plant level? Nowadays, in America, zero emission sources, which supply 43% of all electricity generation. And the next thing, the renewable sources like wind, solar, hydroelectric, and geothermal makes up to 26% are the fastest growing sector. And the third one is natural gas accounts for 40%, while coal has fallen up to 17%. So these are the remarkable electricity generation mix. And now we can see the roadmap to net zero 2026 to 2030. As we look ahead, our timeline towards 2030, our current focus is smart grid modernization, AI data center efficiency, and global marathon awareness like IGEN ENERGATHON programs. And 2027 expansion is, we are expecting widespread heat pump adoption technology, and 2028 scaling fully integrated vehicle to grid technology is expected. And in 2030, the target is achieving 50% of greenhouse gas reduction target and universal access to clean energy under UN SDG 7. So this roadmap proves that our action today directly built the sustainable infrastructure of tomorrow. To conclude this keynote session, energy conservation is not about doing without, it is about doing more with less. By combining smart technology, effective policy, and individual action, we power the future of America and we power the future of planet. Thank you so much for the IGEN members and all the coordinators of IGEN ENERGATHON 2016. Together we can power the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kiva ma'am, for your wonderful words, for sharing the insights on how to conserve energy. Thank you very much. Now I would like to call Sharalada V to introduce the next speaker.
Happy morning, everyone. This is Sadlata, student organizer from Sri Manukula Vinayagar Engineering College. It is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Hudson Egbert, sir, a highly accomplished telecommunication professional, an engineering leader, and passionate volunteer with the global engineering community. Mr. Hudson Egbert, sir, holds a Bachelor of Allied Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of Ottawa, and is a chartered engineer as well as a member of Institution of Engineering and Technology. He currently serves as a professional at Siena contributing to advanced optical networking and communication technologies. Beyond his professional career, Mr. Egbert sir has made remarkable contributions to the Institution of Engineering and Technology. Over the years, he has served as a IET Council member, board member of Young Members Board, Global Operations Board, Committee Americas, and has also held leadership roles in IET Ottawa local network. He is also the General Secretary of Institute of Green Engineers, where he actively promotes sustainability, energy conservation, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we are privileged to learn from his extensive experience in engineering, leadership, innovation, and professional development. A warm welcome to you, sir. We are honored to have you with us today, and we look forward to your valuable insights and thoughts. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I like to thank our President Ramesh sir and all the executive team to the opportunity and this event as well. One thing I have to say, IGEN is growing over the years, and then with the difficulties, be able to outcome every step of the way to reach up to here now, like over the years, be able to reach the highest point of our institution now, to run a lot of valid conferences such as today, to help our communities around the world, especially organizations like this, to reaching out to other parts of the world like Africa, Asia, and also in even Europe and North America. Is always a pleasure, right? To have reach out to this so many people over the years. Like if you look at it, you had talked about this, so many people talked about different subjects, but I just want to talk to you about one thing in our organization also. Very sad to say, but the AI boom is causing a lot of energy consumption in the data centers around the world, in North America, Asia, like in India locally as well. Therefore, there's a need for a more and more power, electricity and power energy into AI centers are very need for us. Some of the governments also looking into changing or canceling their project for AI because the consumption of electricity to these centers. For example, if you look at it, right, if you look at it in a point of view that our AI centers are get a lot of energy, but even though the AI energy will be used by the AI companies, but the end results is very important for our growth of our human advancement, and also local everything, like in all the such areas. You can see that AI play into all the sectors of our life now, and therefore the going forward is going to be affecting so many different ways. But giving energy to AI is important. That's why we're coming into play in green energy and other part of the potential, even nuclear, green energies, and all portion of the energy levels. We need to have more focus on these, is because of the use of the electricity in AI companies, right? Therefore, I would like to, for our committee and all, to just to focus on next 2-3 years to how we can contribute to our organization through other local energy sectors and energy leaders, to open their eyes to make sure that we need, in when the computers come, people thought the computer won't affect anything for our daily life, but then it did change, right? Everybody have a now they have laptops, and like the phones became the daily. Without the Wi-Fi, we can live anything, right? Without the Wi-Fi, no one have an opportunity to live. But like, look at the daily activities disturbs and this and that. And therefore, some people can live without food, but not without Wi-Fi and the data need to move forward with your life. Right? Therefore, having AI is a positive push, but the use of energy is a concern, of course. But for organization like us, cannot be leaders into advising our governments and leaders and the local leaders to adopt these green energies and solar power and wind power and other form of green energies to power these AI organization to just to get win-win situation for we can in daily lives you're going to use automation and this and that going to be help us out to using AI and going forward and we're going to have the compete with the energy as well like the consumption of energy is going to go up because of the AI centers. Therefore, we have to have sustainable energies in order to address all the today's going forward in today's world now. But it's a very fast growing industry and very fast moving uh, sector. Therefore, we have to address this ASAP just you cannot not only the consumption of electricity but consumption of water and other resources are going to be high volume need for these part of the AI companies and centers, right? Therefore, I think this like energy without borders, it's a very present and needed subject to talk about how we can save the energy to move forward with our uh, needs into AI and other daily needs for our human life, right? Therefore, I think our organization is leaders in this kind of a coming up with the ideas and coming up with the awareness to the people, right? That's the main focus for us. And having these kind of conferences is very needed to let people know how they're going to, in the future, how they're going to have more and more issues with the consumption of electricity and other natural resources, right? Therefore, thanks again for the opportunity to talk here for a few minutes. Even though I was not involved lately because of my work-related problems, like I was traveling with my work, but I was able to talk to our president and others. The response was delayed, but I was able to respond to them. But thanks again. But again, this work you guys doing is much needed. But as I said, in the future, we'll more focus on AI related energy needs to be addressed that to our local governments and local leaders. And that's the important part to move forward. Thanks a lot again for your opportunity. Thanks, Ramesh sir and all the executive committee. And thanks everyone who participated and all the hosts and the students, because this awareness of the students is important to get a start from every awareness, start from the kid and the youngster who are going to be know about all these issues in their lives, right? Thank you very much again for your opportunity to.
Thank you very much, Hudson sir, for your valuable contribution and inspiring insights on sustainable infrastructures. Thank you very much. We are very grateful for having you here.
Thank you.
Can you
Thank you.
please stay on for a moment to take a photograph?
Okay. Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. Hold on.
Is it done, ma'am? Sugasini, ma'am?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay, next I would like to call UN Shri to do the research discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, B. Yunashri, as presenting research discussion from Sivathanupillai Engineering College. Today, I'm very happy to share a few thoughts on the theme Energy Without Borders, especially from the perspective of research and innovation in America. When we hear the word energy, we usually think about electricity, fuel, solar panels, batteries, or power plants. But energy is much more than that. Think about our daily life. We wake up and switch on the light, charge our phones, use our computers, travel to college or work, and communicate with people around the world. Almost everything we do depends on energy. So the question is not whether we need energy. The real question is how can we make energy cleaner, more reliable, more affordable, and available to everyone? And I believe this is where the idea of energy without borders becomes important. Why does energy without borders mean? To me, energy without borders is not simply about sending electricity from one country to another. It is about sharing knowledge, research, technology, and innovation across countries. Energy problems don't stop at the national borders. Climate change doesn't stop at a border. Pollution doesn't stop at a border. And scientific knowledge certainly doesn't stop at a border. If a researcher in America develops a better battery, that knowledge can benefit researchers and communities in India, Europe, Africa, or anywhere else. If researchers in another country develop a cheaper way to producing solar energy, that innovation can benefit the entire world. That is why collaboration is so important. America has a very strong research and innovations ecosystem. Its universities, national laboratories, industries, startups, and researchers are working on many areas of energy, including renewable energy, energy storage, smart grids, electric vehicles, nuclear technologies, hydrogen, and advanced materials. But the most important part is not just developing new technology. It is taking an idea from the laboratory and turning it into something that can actually help society. For example, consider energy storage. Solar energy is available when the sun is shining, but we need electricity even after sunset. So we need ways to store energy and use it when we need it. Researchers are therefore working on better batteries and other storage technologies. They are asking questions like, can we store more energy? Can we make more batteries safer? Can we reduce their cost? Can we make them last longer? And can we recycle them? These may sound like technical questions, but they have a direct impact on everyday lives. Another important area is the development of smart grids. Traditionally, electricity flows from a power plant to consumer. But imagine a future where a house has solar panels, your neighbors has a battery, electric vehicle can store electricity, and an intelligent system manages all of these resources. Electricity could be produced, stored, and shared in much more flexible way. Artificial intelligence, sensors, communication system, and advanced electronics can help us manage this system. This is an excellent example of how different fields of research can come together. Electrical engineering, computer science, artificial intelligence, material science, and environmental science all have a role to play. So energy research itself needs to become without borders between disciplines. But technology is not enough. There is another side to this discussion that we should not forget. We can develop most advanced technology in the world. But what happens if ordinary people cannot afford it? What happens to rural communities that don't have reliable electricity? What happens to schools and healthcare centers that experience power shortages? This is why energy research should always focus on people as well as technology. A successful energy solution should not only be efficient, it should also be affordable, sustainable, safe, and accessible. The goal should not simply be to create more energy. The goal should be to create better energy system that improve people's life. No country has all answers. No country may have advanced technology. Another may have important natural resources. Another may have strong manufacturing capabilities. Another may have research working on completely different solutions. When these strengths come together, we can achieve much more. Imagine a research in America developing a new energy storage technology, a researcher in India developing a low-cost manufacturing process, a researchers from other country developing a way to use technology in rural communities. That is the real power of energy without barriers. It is not about one country solving the problem. It is about countries solving the problem together. Our role as young researchers, and I think this is particularly important for us as students and young researchers. We should not only ask, what technology can I develop? We should also ask, what problem can I solve? We should look beyond our own field. An electrical engineer may need to work with a computer scientist. A mechanical engineer may work with a material scientist. A researcher may need to work with the policymaker, industries, and communities. The LNG challenge of the future are too complex for one person or one discipline. They require collaboration. So, when we talk about energy without borders, we are really talking about a future where knowledge moves freely, researchers collaborate, and technology is developed for the benefit of everyone. America has an important role in this future through its research institutions, universities, industries, and innovators. But the solution cannot come from America alone. It cannot come from India alone. It cannot come from any one country. It has to come from all of us working together because energy connects our homes, our cities, our industries, and our lives. And perhaps the most important message of Energy Without Borders is this: borders may separate countries, but they should never limit ideas. Let us create energy solutions that cross borders, connect people, support communities, and build a sustainable future. Energy without border, research without limit, innovation for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yunashri, on sharing your research insights. It was a very wonderful session. Thank you very much. Now we are moving into the final moments of this amazing session. So, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. With these inspiring words, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. As we come close to this inspiring session, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone whose dedication, expertise, and support have made today's event a remarkable success. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our respected President Professor Dr. L. Ramesh, President of the Institution of Green Engineers, IGEN. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your visionary leadership, unwavering commitment to sustainable development, and for creating a global platform that unites experts, innovators, researchers, and young changemakers from across the world. Your inspiring message reminds us that collaboration and innovation are the driving forces behind building a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. Our sincere appreciation also goes to our keynote speaker, Mr. Ryan Hagen, climate leader, author, founder of Crowdsource Sustainability, and an international speaker. Thank you very much for his keynote address and for reminding meaningful climate action begins with each one of us. His thought-provoking insights have motivated us all to become agents of positive change. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to our distinguished speakers, Mrs. Bhushan, founder, president of Light Millennium Global, for her inspiring leadership and commitment toward global partnerships. Then for Mr. Thomas Lawrence, chief executive officer of SVWM and environmental activist, for sharing his valuable insights on environmental responsibility and sustainable committee. Then Mr. Sivaramo, application and business analysis engineer at Armstrong International USA, for offering his new technology ISA 100 and practical perspectives on innovation and sustainability. Then Mr. Hudson Egbert, project and program engineer at Siena and the University of Ottawa, for his valuable contribution on inspiring insights on sustainable infrastructure. Then we sincerely appreciate your time, wisdom, and willingness to share your expertise with participants from around the world. I would also like to express our deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, faculty coordinators, moderators, volunteers, and the technical support team. Your dedication, teamwork, and tireless effort behind the scenes ensure smooth and successful execution of this international event. A special note of appreciation goes to our partner institutions and collaborating organizations for their continued support in promoting sustainable development, innovation, and global collaboration. Finally, to all our participants joining us through Zoom and YouTube from different parts of the world, thank you for your enthusiastic participation, engaging discussions, and commitment to build a sustainable future. Your presence has truly made today's event meaningful and impactful. As we conclude this session, let us carry forward the knowledge, inspiration, and collaboration we have gained today. May they encourage us to transform ideas into action and continue working together toward a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable world. Once again, thank you all for being a part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 America's Continental Assembly. On the behalf of the entire organizing committee, I wish you continued success, good health, and every happiness. Alone, we do so little. Together, we can do so much. Together, let us continue to innovate, collaborate, and build a future where energy truly knows no borders. As today's session comes to a close, let us remember that conferences may end, but the conversations they begin have the power to shape future. Safe travel, stay inspired, and let us continue working together for a more sustainable world. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, and we look forward to welcome everyone again at future IGEN initiatives. And now to conclude the session, I would hand over the session to V. Sugasini ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Sulekha. As we come to the conclusion of the American Continental Assembly of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the valuable ideas and insights we have shared during these 3 hours. Our discussion today have taken us through different dimensions of the energy and sustainability landscape, We began by looking at global energy challenges and opportunities, reminding us that the energy transition is not only a technological challenge, but also a globally responsibility. Our expert section highlighted the importance of clean energy solutions and innovation approaches in meeting the growing energy demands of our communities. The panel discussions brought different perspectives on energy transformation, renewable energy, climate resilience, and sustainable communities, and the challenges associated with creating a cleaner energy future. One important message that emerged is there is no single solution to the world's energy challenges. We need a combination of technology, policies, innovation, investment, and community participation. Our keynote section further strengthened the perspective by reminding us that the transition towards sustainable energy requires us to think beyond conventional approaches and create solutions that are scalable, inclusive, and future ready. The expert discussion that followed once again emphasized that sustainability is not simply about producing clean energy. It's all about how we consume energy, how we design our communities, how we respond to the climate changes, and how we ensure that the benefits of energy reach everyone. Our students' research discussion was particularly encouraging because the future of energy belongs to the younger generation. Their ideas, questions, and innovation can become the foundations of tomorrow's sustainable solution. The message from today's section is clear that energy without borders requires ideas also without borders. Energy without borders requires ideas without borders. It requires countries to collaborate, industries to innovate, researchers to explore, students to participate, and communities to actions. The Sustainable Development Goals highlighted in our Energathon, particularly SDG 4 quality education, SDG 7 affordable and clean energy, SDG 11 sustainable sites and communities, SDG 12 responsible and consumption production, and SDG 13 a main role played which is climate education. SDG 17 partnership for goals reminds us the energy is connected to every aspect of sustainable development. And that's why the theme of this Energathon is so meaningful, energy without borders for sustainable communities. Today, we have not only discussed the challenges, we have discussed the possibilities, we have not only identified problems, we have explored solutions, and most importantly, we have not simplified talked about the futures. We have started building a conversation for that future. As American Continent Assembly concludes, let us carry these ideas beyond their future platforms and turn discussions into collaborations, innovations, and actions. I sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers, panelists, keynote speakers, researchers, students, organizers, volunteers, and participants for making this section meaningful and memorable. Your time, knowledge, and enthusiasm have contributed to the success of this global movement. Let us remember one earth, one community, one goal, and one future, and all above energy without borders, solution without limits, together for sustainable communities. With this, I conclude the American Continent Assembly IGEN Energathon 2026. Thank you all for being a part of this historical global movement. Let us continue to connect, collaborate, and create a sustainable future. Thank you, everyone. Next, I hand over the section to the Australian Continent Head, Dr. Rangaraj sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, Dr. Selvaraj sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your initiative. Before starting the Australian continent, we will have a short video, then we'll start. By Niranjan. STG video, then we will go.
Ramesh sir, first resource person joined.
Yes, sir. We had noticed, sir, after STG video.
Okay. Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption. So what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice. All over the planet they're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it.
So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everyone present online. So, Taluraj sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Is my voice audible, sir?
Invite Saluraj sir, the head of
Okay, sir. Is
Australian
my voice
session.
Yes, sir.
Sir, the session is yours, sir. Over to you.
Okay, sir. So is my voice audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good morning to everyone present, and a warm, cordial welcome to the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, Australia Continent Energy Access Assembly 26. It is my great pleasure to introduce this significant global initiative organized under the theme Energy Without Borders for the Sustainable Communities. So the Australia Continent Assembly is part of the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Global 5 Continent SDG for Energy Action Marathon, which brings together expert academicians, researchers, professionals, social leaders, and energy enthusiasts to promote sustainable energy access and meaningful climate action. The Australia session is being conducted today from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. IST, corresponding to 8:30 a.m. to 11:10 a.m. AEST in Brisbane, Australia. The program begins sessions with Pavitra Sambat Kumar, research scholar at the University of Queensland, Brisbane, will deliver a session on biosensor in healthcare. This will be followed by Mrs. Philippa Rowland, co-chair of the Religions for Peace Australia, who will speak the renewable energy transition in Australia and Asia Pacific. Mr. Jananthan, Director AA and Transformation Ericsson Southeast Asia and Oceania, will share the valuable perspective on how AI can support energy conservation and the future of intelligent and sustainable energy. Mr. Ramkumar Venkatraman, Lead Engineer Australia, will address emerging technologies for net zero energy system, highlighting the technologies that can contribute to a sustainable energy future. The program will also feature Ms. Saroni Rai, a social entrepreneur from Australia, who will address the interaction men's sexual health, gender equality, and sustainability, bringing an important social and sustainability dimension to the event. Collectively, these sessions demonstrate that the sustainable development requires collaboration across energy, technology, healthcare, climate action, gender equality, and community empowerment. The program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, while also supporting the broader SDG objectives through the innovation, partnership, and inclusive development. On behalf of the organizer, I extend my sincere welcome and gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, experts, participants, coordinators, and members of the IGEN community for joining this global initiative. Let us come together through ENERGATHON 2026 to exchange knowledge, inspire action, strengthen partnerships, and work towards universal, affordable, clean, and sustainable energy access for all. I welcome all for this session. Uh, Now I invite the coordinator, Dr. Shah Gupta, to take over the session and conduct the session one. Please welcome, ma'am. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saviraj. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
I thank you so much. So, as per the current ongoing sessions of Energathon, I welcome Ms. Pavitra Sampath Kumar, who is a biomedical engineering professional with a master's in nanoscience and technology and an MBA in hospital administration, offering over 4 years of combined experience in biomedical research, clinical research support, research coordination, academia, and operations. Experienced in conducting ethics approved research, literature reviews, data analysis, scientific documentation, regulatory compliance, and multidisciplinary collaboration with clinicians and research teams. Currently serving as a visiting researcher at the University of Queensland while working as an operations support officer at VFS Global, where she ensures quality assurance, documentation accuracy, and compliance with standard operating procedures. Passionate about advancing healthcare through research, innovation, and evidence based practice with strong organizational, analytical, and communication skills. Ms. Pavitra Sampath Kumar, we welcome you to join us for your insightful session.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Thank you, Charu, for your warm welcome. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Thank you so much. So it's a wonderful to see you all the intelligent persons over the conference, and it was a huge effort by Charu for a long time. And thank you. So we get into the session now. Just sharing my screen.
Proceed, ma'am.
Yes, all good.
It is
Can
visible,
you see
ma'am.
my screen?
Yes.
All good. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, good morning, everyone. And we get into the session
Yes, ma'am.
biosensors and healthcare. So, we everyone know how biosensors, and we heard about it and advancements of that. We used to wear smartwatches, and we used to measure our heartbeat, walking steps, 10,000 steps, or something like that. But how it is in depth, how it is the researches is going on, the developments, all I'm going to discuss today. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm sincere thank for giving me the opportunity to speak about one of the most exciting areas of modern healthcare in biosensors. Healthcare is rapidly moving from reactive treatment toward predictive, preventive, and personalized medicine. Instead of waiting until symptoms become severe, clinicians now aim to detect more earlier and monitor patients continuously and tailor the treatment to each individual needs. Biosensor has become one of the key technologies enabling this transformation. You may already use biosensors every day basis, like smartwatches, as I said, monitors, heartbeat, blood glucose level, blood oxygen level, and continuous glucose monitoring help the people to monitor their diabetes on regular basis. And these technologies has improving patient outcomes while making healthcare more accessible and efficient. In today's presentation, I will explain what the biosensor are and how they work, their um, my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
All good. So I will explain what the biosensor are and how they work, their applications in disease diagnosis and continuous monitoring, the latest technology advances, and the role of artificial intelligence, current challenges, and future opportunities. And this all good. So this is about first we get into the biosensors in healthcare. We have to know what is biosensors and how that is working, right? So first, the biosensor is an analytical device that combines biological recognition element with a physical transducers. So basically, it is a physical thing which is senses the biological elements based on the patients. For example, if it needs to measure the glucose, the biosensor will made for the glucose biosensor. And if something for cholesterol, it will design as a cholesterol biosensor. That's it. So the biological component specifically recognize a target analyte, while the transducer convert the biological interaction into a measurable signal so that the discrete value with a discrete value we all can measure, and with an early diagnosis we can treat the patient before it goes to severe. So every biosensor is it as in a here every biosensor contain four major components. The first one is in bioreceptor, transducer, signal processing electronic, and a displaying unit. Although the principle appears simple, these devices can detect extremely small concentration of biomarkers with remarkable sensitivity and selectivity. For example, if it in a heart disease, there are multiple biomarkers are there in the with our body. So with that biological interaction, the heart disease, particular heart disease, can be detected and it can be treated as early as possible. And when we think about disease diagnosis, one of the biggest challenge in healthcare is detecting disease at an early stage. For example, cancer, we heard about cancer, we had about diabetes, um, so many. Many serious diseases, often called cardiovascular disease also, if it is detected earlier, we can treat it completely. By the time noticeable symptoms appear, the disease may already be advanced, making the treatment more difficult and reducing the chances of successful recovery. This is because we are hearing about child getting cancer, child getting a heart disease at early stage. It is not an adult or a older people. Even at the young school going children are getting more severe disease, and so that which without symptoms we can't recover them, right? So this is where the sensor offer a significant advantage. Instead of waiting for the symptom to develop, biosensor can detect specific biosensor can detect specific measurable biomolecules that detect normal or abnormal processes within the body. A biomarker may be protein, enzyme, or hormone, DNA fragment, RNA molecule, or even the entire pathogen, like example, virus, bacterium, we can detect with a biosensor. So detecting these biosensors at a very low concentration enable the clinician to diagnose a disease much earlier than in a conventional methods. What we are using, we are going to laboratory and giving our blood and waiting for the blood test, and when the result is comes, so it takes so long procedure, and also the biomarker getting into the blood, it will take a much longer time. So directly identifying a biomarker, that too a patient friendly with a biosensor, it is much more easier, and that technology is upcoming in these days. And one of the most familiar example is the blood glucose biosensor, which millions of people with diabetes use every day. We use this, you see the celebrities using the glucose patches while they are doing exercise on everyday basis also, because they used to monitor how the glucose is there while doing exercise, while eating breakfast, or for particular breakfast how their glucose values are there. For such purposes they are using. In cancer mainly, remains one of the leading cause of death worldwide. The biggest challenge is that many cancer do not produce obvious symptom during their early stage, which we know already. So researchers have developed biosensors capable of detecting tumor biomarkers, circulating tumor cells and circulating tumor DNA in blood samples, because these biomarkers appear before clinical symptoms become obvious. So biosensors can support earlier diagnosis and improve the likelihood of successful treatment. And for continuous monitoring, the example, as I said, wearable devices, when a patient experiences a chest pain, for example, we can have a case study. Okay, so doctor must determine quickly whether it causes heart attack or not. So in that cases, if the patient is wearing smart watches or something which can detect the heart rate, and that signal goes to the doctor or a hospital, which is personalized to the patient. So if the notification comes, they can immediately do the emergency treatment for the particular patient. So one of the key biomarker released during heart muscle injury is cardiac troponin. So for the specific troponin, we can have a biosensor that is designed, and we can place the biomarker to the patient, which have already in cardiac history, so that that will be more efficient, and which will be we can prolong the life for a patient. And traditional, but instead of biomarkers, if we go into a traditional laboratory testing, it may take for sure many more time when compared to biosensor. And portable biosensors can detect cardiac troponin rapidly, allowing emergency physician to diagnose myocardial infarction much earlier. And in fact, in case of infectious diseases, biosensors plays a crucial role in diagnosing infectious diseases, because in globally we heard about all the infectious diseases nowadays like COVID and so on. And portable biosensor can detect bacteria, virus directly from patient samples within minutes, allowing healthcare providers to isolate infectious individuals quickly. Also, in a point of care, for example, unconventional to a laboratory, we can do point of care. For example, a patient no need to stay in a hospital for a long period. Instead, they can stay in their home with all the point of care monitors in the home, so that the doctor will have a full track of a patient, how he is responding, how his body is responding for the medicine, while waking up, how his or her heartbeat is, cardiac level is, everything can be monitored 24 hours by the doctor with that point of care setup. Also, um, if in continuous monitoring, if example we can have, like if you are a normal person, and however, what happens if your blood pressure rises significantly later that evening or while you are sleeping, which you don't know. The reality is the traditional diagnostic test provide only a snapshot of patient health. They tell us what is happening at one specific point, but they cannot show how the body changes throughout the day. That comes a continuous monitoring, where we can do the continuously monitor a patient. Also, in example of wearable devices, we can measure heart rate, ECG, temperature, skin temperature, and body temperature, and physical activity, sleep quality, respiratory rate, everything we can measure using the wearable tech. In implantable sensors, we can use a continuous glucose monitor, which is also called as CGM. These small sensors continuously measure glucose levels in a interstitial fluid every few minutes throughout the day and night, instead of checking glucose only a few minutes each day. So this a dramatical improvement in the diabetic management worldwide is a very huge appreciated thing. Also, in a remote patient monitoring, for example, elder patients are there. They are very find difficult to approach a hospital if they are living alone or they are immovable, bedridden. In such cases, the remote healthcare, as I said, it will be set up in the hospital, in the home, so they no need to come for the hospital for unnecessary, like for example, simple things like giving the blood test, or just to do the ECG, or small things. So the remote healthcare is also developing so widely with a huge support of the biosensor. So in like a personalized sensor, personalized medicine, sorry. So every patient, as I said, we have biosensors, but every patient is unique, and same treatment does not produce the same outcome for everyone. So biosensors support precision medicine by continuously monitoring biomarker and treatment response, allowing clinician to adjust therapy for each individual. For bio profiling is the individual biomarker pattern helps to identify disease status and the treatment response. If a patient is having a cardio disease, the biomarker profiling for cardio disease will be designed, and that will be placed to on the patient skin. For example, it is a glucose, then it will be a different biomarker. If it is having some liver disorder, then particular biomarker profiling will be placed on the patient. Also, drug monitoring. Every drug will respond differently to every patient. So, drug monitoring is very important, and also in some cases they will place the drug over the biosensor. So for every hour or every 2 hours, the particular dosage of medicine will go into the skin, and it will do their work for the particular patient. For that cases, every time drug monitoring has to be takes place. Then precision therapy. Treatment can be tailored according to each patient's biological characteristics will be studied, and the treatment will be progressed further, depends on the progression of the treatment which the doctor does. And clinical outcomes, Personalized approaches improve treatment efficiency, effectiveness, and patient quality of life. So, at the outcome, we will be improvising the patients, and our the thing is a successful treatment. Recent advances is the field of biosensor has evolved tremendously over the past decades. Earlier, biosensors were often bulk, rigid, and limited to laboratory setting. Today, the advances in materials, sciences, nanotechnology, flexible electronics, and wireless communication have transformed biosensor into highly sensitive, portable, and patient-friendly devices. First, for example, in flexible electronics, it's one of the exciting development is a flexible electronics where I'm also working on that. Traditional electronic devices, as you know, it is rigid. We can't bend. We can't. It is very hard to carry also. But now the flexible electronics, as a field, it's developed itself, and many polymers has involved into the biosensor fabrication, so that a patient can place the biosensor in the skin, so it will bend with a skin structure, shape of the patient, so it will be very flexible to move, stretch, anything can be done. And we can measure heart rate, sweat biomarker, skin temperature, muscle activity, wound healings, etc. So this technology is particularly useful because it enables long-term monitoring without restricting a patient's daily activity. The second comes a microneedle biosensor. And the major innovation is a development of a microneedle biosensor. It is often microneedles are extremely small, often only a few hundred micrometers in length, few but they penetrate only the outer layer of the skin and therefore cause little or no pain at all. So it is very easy. It is this microneedles has also been used in hair treatments and all for hair growth and for implanting the artificial hairs. So many things, the microneedles, other fields, they are using it. Instead of collecting a blood, microneedle sample interstitial fluid, which is not a blood, which is a fluid which is present inside the body. It will take that one. So it is a very painless procedure. So this approach have several advantages like a minimal discomfort, reduced infection risk, continuous monitoring is possible, improved patient compliance, many advantages it have. The second comes a nanomaterial, which is a uh, h- which does a huge impact in the research in recent decade. Perhaps the biggest breakthrough has come from nanotechnology. Nanomaterials have an extremely high surface area to volume ratio, as we everyone know, allowing more molecule to interact with the sensor. Since it have a high surface area to volume ratio, compared to normal material, nanomaterial will allow many molecules can interact in a particular area. So the accuracy of the signal will be more. So we can detect a more accurate electronical or physiological signals, for example, ECG or glucose values, so many things. So it will be more accurate and result can be studied. And many nanomaterials are like graphene, gold nanoparticles, are used for the sorry about that, are used. Because of these materials, modern biosensors can detect biomarker at extremely low concentration. The second comes wireless connectivity. For example, now they are using iCloud, Bluetooth, or so many apps are developing nowadays for the wireless connectivity. So modern sensors have no longer operate as isolate devices. Instead, they can transmit data directly to smartphones, smartwatches, cloud-based healthcare platforms. This enable healthcare professional to monitor patient remotely and receive alert whenever the abnormal physiological changes occur. That is a main field called telemedicine, which are allowing patient in rural or remote location to receive a specialist care without a frequent visit of hospital, which sounds great. And moreover, the main advances, why these advances are important is it is more sensitive, accurate, and smaller, which is a very good thing, and more comfortable, less invasive. We no need to punch a patient often to take out the blood or so many pain. No, it is very less invasive, easier to use, suitable for long-term continuous monitoring. So these innovations are moving biosensor beyond research laboratories into routine clinical practices. Also, now we heard AI everywhere. So how AI is incorporating with biosensor? Today, healthcare is generating more data than ever before. And whatever symptoms we are getting, we are just putting into a AI tool and we are getting some answers and everyone are analyzing it. But every second, wearable and implantable biosensor continuously record information such as heart rate, glucose level, oxygen level, ECG signals, body temperature, and physiological activity. For single patient, this can amount to thousands of data points every day. So now imagine a hospital monitoring hundreds or even thousands of patients simultaneously. It would be almost impossible for a clinician to manually analyze a large volume of data in real time. There comes an artificial intelligence where AI tool uses advanced algorithm and machine learning technique to analyze large data set quickly and accurately. Instead of simply displaying numbers, AI identify patterns, detects only the abnormal value. So it predict the future. Any abnormal event happens or not, it will detect that one and supports a clinician for the better information. Also in a predictive analytics, it is a rather a simply reporting a patient's currently condition. AI tool will predict the disease progression. For example, how a patient disease will progress after a month. The AI tool will predict that one. And it identify the high risk of complications, detect early sign of infections, and forecast hospital readmission, all those things. Also, then another part is telemedicine. It is an very appreciable thing is called telemedicine, where it comes for elder patients. They no need to visit a hospital often. Then people living in a rural or remote communities, mostly in abroad, the patient wants to be stay away from all the crowd of the city. So usually the elders used to stay away from the city. In that cases, telemedicine is a huge part. And the individual recovering after surgery also, because the after surgery a patient cannot move or they cannot travel often. So in that cases, telemedicine is a cute thing. If AI detects abnormal physiological changes, the system can automatically notify healthcare providers. This approach saves time, reduce healthcare cost, and improve access to specialist care. Next comes under clinical decisions. The clinical, perhaps the most important contribution of AI is improving clinical decision making. So AI can rapidly analyze biosensor data together with electronic health records and provide evidence-based recommendation. For example, AI may suggest additional diagnostic tests, medication adjustments, closer patient monitoring, or early clinical intervention. So, however, the final decision always remains with a healthcare professional. AI just enhance the clinical judgment. It does not replace it at all. That's the main thing. And comes under the challenges. Though it have a many advantages, every technology have its own challenges. Although the biosensor have made remarkable progress over the past decades, they are not without limitations. They do have the limitations. Developing a biosensor is only the first step. To be useful in healthcare, it must provide accurate, reliable, safe, and consistent result over a long period of time. Even a small measurable error could influence clinical decision and potential affect patient outcomes. So let's have a look of the major challenges the researcher and clinicians. So may first is an technical challenge, where the first challenges are biofouling. When a biosensor is placed inside the body or remain on the skin for an extended period of time, proteins, cells, and other biological molecules naturally begin to accumulate on the surface, which is called biofouling. Over the time, this layer can block the sensor itself, so the sensor will cannot work. The purpose of the sensor is not acquired. The next is in clinical validation. Another major challenge. Before a biosensor can be used routinely in hospital, researchers must demonstrate that is accurate, reliable, or clinically beneficial. This involves laboratory testing, preclinical studies, clinical trials, comparison with the existing diagnostic methods, so and so. And the next is in privacy. For example, if you are having using some food, we will be going to Food and Drug Administration. Similarly, we have some approval from a regulatory approval we have to get from the officials for using the biosensor, and that we are protecting all the patient's data. Yes, we are not relieving anything. So and so we have to do it. Then main thing is about the cost. Everyone have to afford the biosensor. That's a main motto of the development of the biosensor. So there comes, we have to reduce the manufacturing cost, and we have to improve the accessibility of the biosensor worldwide. Now, future trends. So now batteryless biosensor has been becoming one of the great thing. Batteries increase the size of the device. So we are reducing, we are the developing as a battery free biosensor. Researchers are therefore developing that harvest energy directly from human body or from the surrounding energy. For example, taking up the energies from solar or using a body heat energy, so and so. Next, an electronic skin, which is also called as e-skin. Another remarkable innovation. It is an thin, flexible, stretchable material that closely mimic the properties of a human skin, which will be detecting heart rate, body temperature, sweat composition, hydration level. Because why hydration I'm telling is hydration, sometimes without an light imbalance, the people will get an cardiac arrest. So while, because we are heard about someone is doing exercise, they are getting heart attack. Someone is playing cricket, they are getting heart attack. These all comes under the electrolyte imbalance and hydration levels, or can be monitored. And muscle activity, So because electronic skin conforms naturally to the body, it provides greater comfort during a long-term monitoring compared with a conventional wearable devices. Next, smart contact lenses. Unlike an ordinary contact lenses, these devices incorporate miniaturized biosensor capable of analyzing components of tear fluids, so that there are lots of disease comes in skin are upcoming, which is many times it is unknowingly we can't treat it, or it becomes advanced stage, so the clinician cannot recover completely. So in that case, a smart contact lenses is a huge treasure for the people in that cases. Then closed loop systems, which is mainly in today's healthcare, to just monitor as I said, to detect biomarker, and it analyze the information, make some therapeutic decision, and deliver the treatment automatically. That is a very huge advancement, and it is a future research is going on that. For example, a well-known example is an artificial pancreas for diabetic management. And in conclusion, biosensor or revolutionizing healthcare by enabling earlier diagnosis, continuous monitoring, and personalized treatment. Although technical and regulatory challenges remain, continuous advances in material science, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence are rapidly expanding their clinical applications. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your time, and I would be delighted to answer if you have any questions.
Any questions from the participants? We're most welcome. While the participants think about it, there is one thing that I want to discuss with you. That could be like, what do you see as the biggest barrier to translating biosensor research from, a laboratory perspective to final clinical practice? What barrier do you
The
think?
major thing is actually accuracy, and also as I discussed, every patient will not get a same output for a biosensor. For example, a glucose biosensor, every patient will get a different signals. So even a small changes in the signal, if a AI or a clinician read a 0.001 value, they read differently, the decision will be different. So that is a very huge challenge with the biosensor signals and decision making. So still people are doing studies with lots of clinical trials, and with lots of case studies, so that they can make a decision more accurately with the physiological signals.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And that reminds us, from the perspective of wearable and implantable biosensors, how do we address the issue of patient privacy? I mean, the data security,
Yes,
data the
every time.
ownership of health data.
Exactly. Every time when a patient comes for a study, or they are willing to do involved in the survey, every time we will get a concern of them, that we are can we take these things from details. For example, for a diabetes study which I did for a foot ulcer, we used to get information like age, name, and occupation, because sometimes the patient used to stand for a long time, so they are prone to get a foot ulcer. So in that cases, they used to get a concern and there is a concern form. We used to submit to the regulatory board that we got a concern form from them. So they are okay to reveal their data. So we used to do that one because without that, without unknowingly, we should not take the information, personal particular information from others, which is an illegal thing. So we will every time the engineers used to take a concern form.
Yeah, I think that sounds logical and more engaging then. And any further questions from the participants? We're most welcome. So thank you, Ms. Pavitra, for this engaging presentation. Your session highlighted how advances in biosensor technology are transforming disease diagnosis, patient monitoring, personalized healthcare, bringing us, more closer to smarter and more accessible medical solutions. And on behalf of everyone present, I sincerely thank you for sharing your expertise and valuable perspective. We truly appreciate your time and contribution, and we wish you all the very best for all your future endeavors.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to meet you all people and deliver my um bit knowledge about these things to you guys. Thank you, Charu, for this opportunity. Wonderful team, or you did a great job organizing these time, all different of time zone. You did a great job. Thank you. All the best for your career too. All the best, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Over to you, Selviraj, Dr. Selviraj. Sir, you are on mute.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Pavitra ma'am, thank you for your informative content. It's very useful to the participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Angaraj, sir.
Start with
Yes, sir.
Sir, you will call upon the next speaker, sir.
Yes, sir. Informed, sir. Join within 5 minutes. He's in the meeting only. Ma'am, Philippa Rowland, ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am? Philippa Rowland,
Philippa,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Is my voice audible, ma'am? So, ma'am will. Yes, yes, ma'am. Welcome. Okay. So, welcome. For the next session, I welcome Mrs. Philippa Rowland. Is a co-chair of Religious for Peace Australia, where she contribute to strengthening interfaith dialogue, cooperation, peace building, and community engagement at the national and in region level. She has been serving in this leadership role since June 22. and is also a president of the Multi-Faith Association of South Australia, a position she has held since April 2016. She has previously served as a deputy chair of Religious for Peace Australia and is a member of United Religions Initiative Cooperation Circle. She has also served as a vice president of the uh, Con- Conservation Council of South Australia and as interfaith dialogue and religion leader with Catholic Healthcare Australia. Her professional work focuses on supporting faith and community groups in responding to climate change and promoting practical approaches to environmental sustainability. With more than a decade of experience as an agricultural scientist in the Australian Federal Public Service, she has developed a strong expertise in communicating scientific knowledge to community groups as well as senior policy stakeholders. Her subsequent extensive community leadership experience has further strengthened her commitment to climate action, sustainability, interfaith cooperation, and community transformation. She is associate with the Climate Action Network Australia and the for community energy. Mrs. Rowland holds a graduate diploma in natural resource management from the Australian National University and a Bachelor of Agriculture Science from the Waste Agriculture Research Institute. Her leadership and service reflect a strong commitment to interfaith harmony, environmental sustainability, climate action, community empowerment, and building a peaceful and resilient society. Welcome you, ma'am. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Selvaraj. I think in Australia we have a term of gilding the lily, which means making something sound far better than it is. So I'm really just speaking as an Australian from my knowledge of what my own country and others in the region have been doing to try and address the escalating impacts of climate change. I've been working in and around climate change for quite a number of years, and it seems quite clear that we are now living through that long predicted increased frequency and intensity of extreme events. I had a minor version of that yesterday because my beloved computer completely died on me. So I spent 4 or 5 hours yesterday in the Apple shop getting a new one. And I've just been trying to resurrect my slides. If you'd like me to share them, I can share the first 5 and then I'll just speak to the rest of my talk. Is that suitable, Professor Selvaraj?
Yes, ma'am, you could proceed, ma'am.
Yes. I think I might send them to you later because at this point I can't find them. I think the key things that I'd been thinking about is that all of our countries are dealing with the impacts of climate change, and Australia has a significant role to play because we're a very large country in our region, and in a region, because we include the Pacific, that we are very vulnerable to those impacts. In our own state here in South Australia, we had a major algal bloom, and I'm not sure if that would have reached the news in India, but it was 12 months of an algal bloom that killed many species right up the food chain in our coastal areas. And fishing, commercial fishing, was finished in South Australia for over 8 months while people hoped to allow stocks to regenerate. And the cause of that algal bloom had been a combination of a long drought followed by flooding rains, which washed a lot of chemicals and nutrients into the sea, plus unprecedented marine heat waves which have also been seen around the world. And unfortunately for South Australia, that led to a massive bloom of a Karenia species that has had a significant impact on the aquatic marine ecosystem here. And the secondary effects that seem to be coming from that is that Australia has just seen the appearance of the H5N1 virus, bird flu, that has been wreaking havoc around the world, but our continent, our region, had not yet suffered. And again, South Australia seems to be the epicenter of this, both because we're southern, so species coming, big migratory species from Antarctica can wash up on our shores, but probably also because species in the sea were depleted by the double impact of climate change and the algal bloom. The Pacific is facing even more serious risks in that they have existential threats from sea level rise beginning to impact on their islands and wash away their graves of their ancestors. So they are also looking to Australia for leadership. I've had the privilege of going to 3 of the climate talks, the conferences. The first one was Copenhagen, COP15. And there we saw 3 symbols of climate change walked through the cathedral in an event to pray for action on climate. And they were bleached coral from Tuvalu, a dried up cob of maize from Africa, and rock. And that, I think, is one of the thoughts we have when we then move to the Paris Agreement, where the agreement was we would aim for 1.5 to stay alive. And we're yet to see what will happen in Turkey when our Australian Energy Minister will be chairing the conversation that is being held in Turkey. And the sense is that time is precious and renewable energy transition is really central and vital to restore global habitats and maintain systems. We've got good progress in Australia. We've now, a recent report I'll share the link with, is that now 50% of Australia's national grid is powered by renewable energy, primarily solar and wind. And this is because there's been a big push by successive governments, particularly the latest government, in supporting renewable energy for households. So you find that it's the household adoption of renewable energy that is really the biggest part of renewable transition that's been taking place in Australia. The problem, though, is that as a country, we pretend that our left hand doesn't know what our right hand is doing. So we're very laudable, wonderful, real progress with renewable, and yet we are still exporting significant quantities of coal and gas into our region. So our exported greenhouse gas emissions far outweigh our domestic emissions. And I think as we look at this rapidly changing climate, it is important for all countries to really be very upfront and honest about what our own carbon emission climate impacts are and work to do our best to help this transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Nowhere, as I've said, is that important than in the Pacific. And I wanted to touch briefly on the very remarkable work that's been done by the Pacific Island students fighting climate change, because a small room full of law students in the Pacific managed to put onto the International Court of Justice this whole issue of climate. And that has led to a very powerful and important to acknowledge and to address, which is the advisory opinion on the responsibilities of states in relation to climate change. So as we go forward, I think we'll be seeing more countries having to take more seriously what their own equation is. between renewable and fossil fuel exports so that we can draw down these carbon emissions that are driving this extreme climate change. I think we've had some wonderful renewable energy progress in Australia. There was a group of young people called the Australian Youth Climate Coalition. They looked at what was happening way back in 2013, and they developed a project to help a small town called Port Augusta, which had one of Australia's last coal-fired power stations. And it was a project to replace that with Australia's first concentrated solar thermal plants. And these young people did a lot of organising. They actually walked over 100 kilometres from Port Augusta to Adelaide to raise awareness of this wonderful opportunity to build a new technology in Australia. We got very, very close. They got local, state, and federal government approval to go ahead with this Port Augusta solar thermal plant. However, the company itself got nervous because this was a first build of a new technology in a country far away. So it hasn't happened, but yet you see that the adoption of renewable has grown significantly in this period. One last concern, I have a few minutes left. It's really around the appearance of artificial intelligence on our radar, because it's clear that the energy demand created by data centers are significantly, very significantly driving up energy consumption. Here in Australia, quite likely in India and all around our region, there is now this very, very hungry demand for the data centers, and there are significant concerns being raised about land clearing, which reduces sequestration and damages biodiversity and tree cover and sacred sites for communities of First Nations, and has a significant impact on water use, specifically, but not only groundwater resources. So this is an issue that I think we all need to grapple with as the world tries to go forward with using technology to be cleverer. But I think we also need to really begin to be more wise. And that is the challenge that faces us when we look at how we can achieve equity in renewable energy transition for communities all over the world, not just in the developed world, and looking at how the siting of major installations pays attention to sacred sites, biodiversity, impact on ground and surface water, and look at making green energy green in fact as well as green in intent. I think this is a big challenge that we have moving forward, and I'm very grateful for the work that's been done by IGEN in this enormous effort of 26 hours of dialogue around renewable energy. I'm not sure if it's permissible to take any questions, but if that is all right with you, I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you.
Participants, any questions, you can interact. You can ask any questions, participants.
I'm sorry, Professor Silverage, I missed that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your informative talk on the climate change and their impact. So, on behalf of IGEN, I say thank to you for spending your valuable time with us, ma'am. Thank you.
My pleasure. I'm hoping that Warren Yates.
Yes, ma'am. I welcome, ma'am. So, thank you. So, our next speaker, I am happy to welcome eminent Professor Warren Yates. Is an experienced academic and renewable energy professional associated with clean energy for Clear Sky Solar. He holds B and PhD qualification and is an emeritus professor at the University of Technology, Sydney, where he previously served as the head of the School of Electrical Engineering. He has been actively involved in renewable energy and community sustainability initiatives for many years. In 2007, he established the Bhushan chapter of Clean Energy for Eternity and contributed to a feasibility study for the solar farm in the Vega, New South Wales, supported by the Australian federal government grant. He also served as an electoral councillor of Mosman Council from 2008 to 2012. His extensive academic, professional, and community leadership experience reflect his strong commitment to renewable energy, clean energy development, and sustainable communities. Welcome you, sir. On behalf of IGEN, happy to welcome you for this session. Please say your views, sir. Please continue. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'd first of all like to acknowledge that I'm speaking on the land of the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation in Sydney. And what I'd like to do today is to tell you about how individuals can make an enormous difference in the bid to get renewable energy happening. The person you see on the screen, I hope you can all see it, is Dr. Matthew Knott. And he's an orthopaedic surgeon. He works in Bega, which is about 5 hours drive south of Sydney. And one day, back in 2006, he was on the beach at Tathra, and it was a very hot day that day, abnormally hot, 40 degrees. And he was reading a book which had been given as a Christmas present, which was from Tim Flannery, about climate change. And really the penny dropped in Matthew's head. He recognised that Bega is an area of dairy farming. It was very vulnerable to climate change, and he thought that something needed to be done about it. And so what you're going to hear in this talk is how individuals and community organisations can make an enormous difference. But the themes which run through the talk are persistence. The organisation has been going since 2006, and it's still going strong. Secondly, collaboration. We've collaborated with so many different organisations to make things happen. And finally, flexibility. We need to pull all the levers. We need to work in all different spaces to get things happening. Anyway, let me begin my story. The story began organising a human sign on Tathra Beach. They just put some ads in the newspaper. Hardly anyone was there at 12 o'clock, but suddenly by 1 o'clock, when the sign was to begin, there were 3,000 people in this small town to make that sign. And that was the beginning. And out of that, an organisation was formed, a community organisation called Clean Energy for Eternity. And what the organisation initially did was to encourage school kids to make human signs. And so here's a couple of examples. Help Save Our Planet and Kids for Climate Change Action. So each individual school in the area created a human sign. And the next phase was to actually have a slogan, which came up with bumper stickers and was painted on water towers, which is 50-50 by 2020. Remember, this was back in 2006. And the 50-50 meant 50% of Australia's electrical energy to be generated by renewables by 2020, and a 50% reduction in energy consumption at the same time. And that 50-50 by 2020 campaign was initially taken to local councils with public meetings in many of the towns and areas in the southeast of New South Wales. So here's an example of a meeting which I think was in Jindabyne, in which councils were encouraged to pass a motion endorsing the notion of 50-50 by 2020 as a sort of aspirational goal for their communities. The next thing was to, again, you need to capture the public imagination, the public attention. And the way that Clean Energy Fraternity decided to do that was quite remarkable. They collected disused washing machines from the entire community, and one particular morning they trucked all those washing machines up to a field, and they created this human sign, well, no, washing machine sign of a cyclone to warn the people that this is what was likely to happen if climate change wasn't taken. And that was a tremendous effort, and it was a great community building effort to get that thing happening, and it certainly got climate change on the agenda. So here's some examples of the process of loading those washing machines up, taking them up to the top of the hill and setting them out and making the sign, and then an aircraft flew overhead to see it. So out of that particular effort, our logo was created, the Clean Energy logo, which you can see the cyclone in the top corner there. The next phase of activity was to, again, raise public awareness, in this case also raise funds. And so a number of big sporting events were set up in which funds were raised for putting solar on community buildings in the area. So there were big swims, there was a cycle enduro, and there were surf races, there were many other fundraising activities. And out of those activities, community buildings were equipped with solar power for free. And each opportunity was an opportunity, each installation was an opportunity to spread the word about climate change and why renewable energy was important, and to perhaps encourage individual households to put solar panels on their own buildings. And so here's an example of a solar bulk buy process in which all the residents of Bermagui were encouraged to sign up and got a special deal in putting solar. And there's some of the solar panels which appeared on those buildings, on those houses. The next phase of the activity was even more ambitious. It was to actually collaborate with the local council. The council had a sewage treatment plant, and the idea was that Clean Energy Fraternity would raise funds, and we did it by getting individuals to donate panels. Each panel, $200, and we got large numbers of people to donate panels, and we formed those panels into us humans, into a sign saying imagine. And that sign is clearly visible as you fly into Marineville or the next town down on your way to the south coast. And that sign imagine and that collaboration with council was really groundbreaking, because council then agreed to collaborate with Clean Energy Fraternity and to pass on the benefits, the savings that they made from having to power the sewage treatment plant back to Clean Energy Fraternity to fund more installations on community buildings in the local area. And that has continued to this day. But that wasn't the only thing. Then every election, Clean Energy Fraternity organised panels of aspiring politicians from all the different parties to challenge them as to what their position was on the renewable energy transition. And again, this kept the whole issue in the public mind. In more recent times, our founder, Matthew Knott, who also plays the ukulele, came up with the idea of running music concerts to raise funds for solar installations. And these concerts were enormously popular. Again, the way to engage the community is to work with them with fun things. And we had a huge music festival at the Tathra Oval, and there's been individual festivals, individual concerts associated, in particular in Sydney, in the southeast. A couple of years ago, there was very serious fires, and many of the local rural fire service stations were cut off from power because transmission lines came down. So it was really important to ensure that local RFS stations have solar and batteries so they've got independent power. And so we sort of shifted our focus from general community buildings to RFS sheds, and we often had music concerts associated with those towns. And here's an example of one of those RFS sheds that we equipped with panels. I think we've done 13 sheds, and there's still a few more to go in the area. But they now all have independent electricity with batteries, solar powered. And then there is Matthew again, not to be undone by all the other activities. He now also runs a radio program every week, again, in which highlights the importance of making that transition to solar power. The 50-50 by 2020 sign, of course, when 2020 rolled over, we had to change the slogan, and so we repainted the sign, and so now it says 100% by 2030. So again, keeping climate change and the importance of going to renewable in the public eye to ensure that when they vote for parties which support renewable energy. And another campaign where we're moving beyond human science was a series of videos on YouTube, which you can see. You can look them up with Clean Energy Fraternity. And this particular video was produced, or this particular initiative was before one of the federal elections in Australia, to basically say, we want climate action now. And so groups from all over Australia formed different ways of saying now. And here's an example of a skywriting of now over Parliament House in Australia. And I'll just go through some of the other examples. Some nude bodies saying now on the beach. A farmer ploughing now in his field. Someone's displaying now on their chest. And people saying, groups saying now as a human sign. So moving along, one of the far-reaching impacts of Clean Energy Fraternity in Bega is that other places got to know about it. And I'm actually speaking from Sydney, and we heard about what Matthew was doing and what Clean Energy was doing down in Bega, and we invited them to come up to Sydney to help us start a similar group in Sydney. And that we did. And the Sydney group, it's quite different working in a town, in a big city, compared to working in a small rural area. In rural areas, everyone knows each other. There's a very strong sense of community. In a big city, it's really quite different. And so we formed a chapter of Clean Energy Fraternity in Sydney, but our effort was quite different. We decided, after setting up, that what we needed to do was to reach out to people who really weren't necessarily interested in climate, but we thought the way to get them interested was to make them recognise that investing in solar was actually a good investment. Solar was cheap. It was going to be the cheapest form of power around. And to demonstrate that, we wanted to show them that they invested in solar on commercial buildings, they could get a good return for their money. And so we set up an organisation called Clear Sky Solar Investments. And the model was that any factory owner or warehouse owner or business owner that wished to could apply to our associated installing company and get free installation of solar on their roof. And that installation was paid for by community investors. So we set up an organisation called Clear Sky, which made it easy for investors to register an interest in investing in a particular project. We announced the project, people invested, the installation came good, and then the investors got their money back by the end user paying for the electricity, the solar generated over the next 10 years. And that's turned out to be an enormously successful program. That's the website. You can check it out yourself to see the details. But there's all the sites that we've powered. We've actually got $32 million Australian dollars from investors to set up solar on commercial buildings. We've got 26 megawatts installed, and they're installed across 150 different sites in Australia. And there's really no limit to how keen ordinary people are to invest in solar because they know it's the right thing to do. It's the most ethical investment you can think of. And so we, Clean Energy Fraternity, gave them the opportunity of making that investment. And to show just how interested people are, whenever we come up with a new project, we might need to raise $100,000 or $500,000. We've got the investors within a couple of days. We can raise that money. Is that telling me to stop? So that's the celebration we had on the 10th anniversary of Clear Sky. And here are some of the projects which we've funded. And finally, just to finish off, one last initiative from Clean Energy Fraternity in Sydney is that we've collaborated with our local councils and our volunteers and analysed every roof of every residence in the municipal area using a tool called Sunspot. We create a picture of what their roof would look like with solar panels. We tell them how much it would accommodate, how many kilowatt hours it would generate on average day, what it would cost. And the council then writes a letter with the information we've provided to council to every single resident, and then provides help and assistance with helping them analyse the quotes that they get back from installers. So just in summary, Clean Energy Fraternity, all started by one man, but with massive collaboration from huge numbers of people, collaborating with councils, with private sector, with sports clubs, with community buildings, and building momentum to get Australia's transition to renewable energy moving along. It's been a long journey, but we're still there, and we're still powering ahead. So thank you very much. Or can I stop sharing this?
Sir, I have one question actually. Sir, so what are the impact of solar panel and climate action, sir? Many solar plants are there across the globe. How it's affect the climate action? What are the new technologies to overcome that, sir?
Look, unfortunately, I'm very hard of hearing, so I didn't get the question. Maybe Philip will help me. I don't know.
Sorry, impact of solar plant impacts.
So I think the question, Warren, is have you tracked the impact that Clean Energy's had with its solar installations?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's a very good point. Yes. What we do is that, fortunately, the Australian government creates statistics on solar penetration in houses. So certainly in the Solar Ambassador program, we monitor the solar every 6 months to see how we're going. And we've got a record of what it was before we introduced our program and after. But in terms of the impact on community buildings, that's obvious. Every single community building in the southeast, in the Bega Valley Shire, now has solar, apart from about 3 RFS stations. So the evidence is on the ground, the impact is on the ground. In terms of impact to the general public, we all have to do what we can, and we just make the contribution that we can, but there's no real way of measuring how effective we've been. But in terms of the number of people involved and the enthusiasm of the people involved, then we've had a big impact.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. So on behalf of IGEN, I say thank both speakers for spending their valuable time with us for this Enerathon 2026. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Have a nice day. Ma'am, shall we wind up? Okay, thank you, sir. Nisha, ma'am, shall we start? Next session. Nisha, ma'am, are you ready? Nisha, ma'am. Nisha, ma'am. Nisha, ma'am, is my voice audible?
Good morning, Selvaraj sir.
Good morning, ma'am. So I'm happy to
Am I audible?
welcome all the participants for the next. Yes, ma'am, your voice audible. I'm happy to welcome the participants for the next session. I welcome Janardhan sir. Okay. Now I hand over the session to Dr. P. Nisha. Ma'am, please, you can continue the session, ma'am. Dr. Nisha, ma'am, hand over the session to you. Is my voice audible, ma'am?
Sir, shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am. You can continue.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Nisha, Assistant Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, St. Joseph Institute of Technology, Chennai. It's my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest speaker, Mr. R. Janandan sir, popularly known as Jana. He is a public speaker in Tamil and English, AI advisor, media communicator, and director AI and transformation at Ericsson Asia Pacific. He is an accomplished technology leader with extensive experience in artificial intelligence, digital transformation, telecommunication, and technology management. He is a fellow of Institution of Engineer and Technology, chartered engineer, and chartered IT professional. He is also a member of IGEN, and he has been actively contributed to technology, professional development, and sustainable innovation. Today, he will share his valuable insights on how AI can support energy conservation. We are truly honored to have you with us, sir. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Janandan, sir. The session is now yours. Thank you. Once again, I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can
Yes,
you hear
sir.
me?
Audible, sir. Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Audible.
Very good.
Yes,
Very
sir.
good. Right. Thank you. Very good morning to everyone and IGN members. First of all, I think Jaran Watts has giving a very good thoughts about what Australia is doing on solar and other renewable energy. That's a good, very insight sharing. You has done it. So right before I start, I need to thank the IGN, Ramesh and the team, the entire battalion. They are doing a fantastic job to support. There's echo coming. Can you someone mute? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Now it's okay, sir. Yes, sir. Audible,
Perfect.
sir. Audible.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, perfect.
Right. I must thank Ramesh and IGN, the core team who are doing the fantastic job to support the community and technical community for the future, enhancement and developments. That's my pleasure to be part of this forum today. So basically, it's an opportunity for me to discuss what I know, and it's a vast area that we can discuss. We can discuss, every time and keep going throughout the day or months. There's so many things to discuss. So basically, today my topic will be how AI, artificial intelligence, can support on energy conservation. I know it's a very, very broader topic, We can't talk within 20 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. We can talk a lot in that area, but I'm going to touch upon basically on a high level, not too technical, but not too high level, in between whatever I can share within the time allocated for me. So basically, if there are anything that you wanted to know, then you can of course reach out to me, then we can discuss separately. Right. So let me go on to the topic. How artificial intelligence AI can support in energy conservation. Energy is a lifeblood of the modern society, right? Energy is everywhere. Energy needs for a hospital or factory and school, transportation, process, and every system need energy. Why not? Without energy, there's no AI as well, right? AI also need energy. So the globe is running in energy. So this is the first priority for us to safeguard the energy. That is what IGN is doing. That's a great initiative. Fantastic. Thank you. And at the moment, if you see, the world is facing a major challenges on energy, right? I think the energy conservation, energy discussion has been there for many, many years. But the different talks coming through, a lot of initiative coming through. Have we got the results? Have we achieved what we wanted? No, not at all. Not even 50% we have achieved. Because there's a clear awareness and clear requirement has not been created. And each and every person has not realized the energy requirement, how energy need to be protected, right? So we need to see what are the alternative way that we can support to protect our energy. So basically, if you see, so today I'm actually, when you talk about energy, we can see that electrical energy, gas, and many other sources. But I'm not going to touch upon everything. I am basically I will focus on the electrical part first, because that's the number one priority for us, and then we can go to the next one. Maybe another for us. So if you see the electric energy, right? So we can see the growing demand. The demand is growing up huge, right? Rapid, frequency more than recent development, right? Now we have adding a lot of electrical vehicle, right? It sucks a lot of energy, right? And AI usage, it also sucks so much of energy. The processing power need a huge energy, right? And the second key part is the climate change and the environmental sustainability. That's other important thing. So these are the two areas that we need to look into, right? So according to the global estimate, more than one third of the energy is lost due to inefficiencies in generation, transmission, distribution, and consumption. Right? Basically, I'm talking about the electric energy, right? So when you generate the energy, until it reaches the end user, there's more than one third has been lost because of you know we don't maintain properly. There's no efficient way to transfer the energy. That's one area we will be looking at today. Right? Then, then the good news, I would say, the AI is coming up, right? It's an emerging transformative technology which can help us to optimize the energy usage, right? Reduce losses, accelerate renewable energy adoption, and create more sustainable future. So I think AI is going to help us. As I said before, we have been talking about this many times, energy conservation with alternative ideas, but it's not working out as we expected, right? We need to have an alternative way of thinking. So that is what we got an AI, right? So AI definitely can support and enhance and improve and bring immense amount of efficiencies in this space, right? So AI is everywhere, right? As I said, it's everywhere. It's even in our human body, right? So today, what I'll do, I want to discuss about some key topic, the key areas I will cover about. So one is the AI in electrical networks. The second one, how AI can support in renewable energy sector, renewable energy space. And third one is the current state of AI and what is the best practices. What is the responsible use of AI? These are the areas if I can cover within the time, that'll be great. So basically, first, as I said, first I take the electrical network and distribution. So that's a major area we need to see how AI can support, right? As I said, the loss of more than one third is lost. We see even developing countries losing more than 50-60%. Even developed countries may be less, but developing countries are losing a huge amount of energy. If you see the networks, how they are built up over the overhead cables, underground cables, the transformers, distribution, connection, it's huge. There's no words to define it. So basically, we need to see how we can improve the electrical network and distribution and reducing energy losses. The efficient energy loading, right? How we can load in the energy, and the best and efficient network planning using AI, right? So before we start any project, we need to have a network planning, right? How the distribution has happened, how we can balance the load across three phases lines or across three regions. So AI can definitely support on that area. Then proactive and maintenance, that's the key part, right? Any networks, we need to have a proactive and maintenance. That's a very important thing. 1 minute, I need a disturbance. I'll just close it off. Okay, sorry. Give me a second. I just switch on the phone. Right. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. So basically, yes. So best efficient network planning and proactive maintenance. And the final one is a very important thing. I will just explain to you in later. Self-healing techniques. I don't know how many of you all heard self-healing techniques. That's one of the a game changer. New development has come through many networks, not only the electrical network, telecom network, and medical equipments. Just self-healing techniques. Right. So how AI can play a major role in electrical networks, reducing energy losses and improving the efficiencies, right? Electricity usually generated at the power station, and it should travel many kilometers, right, through the high tension cable. During the travel, it's lose a huge amount of energy. It can be a transmission losses, distribution losses, equipment failure, and it can be overloaded networks and poor planning and maintenance, and many other factors can impact on the energy loss. So traditionally, any utilities relied on manual monitoring, reactive actions are not done properly, right? In most of the cases, they do a manual monitoring, right? There's no proper monitoring mechanism in place in the major electrical networks. In today's AI revolutionary energy sector, we can use of this to have a much better efficient way of monitoring the network. Reducing energy loss and optimized loading and balancing is an important for any network, right? Electrical losses increase significantly when the networks are poorly balanced and overloaded, right? If you see, if there's no balancing properly done, there's no maintenance properly done, there's no network properly mainly done, so definitely the energy is simply wasted, right? What AI can support on those networks? That's a question we need to ask. It's a predictor. So we can predict the demand accurately. Demand could be based on the equipment basis or sector based or area based, and balance the load across the substation, because there you can see there are multiple substation among most of the places. So how we can balance the load in the substation and optimize the power flows and reduce the congestion. Currently, you can see there are many countries, there are a lot of solar installations coming up, and then few places they have even stopped solar installation because they are unable to manage the feed-in demand, right? That's a big issue. Even in Australia, initially there are a lot of solar panel has been installed, and retailers, they were paying some feed-in tariff. So if I generate electricity and sell you the grid, they will pay an equal amount of I am buying electricity. But at the moment, they are not paying any money because the solar electricity generation has been overwhelmed. So a lot of energy has been generated. There's no place to use that electricity. That means we don't have a proper planning. So we need to see how we can save this energy in the daytime, how we can utilize back on when there's a demand, right? But that's planning is not there. That is what even the solars now, I can say, it's becoming a problem in some other areas. You can see it's becoming a problem in many places. I have, and then I would say improve network utilization. That's another key aspect we need to do. Let's say if we take an example. Let's say if you take a multiple lane in the road, if all the vehicles use the lane, traffic is limited. But the traffic, but when the traffic is distributed, intentionally across all lanes, the movement become very efficient. That means all the lanes can be used efficiently. So traffic can flow very efficiently. AI does exactly the same in electrical networks. So it can definitely balance the load, can definitely balance the energy and flow through the different pipelines. That is what AI can efficiently do. What are the benefits which come through? We can reduce the losses, we can reduce the operating cost. That's a very key aspect, and better service quality, and also the reduce the carbon emissions. That's the other area everybody talking about carbon emission, right? Zero tolerance, zero carbon, a green network. So we can reduce the carbon emissions. So AI for the better network planning and management. As I previously explained, AI, we can use AI for the better network planning and management. So traditionally, network planning relied on heavily on historical trend, right? Most of the cases, if you can see, they still use a paper-based planning, right? Based on the data, based on the demands. They captured from the different sources. They try to do a manual planning. However, in today's energy environment, it's changing, rapidly changing, right? So we can see there's a electrical vehicle, as I mentioned previously, electrical vehicle being added up. There are a lot of rooftop solars and battery storage. Smart home concept is coming through. Smart factory concept is coming through. And AI is penetrating everywhere. So that means what? The demand is increasing heavily. So you need to have a very intelligent network planning. That's the important thing. So there's no human planning will help to have an efficient way of doing going forward. So we need someone to help. That is Mr. AI. So AI enables, basically AI plans to simulate the thousands of future scenarios, right? There are a lot of use cases and scenarios that we can develop. It can predict, basically what AI can do, it can definitely predict a future demand and future growth, optimal substation locations, and future overload risk, and renewable integration and requirements. There are many other things AI can predict, right? It always allows to invest wisely on instead of building an unnecessary infrastructure. We don't need to spend, we don't need to spend money building an infrastructure or substation, right? Without proper planning. So AI can does for you. Rather than building a 10 substation, we can manage with a 4 substation. So we are saving huge amount of money on that investments, right? Right. So then we come to the other area I basically highlighted. It's a self-healing network. So that's one of the key aspects. Now it has been developed in many technology space. So this is actually one of the most exciting development in the concept of self-healing, right? It's called self-healing grids in electrical network. Imagine there's a power outage. Let's say there's a power outage come through due to ABC reason, right? At the moment, what is happening? There's a power outage means the fault can occur and customer lose power, and then operators need to investigate and the repair begins. It can take 1 day or 3 days or 5 days or months sometime, right? But it's a long time process. But in the AI powered network, what it does, it's like a human body. Let's say if you got an injury in your body, after some time it automatically get cured, right? You don't see that injury. If some pain come through your body, the body will self heal, right? Similarly, in AI-enabled technology equipments, networks, or telecommunication network, it can do a self-healing technique. So AI-powered networks, what it does, it's a sensing network. So sensors identify the fault instantly. AI can determine the fault location, and power is automatically restored. So most of the customer restored within the minutes, right? So there's no downtime on the power. The network essentially repair itself. That means itself it repairs. There's no human intervention needed, right? So what is the benefit that we have? We have a reduced outage time, improved reliability, and also better customer experience. And the low operational cost, that's the key aspect we need to always look into. Definitely, AI can save a lot of money on maintenance and fault monitoring and etc. as I previously mentioned before. So this is the smart future electricity system. Similarly, even in the telecommunication network, if you see the base station, there's something come through, you don't need to go and repair it or remotely heal it. In to certain extent, it can go self-healing like a human body. That's a game changer of the technological world, to be honest. I also want to talk about the 6G. People might have heard about the 4G, 3G, 2G, 5G, but we are going to release the 6G soon. The 6G basically going to talk about the sensing network. That the millions of sensors will be involved in all the technological space. We take about transportation, electrical network, telecommunication network, human system, biological network. Everywhere the millions of sensors will be involved. So when there's sensors involved, each sensor need to communicate and transfer the energy within the second. No zero downtime. There's no legacy, right? So in that sense, 6G is going to support. Therefore, 6G going to impact huge on electrical network as well. It will help us to improve even more what we are talking about today, right? So I just want to say about current status of AI, where we are now at the moment. So mainly, many leading utilities in the world, they are already using AI, right? Some of the power stations, they are using AI. For example, smart grid management, demand forecasting, asset monitoring, actually, predictive maintenance, automated fault detection, as I mentioned previously, load optimization. Then there's countries like Australia, USA, Germany, China, Singapore. They are already investing a lot on AI, on electrical demand and networks. Then they are working very well. They have saved huge amount of money and reduce the downtime as well. So that means why not other countries? Of course, they will need to follow the way how we can improve and support using the AI techniques. So in the future, electrical network will not simply delivering electricity. It's going to be an intelligent network. It will think and work. You don't need much human interventions, right? So this is basically about how AI can support on the electrical network, right? How we can improve electrical network, how we can reduce the wastage, how we can reduce the downtime. So we have looked into those areas. The second key aspect I'm going to touch upon, AI impact on renewable energy, the sustainability, right? So we talked about the energy generation from various sources. Now we are talking about the renewable energy. That is the future, right? We don't have any fuel to generate electricity. We don't have much hydro plants, hydro rivers, dams to generate electricity. We need to see how renewable energy resources can support us, right? So renewable energy is essential for sustainable future. Actually, renewable sources also face major challenges. They are variable depending on the nature, right? Solar depending on sunlight, wind power depending on wind conditions, and tidal wave depending on ocean, and many other things depending on the natural phenomena, right? So how we can improve the solar energy system using AI? Solar, basically, solar generation depending on the sunlight. It based on the cloud cover. The cloud can cover. When the clouds come through, the energy generation will reduce. Temperature changes, seasonal variation, right? How AI can support on that? Of course, AI can definitely support predict the weather forecast and historical data and satellite image. These information can automatically come through within the second, and it will help us to improve the energy generation, to predict the solar output and remarkable accuracy, right? That's the important thing. AI also can support optimized panel orientation, right? If you see this in solar system, the panel orientation is one of the key area we need to look at. Every angle you see, when you change the panel direction, you can see a significant improvement on generation, right? Based on the sunlight forecast. So panel orientation and direct fault panels, schedule preventive maintenance and improve energy storage. Those are the areas that we need to look into the energy system, right? This increase the production and lower operational costs. As I mentioned previously, it improve a lot of cost reduction, right? Because, for example, let's say we have a solar panel system. If you are improving the if you are generating energy within one aspect and one angle, when A enabled solar system, it can definitely improve much more than they expected from the traditional system, right? So when you talk about the wind power, similar to that actually. So wind, of course, AI can predict actually wind patterns, optimizing the turbine direction, improving the blade performance, and predicting the component failures. These are the area that AI can support. AI also helps turbine operators to maximize the electricity generation while reducing the mechanical wear and tear. It can support many other aspects. And again, when you talk about the tidal waves, in electricity, there are many other ways. I'm talking about, solar, wind, and tidal wave. There are many other ways that we can do renewable energy, small scales actually. So although if you see there's a less mature solar panel wind technology, the tidal wave energy also holds significant potential. We know that, right? AI also can support, in many ways in tidal wave production. So basically ocean current prediction, equipment optimization, or marine condition forecasting, or maintenance and scheduling, right? There are many other ways AI can support. And even for the new areas, AI can support. So basically, this is a critical area I want to focus. And the fourth one is the AI research and innovation, right? Now you can see AI has been used in many aspects, right? Other than human takes, like, for example, like 1 hour or 2 hour or many hours to invent something or summarize data, do an analysis, but AI can do it within the second. So one of the AI greatest contribution is going to help scientists to discover new technologies faster, right? Traditionally, research can take years, right? But AI can definitely analyze millions of data within seconds, within a few minutes, right? For example, let's say now at the moment we have a solar panel. One panel can reduce a little bit of power, right? For us to generate a 5 kilowatt hour, we need 15 panels, right? Because we don't have a high density solar panel, high density photoelectric material. But definitely AA can support to research on those areas, how we can improve the photoelectric panel, right? Photovoltaic solar cells, right? Advanced semiconductor structures. There are AA definitely going to help on that. So research and development on renewable energy will be supported by AI going forward, right? So these are the area I just want to highlight. So basically when I summarize on the renewable energy, so solar panel, wind, and the tidal wave, and research and development. These are the 4 areas AI can support going forward on the renewable energy space, right? Also, definitely, we can support few other areas, smart homes, smart factories, as I previously mentioned. So these are the area we will looking at a different angle, right? So other opportunities, if we can talk about how we can support in overall sector, in overall way, in holistic view, how we can support. So basically smart energy storage, right? This is one of the challenging area. Most of the countries have it, right? Now we are generating a lot of energy. We don't have a storage facility, right? So we can so battery is also being developed, but saving a battery and developing a battery also is harmful for environment. So we need to see how we can optimize charging the batteries and discharging. That is what the area A can help. And virtual power plant, connecting thousands of small renewable resources into one coordinated system. Smart homes, smart building, electrical vehicle integration, right? And also it can support to reduce the carbon programs, carbon generation. That is a key aspect everybody want to look at it, right? So we can see the world temperature is going up. We are in a higher peak at the moment, and everywhere the climate is changing. So A going to support for the sustainable future and good climate condition. There's no option for us to say yes or no, and it's just we need to work on that, right? So AI can bring enormous benefit, right? We must use it responsibly, and AI technology can also does in guaranteed success and governance essential. But I want to say, basically, let's say we are everybody talking about AI, right? In every aspect. But are we using the AI in the responsible manner, right? That's the key question we need to ask. Some of the countries, yes, but many of the countries not. If we don't use AI in a responsible way with the proper policy and proper framework and governance, we are definitely scoring a single point of failure. There's no option I can say anything other than that. So basically, until otherwise we have a proper policy in place, proper ethics in place, proper guidance in place, we cannot use AI in all the aspects. Of course, technology front is not an issue, but in the common uses, content creation, AI agent generation, many other aspects, we need to have a very careful of use of the AI. So proper policy governance, organizing the governments, and the government need to establish both governance and policy, right? Ethical AI principle need to be established, and cyber security is a key area, right? For example, earlier there's a hackers they hack your network. Now everybody can become a hackers using an AI. Okay, AI can help for you to hack it. So it's a key area we need to look into, right? And data governance, who can use data? What action data can be used, right? Regulatory frameworks, establish a clear governance and AI development. Responsible AI builds its public trust and ensures sustainable development. That's a key area. Another aspect is the geopolitics and controversial issues also arising, right? I don't want to touch upon the geopolitics and controversial issue, but we know what kind of issue can come through. It's coming up in different areas, in third world countries and developing countries and developed countries also. These kind of issues are coming up. So those are the aspects we need to see. Supporting developing countries. That's the area we need, because see, we are talking about developing countries in many years. For example, if you take about India or Bangladesh, Pakistan, many other countries, we are talking about developing countries. How many years we are going to talk about developing countries? 100 years, 200 years, still are we developing forever? No, we should be developed, right? So then AI is one of the good, agent who can definitely support and help us to developing countries to become developed, right? So AI is actually become enormous potential to help developing nation, right? Basically, for country to develop, we need to have a 3 critical area need to be improved, right? Transportation, electrical network, and telecommunication network. These are the areas should be first developed for any country to be developed. So AI can definitely support to improve the transportation, electrical network, and telecommunication network. As long as we have those 3 network in place, in a very competitive and strength manner, then country being, we can say, is developed country, right? So basically on electrical system, right, we can improve the weak infrastructure, we can improve the electrical storage, and high distribution losses can be reduced, limited access can be, cleared in the electricity. So there are various way AA can definitely support for country to be developed, right? So therefore, AA can definitely help on optimizing electrical network, supporting rural areas electrification, right? There are places where people are living without electricity. So how we can support on this here to bring the electricity, right? Improving the affordability. That's the key aspect we need to look into that. Enabling the local innovation, right? And a lot of people can now support, bring a lot of innovative ideas to support in different regions and spaces, for conditioned places, it can support, right? So basically, in my view, we need to use AI in a proper way, in better way, for an improvement, enhancement, and development, and mainly to reduce the wastage and losses. That's the key aspect we need to look into that, and how we can bring up new ideas and new innovation technique to improve our existing system or to adapt a new system. So in conclusion, I just want to say energy conservation is no longer simply a switching off and switching off the light. We can say switch off the light and switch on the light, it will save the energy. That's not going to work because the demand has gone up. It's beyond the limit, right? As I mentioned previously, it's keep adding and adding and adding. We don't know how we are going to manage the demand. So we need to find the alternative way, which is an AI agent. No, the friend is come up, so we need to use him. So we are not going to serve energy simply switch off and switch on the line. That's not going to work. It's about creating an intelligent system to use energy wisely. It's crucially important. AI offers a powerful opportunity for us, right? Reduce electricity losses, create smarter and self-healing technique, as I previously mentioned, improve renewable energy, accelerate scientific innovations, and support sustainability, right? However, the technology must be guided by responsible leadership, proper governance, and clear commitment is a key area we need to look into. The future is not about choosing between AI and renewable energy. This future is about combining both, right? We need to combine both to work together, right? When AI and clean energy work together, we can build a better world at the same efficiently and more resilient and more sustainable for a greener future. Let's embrace AI not as a replacement of human intelligence, but also as a powerful partner in our mission to conserve the energy and protect our planet. The cleanest energy is the energy never wasted, should be never wasted. AI may become a smarter tool, ensure every unit of energy used wisely. So guys, IGN actually is one of the leading organizations at the moment, specifically focused on energy area, definitely can support. I might hand request for IGN also to improve one pillar, how AI can support going forward in the renewable energy phase, energy generation, protect our energy and sustainability. Definitely we can work together and support in that phase as well. Thank you very much for the time, for the team. Hope you have gathered something from my presentation, but I haven't prepared any slides, but next time, of course, but it's a speech. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jana. It was very happy to see you after a long time. It is very happy for your session also. Like you was rightly suggested. If you tell simply switching off the lights, this is what normally all will tell whenever we are talking about the energy conservation. So that is not the way now. We need to think an alternate so that we can able to come for the conclusion. And thank you, Jana, and thank you for your support. And we need a very strong support from you in the future also.
Absolutely, Ramesh. There's no doubt because I have been, traveling through and many other things. So I haven't definitely,
I
but AI
understood.
space, definitely we will look into that for sure. Thank you,
I
Ramesh.
am happy that presently you are also a part of AI in the Ericsson. Very happy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you.
Sir, Janan sir, thank you sir for your excellent talk on the AI technology. I have one doubt sir actually. Actually now we are using the AI technology based data collection for that. So earlier some other methods are there. Is there any drawback using the AI technology? They left any data or other any disadvantage like that sir? AI
So
based
basically,
technologies.
okay. I don't know where I got your question correctly. Basically, yes. as I explained previously, AI can
we are
definitely use data.
since we are using some manually or means some accurate data may collected. AI means you can write some coding algorithms and means chance to leave some data in like that. I'm asking.
Absolutely, that's a very good question. Right? So basically, at the moment, if you say any manual network, right? So you need, for example, when you talk about renewable energy or electrical network, you need to have manual data collection. We don't know what extent data is correct. You need the time to compare, analyze whether this data is. You need to validate the data. But when you come to AI, as I mentioned, it's a sensing network. We are going to use sequence of sensing. So you will have a more accurate data, and there's another agent going to validate that data, right? We are not going to simply take the data which AI produces and take the analysis. So we have a raw data, AI will collect the data, AI will analyze the data, AI will validate the data. So we need to make sure, based on the prediction and criticality and history, and the data will be collected in live monitor data will be connected, analysis, and then based on that all the performance will be done. So that's a key aspect we can do that can be done within an hour. It not going to take in months or years, right? So of course, yes, but of course when you use the data, you need to be very careful what kind of data will be used. So and the protective system need to be used. We need to have policy governance in place. Data shouldn't be misused for many other reasons, right? Let's say, for example, electrical network or telecom network is a critical network for a country or region. So that will be used in the safe manner with the ethics. So that is where AI can definitely support. At the moment, yes, countries are using it in many of the networks. They are using it very efficiently. If you need more detail on that area, please reach out to me. I'm happy to help.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Nisha ma'am, over to you, ma'am. Nisha ma'am,
Sir, it's my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks for today's session. First, I sincerely thank our esteemed speaker, Mr. R. Janardhan, for sharing his valuable knowledge and insights on AI in electrical networks and energy conservation. Today's session helped us understand how AI can support energy management, load forecasting, fault detection, reducing energy losses, improving efficiency, and optimizing solar and wind energy system. I would also to express my sincere thanks to our Australia continent head, Dr. Silvaraj sir, for his valuable support and guidance. Once again, thank you, sir, for your valuable time and for delivering such an informative and inspiring session. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, Jonathan. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'm happy to welcome Sri Parimala ma'am to conduct the next session. Parimala ma'am, over to you, ma'am. Please proceed, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm Dr. Sri Parimala, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics of Sri College of Engineering. It's my great pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all the participants joining us for IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 session for emerging technology for net zero energy systems. Today, we are privileged to have with us an accomplished technology leader whose expertise spans artificial intelligence, cloud computing, identity management, and cybersecurity with a strong focus on building sustainable digital infrastructure. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Ramkumar Venkatraman sir, a distinguished technology leader specializing in AI, cloud computing, identity, and cybersecurity for sustainable digital infrastructure. He extensive experience in leveraging emerging technologies to create secure intelligence and energy efficient digital ecosystems makes him an ideal speaker for today's sessions. As a world accelerates its transition towards net zero energy systems, innovations in AI, cloud computing, and cybersecurity are playing a transformating role in enabling smarter, greener, and more resilient infrastructure. We are confident that Mr. Ramkumar's insights will all inspire us to explore how cutting edge technologies can drive sustainable development and shape the future of clean energy. On behalf of IGEN Green Energathon and all the participants from across the globe, I extend our sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Ramkumar Venkatraman sir, for graciously accepting your invitation and sharing your valuable knowledge and experience with us. We are delighted to have you with us today and eagerly looking forward to your enlightening address. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with extending a warm ritual welcome to Mr. Ramkumar Venkatraman sir. Thank you, sir. The session now it's yours.
You need to unmute Mr. Ramkumar.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, Pamela, ma'am. It's really a great and warm welcome. In the Sydney weather, I'm a bit cold here. Thank you. This is myself, Ram. I work in as a solution architecture in the security space. So I'm here in the Energathon to present what I know about uh, the net zero energy systems and what are the opportunities and benefits for this. So first, like this is the background that I am here. Like there are like solar panels, wind turbines, hydrogens, batteries, infrastructure, and utilities. So these are the in the background of Energathon. So if you have a closer look, you might have like seen, um, let's say the present CM's movie, Katti. I hope most of the people has watched this movie. So he will be in the inside the pipe, like a big water pipe. He will be having a strike. So you will be watching in like what do you call in a TV or in a mobile or that's a closer look. So how do you look at those pipes or the solar panels or the wind turbines from the 360-degree view? So what is like kind of technologies that is used to view from 360-degree angle? So that's what present challenges we are facing at the moment. So the energy transition challenge and the net zero energy system. So if we have to view from 360 degrees, why we have to view from 360 degrees? So today, the electricity you're getting is from the electricity manufacturers, from wind turbines or solar or the hydrogen or the normal electricity. It comes to the house. So but house have each and every house have a solar panels nowadays. So the batteries are connected to the house, and the electricity travel from, let's say I generated 20 kilowatt in my house, and 10 kilowatts it will be spent by me, and the remaining 10 kilowatts will be sent it back to the grid. So if you have like in India, if you have like 4 acres of land and you have a big electricity pole running on your acreage, then you can put a solar panel and generate the electricity and send it to the grid. So you get a money back. So it's not only B2C, it's from customer to the business. So how this energy transition goes in, what how the systems can um, transform or send the electricity through the grid. So this is not only in energy. If you take any industry, for example, in Sydney water, we have pipes, big pipes. Like I said before, you watched the movies, right? Like so uh, that much big pipe, you have it, and that pipe, we don't know how long how to manage the life cycle of the pipe. It is 70 years old pipe, and you have like 20,000 pipes running across Sydney, which is like 4,000 times Olympic pool size. So if you fill the water in those 20,000 pipes, it's like filling swimming pool, which is that Olympic Park swimming pool, which is 4,000 times bigger. It's like 10,000 megaliters of water. So that pipe will have, say, rusting, and in the long run we have to replace those pipes. How do we know that in those 20,000 pipes how we can replace it? So there is a university which they found out robotics. So robots will run into that big pipes, analyze the pipes of the size of the pipe, how much is rusted, when was it installed, and how long it can run. So all those datas will be censored and and send it back to the backend systems. So AI is the backend system which will analyze those data and then figure out like, okay, so this is the life cycle of this particular pipe. It has to be managed or replaced, or it has to be like fixed in, there is a leakage, we have to fix it. So Sydney Water is well advanced in using AI and this data system to monitor the life cycle of the infrastructure. So how did they do this? So if you look at, let's say, I am the user of the city water, and I have the robots, right? So the robots will access what you call digital twins. So what is digital twins? So digital twins is something like the 360-degree view of the whole 20,000 pipes infrastructure. So the view you can see from, let's say, spatial view or geographical view. So how you look at in from the Google Maps. So same way you can view from the digital twins. This is one of the system for the zero energy systems like AI, data science. Digital twins is one of the system to manage the entire infrastructure of the state or the country. You can use digital twins. So using the robot will access this digital twins API, and it will send the sensor data to the backend system digital twins at the actual system, and the digital twins will send it back to the backend system, and backend system will process from the data. It will process using the AI or data science. It will process further to see what to manage the life cycle of the pipes. So this can also be not only in water utilities, it can be used in grids as well. So how we can use it in the grids? So this digital twins, it has a syntax like spatial graph, spaces. Say for example, if I am sending the electricity back to the grid, so what is the location of my house? What is the address, and which location the device, the battery is available, or which location the solar panel is available. So all these are captured using digital twin definition language. So using that, using that, each and every component, including the devices, including the devices, and all those will be captured, and will that we can enhance it not only for my house. It can be enhanced for the neighbor house, the neighboring state, and it can be enhanced using the ontology. So this enhancement will help to manage on the software side of it, to manage the infrastructure, to add or to delete or to add the relationship or to update or create a new infrastructure. So this is how the digital twin is managed from the 360-degree view angle. So who are all benefit from this? So not only energy, not only water, even the infrastructure like mining, and also the technology component, technically like IoT or components like geographical informations and building infrastructure management. Say, for example, Sydney Metro here, in order to build the pipes from the whole entire Sydney around a big inner circle. When they were laying the pipes, they have used this digital twins. So there are lots of benefits it has. Like, we can visually track the milestone of the project. We can say, for example, Western Sydney Airport, they used this digital twins to understand where the terminal comes in, what is the runway, so is there any classes between the runway, and not only that, like to manage the cost savings. So you never know, like say I'm not here for a conflict or something, like, we are waiting for like so many waters to come from the neighboring state and things like that. So we can easily manage the whole entire river water of India or any country or any state by using this digital twins. So it does, but there are some risks and issues in this. So we will see one by one on that. So next one is, what is the trends of this digital twins? So presently, globally, the US dollar like 10.5 billion was projected in 2023. Now it will be 7 times more in 2030. So the the cost invested to manage the infrastructure is growing 7 times. In India, we are like going from 762 million to 3.79 billion. So same for Australia. Like, it has started digital twin in Victorian Strait, Western Sydney infrastructure, Australia. So many people. The trend is to invest in digital twins to understand the infrastructure, to manage the infrastructure and operate the infrastructure. So in this, there are the opportunities where, like, for students like us, we can able to learn the net zero systems. We can learn like AI. We can learn robotics. We can learn this digital twin and also security. So next one, I think. Yeah. So the next one, I believe we have some security related topics as well I covered in this. So how this security and governance will handle the net zero systems. So net zero systems is what, like zero emissions. So similarly, in security, we have a architecture called zero trust. So zero trust meaning there is no gap in the security. So what yeah, so the major place, say someone has someone know digital twins, accessing the digital twins, or a vulnerability has happened, or anyone is accessing the threat. There is a threat on digital twins accessing the APIs or the systems, and they know, okay, this pipe has worn out, and send the water through the same pipes by mistake, or someone is accessing and some threat attack happens. So how do we restrict it from the asset protection point of view? So one is like, the data can be encrypted, so you have a bidirectional data flow. From the house, you are sending the data back to the electricity grid. So how you can manage and protect the data? So basically, you can do authentication of the data, authorization, and multi-factor authentication, the fingerprint or facial multi-factor authentication, and role-based access control, and encrypting the data, and regularly auditing the data flows, and pen testing the twin APIs. So all those all those standards, if we follow it, and the security patterns, if we follow it, then it is protected perfectly. So one such example is, so we saw that user is accessing the robot and sending the robot inside the pipe and sending it to the digital twins API. It invokes the digital twins API to send the data to the digital twins system. So when it is happening, so what it does is, so the user here is the security principal. So I am the user. I try to access it. The IDP system will identify whether this user is a owner or it is a reader. So based on that, if I am the owner of the digital twins API or the system, it will allow me to create an infrastructure, modify an infrastructure, or update an infrastructure, even delete an infrastructure, depending upon my scope and role of the role of the user. So once I did it, that's what we call it as like inflow of the data, which is ingress. And once the data, digital twins receive the data, then digital twins will send the data back to the backend system for the further analyzing of the data. This where like I said before, AI or backend systems or data science or service bus or gateway, any systems will be connected between digital twins and the respective organization backend system. So that will be using VPN connection, or that will be like a network and TLS connections will be enabled. So that data will be forwarded again back to the backend system. So when it is sending, how do we validate this? I am the user, so that's where like I am good at it. So how do the authentication happen? So any any mobile app or any system, when it connects to the API, so it generates two things. One is authentication and authorization. Authentication, it does like first factor is username and password, and multi-factor is either biometrics or any other way of any other multi-factor authentication will be used. So using that, it generates two tokens, which is user authentication token and authorization token. So first, the resource owner will send the request first factor authentication to the client app, and the client app will send the details to the authentication server. Both will generate two tokens. One is user token and the authorization token. Once it generates, it will send it back to the digital twins API, and digital twins API will validate the token with the authentication server. Hey, I received this token. Can you validate this is the legitimate token? If once it's validated and it is find out it's legitimate token, then it will extract the token values, figure out what is the role of this token, whether it is a read only or owner of the API. Then it will, after validating that the details of the token, then it will allow back to the digital twin systems. Then digital twin systems will send it to the resource server, backend resource server, to update or create or validate it. So yeah, that's about my my presentation today. You have any questions, please let me know. So so far, which is the best system, AI or data science or robotics or security? That was the debate, I believe, in this Energathon. But I would say, I would ask you, you have listened lot of presentation like how I did like today. I will ask you some questions. Like if you have any questions, also you can ask me back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So very nice presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank
So
you.
I have one question, sir.
Yep.
Is my voice audible, sir?
Yes.
So how we can use the digital twin power? Yes, sir. How we can use the digital twin power sector, sir?
In
Nowadays,
power
many
sector?
the software are available. So yes, application of the digital twin power sector. How it differs from the existing tools, the digital tools.
Oh, okay. So this is how I saw. So you have like I said before, this one I saw the case study in Microsoft. So there are several organizations provide digital twins as a component of the self product. So there are industry based ontology, so industry-based digital twin definition languages. So to maintain the infrastructure. So each infrastructure, like let's say if you want first start with smart meter. So presently in Australia we have a smart meter where it can manage the incoming electricity, which is incoming electricity from the electricity board into the house. Not only that, it it will like say I have a solar panel, then it will use the solar panel's electricity in to consume for my house. So that time the electricity whatever incoming it will not allow, right? So it the same thing when I send it from house back to the grid, the smart meter has to validate the how many kilowatts has been transmitted. So those details are like captured, and the digital twins will create that infrastructure as a generation part of it. So once you have the generation part, where you create as an virtual object, digital object of that particular smart meter or that particular solar panel or that particular uh, any wind generation or anything, that you can store it as a digital twins virtual asset. So once you store it as a virtual asset, then it will resemblance how the data is like transmitted, say from this virtual asset into back to this wire. Is there any disruption in transferring the data? How to manage that asset? So this is how like one part of digital twins I have learned it.
Okay, sir.
Like,
Thank you.
I don't know whether
Thank you.
I make you understand you.
Yes, sir. Understood. Clear. Understood, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you for spending valuable time with us. Now the session over to that Sri Parimala ma'am, please continue, ma'am. Parimala ma'am.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here. It's really, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected chief guest, Mr. Ramkumar, sir. Sir, we have learned more and more excellent informations gathered from you, sir. Really, we learned a process of AI in water supply, client system, and digital twins API, sir. It's really an eye-opening session. I took thinking that what type of technologies can be implemented in our place, sir. Nature is not need us, we need nature. Every seed we plant, every drop of water we save, and every sustainable choice we make create a better tomorrow, sir. Nature is our mother, protecting it is our responsibility. So I extend my special thanks to my team leader and Australian continent head, Dr. Selvraj sir, who dedicated leadership, continuous support, and motivating words inspired us to perform our best. His encouragement has truly motivated us to aim for even greater achievements, sir. I sincere thanks to my Dr. Miller Jyoti sir, head sustainable energy, Ishar College of Engineering, for his constant encouragement. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to all faculty members and students who are enthusiastically participating in 26-hour online IGEN Greenathon, Energathon 2026 events. All of our achievements, involvement, dedications, and team spirit are driving force behind our success. And really, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very nice.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. Next,
Bye.
I'm happy
Thank you.
to welcome our next session speaker, Saroni Rai ma'am, to this Energathon 2026. Now, I hand over the session to Dr. Sarugupta ma'am. Please, you proceed, ma'am. Sarugupta ma'am, please welcome.
Yes, sir. So we have with us Miss Saroni Roy. She's an award-winning Australian actor, filmmaker, creator, singer, influential speaker, and social entrepreneur whose work seamlessly integrates the creative arts with global advocacy, inclusive leadership, and social impact. A cancer survivor and a body activist, she has transformed personal adversity into empowerment and peace. As the first Indian origin Australian woman elected as a federal councillor to the National Performers Committee of MEAA and former co chair of its Entertainment Diversity Committee, she has been a pioneering voice for representation in the creative industries. Through her internationally recognized career in film, television, fashion, and public speaking, alongside her role as a founder and CEO of the award winning Saroni Roy Foundation, she drives initiatives rooted in Gandhian values, cultural diplomacy, and creative and circular economy to foster peace and sustainable development. Recognized among Australia's most influential Asian leaders and honored with numerous national and international awards, Sironi Roy continues to redefine global leadership by demonstrating how creativity, purpose, and inclusive innovation can inspire meaningful social transformations. Ma'am, we welcome you, and it's an honor to have you with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Charu, for that kind introduction. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And thank you so much for doing this. I was just listening to the previous speaker, and I think my heartiest congratulations to IGEN for doing such a significant initiative and such a big push towards sustainability. And so, congratulations to all of you. And I'm really honored to be actually be here, a part of this, and among such great luminaries, So I would, to start with, I would like to acknowledge the indigenous people as the traditional custodians of the lands where we live, learn, and work. And today, the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. I would like to pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. This land always was and always will be Aboriginal land. So today, I think it's more of a conversation that I wanted to have with all of you, great minds. It's not really me speaking as such. I will talk about what I have to say, a few things about it. That one of the projects that we do in Saroni Roy Foundation, which is one of our flagship projects, it's called Super Nari. So, for some people, I would like to explain that Nari in Sanskrit, it's Sanskrit origin word, which means a woman. So Supernari, which means superwoman, that all of us are in, for centuries we've been doing we've been the multitaskers who are handling family, work, a lot of things at the same time. So we really are the superwomen of modern world. Um, and when we talk about women empowerment, and we've come a long way, I would from where we were. I think where women did not have right to vote, or public toilets to access, or even, I mean, facilities to even access in most parts of the world. So a Supanari basically talks about a gender-based violence, and in gender-based violence and women, peace and security umbrella, we often talk about domestic violence, family violence, and sexual violence and crime against women and girls across the globe. But an often overlooked conversation, or a stigmatized conversation, is period poverty, which is also a gender-based violence, because it's a deprivation of basic human right for a girl or a woman. And what period poverty entails is basically, lack of access to menstrual hygiene products or education in terms of menstrual health, reproductive health education, or even the fact of the education to even how to use a product, or what is the right product for me, and the repercussions it has on environment, and on, I mean, the fact of period poverty, the pain points is, of course, the physical pain that we go through, stigma, we go through lack of access to period products, and the fourth would be lack of access to any kind of education in terms of menstrual health, reproductive health, or sexual well-being. Now, this entire thing, how the intersection of menstrual health, gender equality, and sustainability works, or how, I mean, we, in terms of like a, a, a major factor in terms of when we talk about the cost of these products, which leads to period poverty, would be the fact that it's a disposable product, and most disposable sanitary pads or disposable uh, products have 90% plastic in them. And on an average, a sanitary pad or a sanitary product, plastic-based one, takes about 500 years, 300 to 500 years to decompose in the environment. So there's a heavy cost that goes into it, not just to the planet, but also to our pockets. And therefore, the whole affordability part of it comes in. Because we believe that menstruation is not simply a health issue, or it's not a health issue, it's a biological need, or it's an issue of human dignity and gender equality, education, economic participation, environmental sustainability, and social justice. Because every month, billions of people menstruate, yet millions continue to face barriers to safe, affordable, and dignified menstrual care. And at the same time, the widespread dependence on single-use menstrual products contributes to a growing waste and landfill challenge. So, but the answer cannot simply be choose a reusable product, because true sustainability must also ask who has access to sustainable choices, who can afford them, who has clean water, sanitation, and privacy, who has menstrual education, and what happens to those who have no choice at all. And therefore, we really thought that it kind of challenges us to move beyond a consumer-based approach towards a holistic, inclusive, systems-based menstrual policy that we should be looking at. Like single-use pads, tampons are creating a massive plastic waste and landfill problems. Now, high costs lead to period poverty, lack of access to safe products and toilets hold women and girls back at work, school, blocking that the equality that we are all sort of striving for. Now, in terms of the disposable numbers, it's like billions of items are entering the landfills, the oceans each year. Now, chemical pollution, which kind of is emitted by that, which is plastics, break down into microplastics and release toxins in our planet and oceans and everywhere. Now, the high costs, if we are talking about the high costs, it is putting a heavy financial strain on low-income households. And that leads to school dropout rates, or missed school, or missing absenteeism at work. Without proper products, women and girls are unable to perform or reach their maximum or their optimum potential. Some of them don't even bother. I mean, some of them just give up, like a career in sports or creative dancing or something in high octane arenas. Most girls and women just give up on it at a very early age. Now, reusable items, if we are talking about the sustainable alternatives and solutions, where we are talking about reusable items like menstrual cups, cloth pads, which is reusable sanitary pads, or period underwears, which is washable underwear, which offers a comfortable kind of a long-term option, because if it's a reusable item, then it's not then I'm not chasing it every month or every time I'm getting a period. It's kind of more affordable that way, because one period underwear would last me 6 months, maybe, if it's good quality, and if it's the maintenance is good enough, it could last me a year as well, or more than that sometimes. But then it's also about the comfort factor that or the usability of it, or thinking about it, because I'm probably not quite comfortable with reusing the same product or item. So there are organic products that are available, like, if a plastic-free, biodegradable, disposable kind of breakdown product which disposes and breaks down safely, that is a safer option. I think in recent years, the discussion on sustainability and menstrual health has mainly focused on the environmental impact of waste and disposable menstrual products. With 1.8 billion people menstruating each month, that's an approximate number, we are saying, and numerous statistics have highlighted the significant amount of these plastic and the waste these products generate. Reusable product brands have leveraged this data and marketing. From the marketing standpoint, we have better alternatives for menstruators now. But however, we still have, in most countries, we still have menstrual items and essentials put in the luxury goods department. The taxes on it is still very high. Whereas if you compare it to in US or other countries, some of the countries and some of the states, an issue like a health issue, like erectile dysfunction or something like that, it comes under the health care department, and it's really subsidized. There are no taxes on these products or medications, or whereas if we look at periods, which is not a health issue, but it's really a normal natural process for us, for girls and women, half the population of the world, rather. Women are half the population of the world. So we still have to struggle and fight for it. And if we look at the numbers of globally, the period poverty numbers, 500 million girls and women do not have access to period products, which is a shame, because we are talking about women empowerment and so many buzzwords, and we do big talks on this, but then there are over 500 million girls and women who do not have access to any period products or sanitation products when they get their period. So on an average, let's say a woman uses between 5,000 to 15,000 pads and tampons over her lifetime. That's an equivalent to an estimated 250 to 300 pounds trash or garbage that ends up in our landfill and oceans, which includes toxic chemicals and plastic packaging that can take centuries to biodegrade. And so period equity and environmental sustainability intersect through massive volume of single-use waste sent to landfills. In Australia, though, roughly 800 million disposable pads and tampons are discarded annually, because conventional items consisting of 90% plastic, they take 300 to 500 years to break down, worsening the gender and the economic inequalities when lower income individuals face cost barriers, accessing both sustainable choices and basic hygiene supplies. Now, I think flushing single-use items creates major blockages in sewage systems, costing, again, local water authorities millions in maintenance. Now, when we talk about period equity in Australia, there is still gaps in public policy, I would say, and education deficits. So I think in Australia, we removed the goods and services tax, which is the GST, from menstrual products in 2019. But nominal savings from this still did not solve the systemic affordability or access issues for vulnerable groups, students, or homeless populations. Now, one of the things that Australia has, which I often kind of question, is that, we have something called Medicare for citizens and PR, which is permanent residents, Australia. Now, Medicare, as a citizen, if you are on a PR visa or a citizen, you get to access a lot of like GP consultation, basic blood tests, and X-rays and scans, a lot of things in bulk billing. What bulk billing means is that it's either free of cost, or there's a very sort of a gap fee of $20, $30, whatever, something like that, which is quite nominal and affordable. And therefore, the Medicare system really, really is very helpful in Australia. But however, I always wonder why, or question why this has never been done. That in Australia, like periods, why not? Why can't we include it in Medicare system, and therefore make menstrual products monthly? That cost can be absorbed in that Medicare system of bulk billing. So let's say if I'm on an average every month, I would spend about $20 or $30 on my period cycle in terms of period products. So that $20 or $30 a month is not a very big amount if we think about it, for the government or for Medicare systems or healthcare systems in any country to absorb that cost, I think. But yet, nothing of that sort happens. I mean, in a lot of public schools, there are vending machines where free period products are circulated and distributed. You can access it, but it's still not as prevalent in public toilets. And I'm not sure what is stopping them from that. Now, coming back to the circular design options and circular economy and the gender equality options. Now, the problem with circular design products in menstrual products and sustainable products or eco-friendly products is the access to it. One is, do I have the knowledge and the education to access it? Do I have the platforms, or do I go to a pharmacy, or where do I go and where do I find these sustainable products, the eco-friendly product options? Now, even if I can find it, do I know how to use it? Which is again the education part of it, awareness part. Do I know how to use it? Again, the next part of it comes in because every eco-friendly and sustainable product becomes more expensive than the normal ones, the plastic versions of it, when we compare it. So do I have the ability to purchase an eco-friendly and sustainable period, which something that would cost me a sanitary pad, a normal one, the plastic based, if that's costing me $5, but the sustainable and eco-friendly option is costing me $15 or $20, or one period underwear is costing me $60, then as a person who doesn't have that economic freedom, would choose that $5 plastic-based product as opposed to choosing an eco-friendly product. So affordability of sustainable and circular design products becomes a huge issue where, in spite of the long-term pocket-friendly benefit of using a reusable, recyclable, sustainable product, it's again negating or sort of, nullifying that entire systemic kind of a product usage of plastic-based products, which is much more cheaper, much more accessible, much more available, and much more advertised rather. Because we have seen the advertisements for the plastic-based ones, but we don't see enough advertisement and awareness for the eco-friendly ones. So could be a transition from period poverty to period equity, and also if we can make it affordable, period safe, health safety wise, and it's a sustainable product. And regardless of income, geography, age, or circumstances, it has to be accessible. So I think, and And if we are able to somehow get to the economies of scale in sustainable products, I feel that's the only way to make it more available, accessible, and affordable for everyone, for masses to use it. Otherwise, it just becomes, again, a luxury item. Really, it's not something that a homeless person or a vulnerable group person is going to be able to access, because it's not even available everywhere. Like, I go to a pharmacy, in spite of staying in Sydney, go to a pharmacy or a Coles supermarket or a Woolworths or some supermarket to buy period products. I usually find the normal sanitary pads, tampons, a section which has a little bit of some segment where I can find some period underwears. But there are so many other recyclable products, like reusable pads, menstrual cups, menstrual discs. There are so many other products which I don't really in pharmacies and like regular supermarkets. So, in spite of me not being from a vulnerable community or a socially and economically kind of a backward or unequal kind of a strata, I still don't have access. And I do want to access it. I do want to probably try it out. But then if I can't find it, at a store, at a pharmacy, then how am I going to even experiment or try it out? That does it work for me? Does it not work for me? Or what is going on? So I think that would be a gender equality issue, and um, I think in Supanari, our project, that's what we want to do, a call to action, calls for a future where menstrual health is integrated into public policy, education, workplaces, schools, sports, sustainability strategies, circular economy innovations. Because our vision is simple: no girl should miss school because she has her period. No woman should miss work because she cannot afford menstrual products. No menstruator should have to choose between dignity and affordability. And sustainability should never be a privilege reserved for those who can afford it. It has to be mass. It has to be for everyone. So I think that's what my plea or my urge is to businesses, educators, innovators, governments, and communities and individuals to move from conversation to measurable action and to democratize this access, to design sustainable products, and to also make them affordable and accessible, and destigmatize and democratize menstruation, and going green, choosing sustainable products. So yeah, because when we invest in women and girls, and when we invest in women and girls, we invest in the future of our planet. So and yeah, future is not just about managing periods differently, but it is about building a world where periods will limit a person's ability to learn, work, participate, lead, or thrive. Thank you. I think yeah, I would stop talking, and let's see if we can have a conversation. And I'm open to ideas and your thoughts and advice, what we can do.
Ma'am, your journey is powerful.
I can't hear you, Charu. Sorry.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, your journey is a powerful reminder that our greatest challenge can become the foundation of our greatest purpose. And we just can't thank you, for sharing not just your achievements, the story, courage, your vision, most importantly, with us. And we are deeply grateful for your time and presence. Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring us to live with purpose, live with courage, and create with impact. It's an honor to have you on with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your excellent words. You're spending valuable time with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank you,
having
ma'am.
me. Truly honored.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, as we come to the end of this
So, good morning to
truly,
all. As we
oh,
yes, ma'am, you
yes, sir.
proceed, ma'am.
So, as we come to an end of this truly inspiring session, few words before Dr. Selvaraj wind up the session. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights. On behalf of the organizers and everyone present today, thank you for taking the time out to share your experiences, wisdom, and vision with us. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the participants for your enthusiastic presence, thoughtful engagement, which made today's interaction even more enriching. Let us carry forward this inspiration with the seed of compassion.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, it is.
So, as we come to the okay, ma'am. Thank you. As we come to the conclusion of the IGEN Energy 2026 Australia Continental Energy Access Assembly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of this meaningful global initiative conducted under the inspiring theme Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. Today's program provided a valuable platform for sharing knowledge, ideas, experiences, and innovative perspectives on sustainable development. We were privileged to listen to distinguished speakers who addressed diverse and highly relevant areas, including biosensor in healthcare, renewable energy transitions, artificial intelligence for energy conservation, emerging technologies for net zero uh, systems, gender equality, and sustainability. I sincerely thank Ms. Pavitra Sampath Kumar, Mrs. Filfia Rowland, Mr. Janardhan sir, Mr. Ramkumar sir, and Ms. Saroni Rai ma'am for sharing their valuable insights and inspiring us with their expertise and experience. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the participants for their enthusiastic presence, active engagement, and valuable support throughout the program. I also thank the organizers, coordinators, technical team, volunteers, and every member of IGEN community whose dedicated effort made this Australia Continental Assembly possible. This program has reinforced the importance of collaboration, innovation, clean energy, and inclusive action in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, as a part of global 5 continent SDG for Energy Action Marathon. This assembly has further strengthened our collective commitment to building a sustainable and energy secure future. Let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration gained today and transform them into meaningful action within our communities. Once again, I express my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speaker, organizer, participants, and well-wisher for making this event a memorable and purposeful one. With collective responsibility, strong partnership, and sustained action, let us continue working together towards universal energy access and cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Thank you. Balakrishnan sir, over
I
to you,
just
sir.
wanted to I just wanted to say that is it okay if we can take a group photo? If everyone can just switch on their cameras for some time, and if
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
take a screenshot of it.
Yes, ma'am. I already taken. Anyway, I will taken
Oh,
again.
okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Sure. Once again, I will take, ma'am. Please.
Okay. Yeah, if everyone wants to, whoever wants to switch on their cameras and we can take a photo.
Okay. Everyone, please. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'll send it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Balakrishnan sir, over to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. It's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, very good morning to all, and I'm Dr. Krishna, representing the Asia continent. Now, I would like to request my host, Mr. Ashok Chandra, to take over the session.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed moderators, speakers, faculty members, students, and participants from across Asia. Before commencing the session, I would like to introduce myself. I, Mr. G. Ashok Chandra from KL University, Vijayawada, and IGEN Asia Continent Student Coordinator. And I take privilege in introducing my co-host, Ms. Roslyn from Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan College of Engineering, Coimbatore, and IGEN Asia Energathon Student Coordinator. It's my privilege. It's my great pleasure that I welcome each one of you to the Asia Continent Conference on Sustainable Energy, Leadership, and Innovation. To formally commence this prestigious program, it is my honor to invite our IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Asia Continent Head, Professor Balakrishnan Sir, to deliver the opening address and welcome all participants. Sir, we warmly welcome you and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok Chandra, for a warm welcome.
Yes, sir, is the PPT is visible? Sir?
Yes, PPT is visible.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Energetic morning to everyone. So it is my great privilege and honor to welcome all our distinguished dignitaries, respected faculty members, moderators, speakers, researchers, students, and participants from across Asia and around the world to the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Asia Continental Session, part of the Global 5 Continent SDG 4 Energy Action Marathon and the Guinness World Record attempt we are taking up. So here I am Dr. Balakrishnan, Assistant Professor at Ramaiah University of Applied Science, India. And I have the honor of serving as the Asia Continent Head for IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Next slide, please. At the outset, I extend my respectful greetings to our visionary leaders, Dr. L. Ramesh, Founder and President of IGEN, and Dr. J. Balamurugan, Vice President of IGEN, whose leadership has made this remarkable global initiative possible. Next slide, please. No global event becomes successful without a committed team. So I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all our Asia Continental coordinators, technical team, student coordinators, volunteers, moderators, sessional chairs, speakers, and participants, or the dedication and hard working in making today's program possible. So the theme of our Asia Continental session is Sustainable Energy Transition 2026, powering Asia's further together for sustainable future tomorrow. As the world's dynamic and rapidly growing region, Asia has a vital role in advancing clean energy, innovation, and climate resilience. Today's session is designed to bring together experts from various countries: India, China, Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, UAE, Ajman, Kuwait, Bangladesh, Lebanon, where we have eminent speakers of academicians, industry leaders, researchers, youth, and students to exchange their ideas. Next slide, please. We are here to collaborate towards achieving the sustainable development goals in Asia through Asia continent, especially SDGs 7, 11, 12, 13. And over the next 3 hours from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time, we will enjoy inspiring keynote talks, engaging presentations, and interactive discussions. We will also showcase short glimpse of the renewable energy journey of participating Asian countries, along with interactive activities where everyone is encouraged to participate. I sincerely thank our international partners, Dr. Halima from EduFam International UAE, and Ambassador Dr. Srividya from Educate Global Dubai for their valuable support and be with us today. We are delighted to have Ambassador Dr. Srividya with us. A special welcome to our host, our today's program, Ms. Roslyn Mary and Mr. Ashok Chandra, and the technical team, Ms. Nishantini and Ms. Dalia, and Professor Shanmugapriya with us today, who will guide us throughout the session. Together, let us inspire innovation, strengthen partnership, and demonstrate that energy without border is not just our theme, it is our shared commitment to building a sustainable future. Once again, I'm warmly welcome you all to the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Asia Continental session. I wish you an inspiring and memorable 3-hour journey. Thank you, and let us begin this session. Together, let's power a sustainable tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Balkrishnan, sir, for your inspiring opening address and for setting the tone for today's program. We now move into our inaugural session. It is my privilege to invite Asia Continent Faculty Coordinator, Professor Kasturi Ma'am, to introduce the inaugural speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Kasturi, Assistant Professor, Dr. MGR University. It's my pleasure to invite our distinguished inaugural speaker and esteemed moderator, Ambassador H.P. Dr. Suvidya Sukumar. She is a distinguished governance advisor, educationalist, and global leader based on the United Arab Emirates. She served as a strategic transformation expert, country director for a UAE at the International Internship University and United Nations Global Ambassador. We are honored by your presence and request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kasturi. And thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan, for the wonderful introduction. Well, it's a great pleasure in joining you all for this innovative session of energy across borders. As we all know, energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. It can only be transformed from one to another in the process of evolution. So, distinguished delegates, this energy transition before us is just not simply a transition from coal to solar or oil to hydrogen. It's a transition from scarcity to access, from ownership to partnership, from dependency to shared resilience, and from national solutions to planetary responsibility. On that note, please allow me to share my screen if I can. And I would like to present a video. Hope it's playing.
No, ma'am.
So have we taken the problem statement from there? How is our country reducing emissions? So on that note, we are gathered here on this to throw a thought to process as we enter this challenge. Our challenge is therefore not merely to produce energy. It is to accelerate the right energy, making it affordable, more knowledgeable, and a technology across borders, whichever country that we belong to, because we are all in one planet and we have only that one planet in hand, ensuring that even the vulnerable communities participate in its benefits to ensure the prosperity that we create today does not become an environmental debt for tomorrow. As we enter the simulation, I invite every single delegation to confront on one defining question or the problem statement for today. Can humanity build an energy system where borders define nations and no longer define an opposition? Because when energy crosses borders, knowledge crosses borders, technology crosses borders, and responsibility crosses borders. And we do more achieve than SDG 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, rather than limiting our simulation to just an energy evolution. On that note, as we all know, energy may be generated within national borders, but its consequences and opportunities and responsibilities have definitely no borders. So the world is entering an era in which the question is no longer simple. Can we produce energy? And that more urgent question is that, can we produce an energy which is clean, affordable, reliable, and to every single person on our earth and every single community, more than anything, which can foster to every single economy without compromising the planet that sustains us. So the global electricity access has reached about 92%. At approximately 655 million people were still without electricity in 2024, with sub-Saharan African accounting to about 86% of this global deficit. At the same time, roughly about 1.8 billion could still lack access to clean cooking by 2030. It's not far. And if this process remains on its project trajectory, that's why energy without borders must mean more than just transmitting electricity from one country to another. It must represent the movement of technology, the movement of investment, the movement of innovation, the movement of knowledge, the movement of renewable resources, the movement of infrastructure, and political cooperation across borders, thus making our planet a better place to live in. So the encouraging reality is that the economies are increasingly favorable. IRENA reports more than about 90% of the utility scale renewable processes are commissioned in 2025 produce electricity more cheaply rather than expensive new fossil fuel alternative in their respective markets. So the challenge, therefore, is increasingly not whether the renewable energy works, it is how quickly and fairly we deploy it. On that note, may I invite our first speaker on board with us, Ms. Sharma. Dr. Sharma is going to speak on clean energy that needs minerals, because that's where she comes from, and creating a new sustainable challenge, the oil hub of the UAE. So thereby, she's going to talk about solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and electric vehicles that require lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper, and rare earth elements. Countries possessing these resources should not simply become the raw material suppliers of the green economy. Africa, Latin America, and the parts of Asia could increasingly demand local processing, technology transfer, manufacturing skilled employment, and greater participation in global chains. Therefore, our delegate is going to deliberate on, will the clean energy revolution correct historical inequalities or simply create a greener vision of the old resource extraction economy? So the urgency is, that's what she says, transformative energy leadership. On that note, please join me in presenting you before Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sharma, the floor is all yours. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for joining us. And it's great pleasure or honor having you with us. Welcome, Dr. Sharma Marika from Oman. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srividya Sukumar, for this invitation and to be part of this historically important event. So very good morning, everyone. I'm Shyama Marika from Oman. Today, I'm going to talk about the urgency of transformative energy leadership. I'm sure our distinguished guests, fellow change makers and leaders of tomorrow will agree with me that we stand at a critical crossroads in human history. The global transition towards sustainable energy is no longer a distant environmental ideal. It is an urgent economic, social, and existential imperative, especially across Asia. When we look at the scale of this transition, we realize that technical blueprints and engineering solutions are only half the battle. The missing catalyst and the ultimate driver of success is transformative leadership. Because I believe true sustainable energy leadership is not about managing a top-down bureaucracy. It's about navigating complex, interconnected systems with deep empathy, anticipatory vision, and bold innovation. Today, let us explore the core competencies and systematic innovations required of emerging leaders, especially in this energy field. Grounding our vision in two nations, actively forging the future, Oman and Sri Lanka. So first, look at the core leadership competencies. I have here grouped four leadership skills that emerging leaders must focus to develop. The first and foremost is empathic collaboration and deep listening. As you all know that transitioning away from fossil fuel dependent systems affects vulnerable communities, traditional workers, and corporate developers differently. It's not the same for everyone. So the high emotional intelligence and deep listening are vital to bridge these divides and secure genuine equity. So the leaders should focus on empathic collaboration and deep listening first. And the next one is system thinking and complexity management. Because leaders must understand that energy is never isolated. And as Dr. Shreya beautifully mentioned, it cannot be created or destroyed. It changes, right? But changes in power grid trigger economic shocks, alter labor markets, and impact ecosystems. Systems thinking allows leaders to anticipate ripple effects and also solve complex problems where a single intervention impacts multiple variables. So they have to be able to think systemically and at the same time complexity management. Next one is the most important, anticipatory and strategic vision. Leaders must evaluate alternative energy futures because the technological terms, conditions change, evolve day by day. So they should be able to balance long-term national net zero roadmaps with agility to adapt to rapid technological shifts. And the fourth one is the regulatory and financial literacy. Vision without capital is merely a dream. Leaders must master the mechanics of green financing, blended risk mitigation models, and carbon markets to successfully scale capital-intensive projects. which one is useful, which one will give a profit, and what the impact of it. So these kind of analysis skills should be improved. Having the right mindset is vital, but modern leaders must also champion structural, technological, and social innovations. Let us examine 3 key innovations brought to life through regional examples from Oman and Sri Lanka. Number 1 is, you all know, AI. It's the most popular one. So how this Oman has optimized AI-driven smart grids and predictive optimization they have done. So how it worked? Traditional grids, as you all know, cannot efficiently manage the intermittent nature of solar and wind energy. So modern leaders innovate by deploying artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT sensors to balance supply and demand in real time. For example, in Oman, cutting-edge research at institutions like Sultan Qaboos University has tested advanced AI frameworks, combining visual data for dust soiling detection on solar panels with multi-agent reinforcement learning. Furthermore, initiatives by the Oman Electricity Transmission Company, OETC, utilize AI-powered digital twin simulations to dynamically manage electricity consumption and maximize grid reliability under demanding desert conditions. And the second example I would like to show you from Sri Lanka, which is decentralized microgrids and community integrated infrastructure. Moving away from fragile, centralized utility control toward localized energy systems that enhance regional resilience and empower local populations. For instance, in Sri Lanka, the first comprehensive grid-tied renewable energy microgrid project at the University of Moratuwa, developed in collaboration with international partners, integrates solar PV, battery storage, and localized controls. It ensures uninterrupted power and builds vital domestic smart grid engineering capacity right at the grassroots level. And one more example from Sri Lanka, dual land use innovations and agrivoltaics. Innovating structurally to solve resource constraint like land scarcity through multifunctional projects that serve both agriculture and clean energy production. Innovative agrivoltaic pilot projects in regions like Hantana, it's a hill area in Sri Lanka, they combine solar power generation directly with agricultural land use, such as tea cultivation. These projects generate clean energy while creating localized microgrids that safeguard vulnerable farming communities against energy poverty and climate disruption. So in conclusion, I would like to say to the emerging leaders, we have to take action. As you know, as we look toward the future, the mandate for emerging leaders is clear. We cannot build a sustainable tomorrow using the hierarchical and siloed mentalities of yesterday, whether we are engineering AI-driven smart grids in the deserts of Oman or deploying community-scale microgrids in the hills of Sri Lanka. Our true metric of success must be sustainable impact. It is about ensuring no community is left behind in the dark, and that every cross-sector partnerships serves a higher purpose. So let us step forward, not just as managers of energy system, but as architects of a resilient, equitable, and sustainable world. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Srividya. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. That was a beautiful start. Wonderful start with a very powerful message. Let's become architects of our own vision. So, as you rightly mentioned, definitely leadership for global partnership. It's not about being something most powerful voice at the table. It's about ensuring the right voices at the right table, and transforming those voices into collective action is what is required. So, as you rightly mentioned, the world does not suffer the shortage of commitments. It suffers from the distance between the commitment and implementation. And our generation of leaders must therefore move from an intention to impact, competition to collaboration, aid to equitable partnerships, and with isolated success to shared prosperity. Thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful thought indeed and a very powerful start. And rather, you made my job very easier. And adding on to you, some of the global examples that I'd like to take this opportunity to bring to life on the table is that consider Costa Rica, where renewable electricity and environment conservation demonstrates that how policy can create long-term sustainable outcomes. Look at Denmark and North Europe, where cross-border electrical systems demonstrate the value of regional energy cooperation. Not only that, consider Africa, a renewable resource hub with a renewable energy opportunity where international finance with African resources, local entrepreneurship and technology partnerships could transform communities in a desert where no life was found there. But only partnerships can create value locally rather than merely extracting resources. Last but not the least, not to miss in the mention, look at India's International Solar Alliance created with France, which provides an excellent example of the countries building an international platform around solar deployment and cooperation. And our own UAE with COP28, where most of the 200 parties reach UAE consensus, illustrating both possibilities with enormous complexity of negotiating sustainability among the countries which are with the very different economic circumstances. So definitely leaders play a very big role in this. And the question before the simulation is not simply what can my country achieve? It's about what humanity can achieve because my country chose only to collaborate. So sustainability without partnership remains just an aspiration, but partnership without action remains only diplomacy. But leadership is the one that converts partnership into measurable human and planetary impact. On that note, thank you so much. I'd like this privilege of thanking you for your wonderful presence and beautiful insights that you have shared. On that note, to talk more about bringing the transformation, the impact with the transformation, here we are to welcome Professor Adil Ahmed. Professor Adil Ahmed is going to deliberate on future energy leaders of Asia, building sustainable partnerships through finance, innovation, and ethical leadership. How the ethical leadership is going to bring the change, because we are change makers. And if we talk about change, that change should begin within self, and then we take it forward to the community through the partnership and then to the planet. And the leadership for the global partnership and sustainability. The defining leadership challenge of our generation is no longer successfully we lead our own institutions of nations, but how effectively we collaborate across boundaries to solve the problems that belong to all in the humanity. So climatic change does not recognize borders. Energy insecurity does not remain within borders. Food systems, migration, technology disruption, public health inequality, and environmental degradation. If these are the problem statements that are increasingly interconnected, we are looking for a solution from Professor Adil Ahmed to talk about on sustainable impact cannot be created through isolated leadership. It requires partnership leadership. On that note, please put your hands together to welcome and present before Professor Adil Ahmed. Thank you, Professor. It's a great pleasure and honor of having you amidst us. And thank you once again. Over to you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Shera. Thank you for all the distinguished organizers and the fellow speakers from international. As you already thoroughly said, it is a partnership. It is a collaboration. And this is why it is very important to work together and make sure we are collaborate, not compete, as Dr. Sher already mentioned that. We need to move from just action to the impact. And it's a privilege to join this distinguished international panel and the IGEN Inauguration 2026. Today, I would like to share one simple message with all of you. Asia energy transition will not be driven by technology alone. It will be driven by leadership, by collaboration, by sustainable finance. Without finance, we cannot achieve our goals, but also by ethical innovation. We don't need to have a technology to damage the environment. In order to have energy, we need to have an ethical innovation. And you cannot achieve that without doing 6 steps. First one, it is the purpose. We need to define exactly the purpose. Why are we doing that? Because sometimes we're talking about what, we're talking about how, but we are not talking about why. Therefore, we need to make sure we have why. It is clear for the leader, for every partner. And if you're looking for the video, you can notice how the video already played before. We're talking about the purpose. And after that, you have to bring the people on board. First purpose, second people, because the people, they will execute to move from dream to reality. And the third, we need to have a strategy. Without a strategy, clear vision, and this is where we can find the partnership with the government. After that, we have executions, because a strategy without execution, without implementation, it does not go to achieve the purpose. After that, we have to do a review for our implementation. What went wrong? What is success? How we go to change it? And you need to make an act of that. Therefore, the reality we face today as Asia represent more than 60% of the world populations. Asia rapidly increase in the energy demand. Asia has a major climate vulnerability. You see a lot of tsunami, a lot of earthquakes, a lot of climate problems which face Asia. We have an enormous renewable energy potential because we have the resources. The challenge is not simply producing more energy. The challenge, it is not simply producing more energy, but the challenge is producing affordable energy, clean energy, inclusive energy, resilient energy. We need to make sure this potential of producing affordable energy, clean energy, inclusive resilience, it is aligned with quality education, which is SDG 4. Because without education, we cannot achieve the transition. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. SDG 11, sustainable city and community. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And SDG 13, climate action. And of course, SDG 17, which is partnership. I think the new leadership for the energy model should move from the linear approach. Linear approach start with the technology. After that, infrastructure. After that, economic growth. Therefore, this is the traditional leadership in the energy leadership, traditional one. Because this linear approach will focus on output driven, focus on growth. But today, I would like to introduce for you a new energy leadership model, which I call it the ECO, future leadership required. Require what? Require technology, require people, require ethics, require finance, require policy, require innovation, and require global partnership. Therefore, the leadership today is moved from just output driven to the impact driven. Will focus on sustainable value creation. Impact is not only focused on growth. Therefore, the future energy leader is the ecosystem builder. He is building this together, build the technology, bring the people, the ethics, the finance, the policy, the innovation, the global partnership. This is the future energy leader, which will be an eco builder rather than simply a technical expert. Very important. As Dr. Shaiman mentioned about 4 skills, but here I provide another 5 skills every future energy leader should need. First one, digital intelligence. Today we are in the AI, in the big data, in the digital twin, in the blockchain, smart, IoT. The leader should be aware of that. Skills, digital intelligence. Second one, sustainable finance literacy. We need for not only finance to make a profit, but finance to achieve the social, the environment, and we need as well the governance. For the sustainable finance, which including green finance, climate finance, and the others. And the third skills, it is the innovation entrepreneurship. You have to think not as a leader sitting in the office. He think like an entrepreneur. The entrepreneur who already spot the problem and spot the opportunities. This is the entrepreneur. It is not a normal business. He will try to build the trust, try to create value. And the other skills, it is the ethical leadership. We need to have a good governance, which include integrity, transparency, accountability, responsibility, and long-term impact, not only short-term. And plus, the last one, it is system thinking. Very important to have these 5 skills. But when these 5 skills come together, the future energy leader become a change maker, building a cleaner and fairer and more resilient world. Why is it sustainable finance? Because I am professor in sustainable finance. I am a professor Adil Ahmed, and I am a professor in sustainable finance. Not just a finance to make the profit. The finance which makes the transition to the people, to the society, to the environment, and as well for the shareholders. And this is why it is very important. Finance today, sustainable future tomorrow. Many people believe energy transformation began with technology. No, I said it is move the mindset from technology to finance. Why? Because without finance, we don't have an innovation, cannot scale. We don't have an infrastructure, cannot build. We don't have a community, benefit from that. Sustainable finance connect today investment without tomorrow's sustainable impact. And this is why it is very important. Sustainable finance enable renewable energy, hydrogen, smart city, circular economy, water security, climate adaptation, and very important, green infrastructure. Very important. Sustainable energy, you need a partnership, but this partnership with the 5 people, as I mentioned, 5 skills, 5 group. First one, the government, the universities, the industry, the financial institution, and the communities itself. Why the government? To set the vision, to create the policy. Therefore, the government create policy. Why the university? Oh, the university create knowledge, create research, create talent people. Why the industry? Because the industry will develop innovation, will validate this innovation, will scale the solution. Financial institution. Why? Because we need to mobilize investment and we need to manage the risk. And the fifth, communities. We need to make sure the inclusion, the social enterprise, very important. Social enterprise is not only a profit organization. These 5 ecosystem, government, university, industry, financial institution, communities, should work together for that. University must become, universities has a big role, must become an innovation ecosystem. University today, it is no longer just graduate student. No, they should graduate entrepreneur, innovators, climate leader, ethical responsible, future policy maker, future investors. We need to make sure the university, it is an innovation ecosystem. They have a social impact. They have a sustainability. They have an environment impact. How? Through a living lab, through industry project. For example, in our Amit University, we have an industry project with a different company. For example, Siemens. We're doing a lot of energy project with Siemens. But my involvement, it's about the finance. Artificial intelligence, sustainable energy as well. We need to have this one. I would like to provide for you the lead, which I call it my leadership framework in the energy. Lead start with L. L-E-A-D. Lead with a vision. E, empower through education. A, accelerate. And the D, driver sustainable. What is the key takeaway here? The future of energy, it is not about renewable. It must be also P, inclusive, ethical, and as well has an impact. My closing remark here, together as a society, as a government, as a university, all the 5 partners, we power the sustainable future. And I need from you to ask one question. When the history look back at our generation, what will it say about the impact we made on the future of energy? And what is the world leave behind us? It is a very important to make sure we can leave a legacy. We need to have a leadership challenge. We need to have a action, commitment, and you need the sustainable finance in order to achieve this leadership. In this end, I would like to make sure I already shared with you 5 skills and the 5 partnership. Cannot do that without working together, working without borders. Try to move from compete each other, but collaborate with each other for the sake of the society, for the sake of the new generation, which they will judge us today. They will judge us what you have done on that. In this note, I would like to thank all of you for this impressive collaboration and sharing the knowledge. But we need to move from just talk. We need to move to act. And this is very important. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Professor. That was a very inspiring and powerful message that you have left. And with the thought-provoking question, what are we going to leave to the generation?
Yes.
Is it the debris, or is it actually the resources that they can use it? And what is that we are going to take forward? And what's the mantle that we are carrying it forward? That was a very powerful message indeed, Professor. Thank you. Yes, we do agree with you in unison that sustainable impact cannot be created through isolated leadership. It requires partnership leadership, from individual leadership to collective leadership. And as we all know, the SDGs cannot be achieved by governments alone. Leadership must connect governments, business, universities, civil society, communities, and young people. So we take forward the mandate together. From SDG 17, as an accelerator for all SDGs, the partnership are not simply another SDG. They are a mechanism through which SDG 1 to 16 become achievable through finance. Yes, Dr. Professor mentioned technology. Yes, he directed us. Knowledge sharing. Yes, he incited us on this. Capacity building. There was a mention on this too, to international cooperation. Thank you, Professor. And we do agree with you on this, that leadership goes beyond borders. The European Union Cross-Border Cooperation, ACEA, and Asian's Regional Framework, and the African Regional Initiatives, and the Global Climate Partnership demonstrate that contemporary challenges increasingly require countries to move from national interests alone towards a shared interest. And UAE as a partnership platform, definitely UAE provides a valuable example of using diplomacy, investment, innovation, and international convening to connect governments, business, and institutions and around sustainability, including the COP28 and resulting UAE consensus. Long live our leaders. Thank you. And leadership must convert commitments into measurable outcomes. So signing declarations is not just sustainable impact. Delegates definitely should ask for what change, who benefited from it, what was the measure, can the intervention be scaled? So anything without measure is going to be futile, and there should be a measuring metrics, definitely. And with that, the global North and South partnership, as you rightly mentioned, the sustainable partnership must move beyond donor-participant relationship to co-creation, technology transfer, capacity development, investment, and equitable participation is most indispensable of all. And not last but not the least, what legacy are we going to leave behind? Youth as partners, just not as beneficiaries. Young people should not merely be invited to sustainability conferences. They should participate in designing solutions, taking forward the negotiations, innovation, and the implementation process, and leading on to the business leadership and the ESG complaints, that is environmental social complaints, as the vision and mission. And the corporations increasingly influence the climate, employment, technology, and communities. And the leadership therefore requires moving beyond profitability towards a responsible value encompassing people, planet, and prosperity. And definitely, we are all with you. And leadership during competition, it's not a competition, but a collaboration of national interests. Perhaps the hardest thing to achieve, but still we are working towards it without a compromise. Thank you, Dr. Professor. That was a wonderful, very, very, very powerful message that you have left us with. And as you rightly mentioned, leadership for global partnership is not the most powerful voice heard at the table, but it's about ensuring the right voices at the right table and transforming these voices into collective action. Thank you so much, Professor. That was wonderful indeed. So,
I would like to add just only one thing here to add to comment what you said. We need to have a global thinking and local acting. Yes. Not everything happen in Europe will be good for our Asian. Not everything happen in America will be good in our region. Global thinking and local acting. Try to localize the good solution which happen around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Definitely. As we could see that in your deliberation, that a leader knows the way and he shows the way. And definitely you have shown the way. And I know, I truly believe that the future leaders are the leaders who are in the making will definitely follow you, will take your advice and take it forward. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Yeah. Now, we are going to take that legacy question that Professor left with us. Are the younger generation are going to be only contributors? Are they going to do more? So on that note, to answer that one question, we are here joined with the student leadership, Arman. So Arman is going to speak about students, taking it forward exactly how this can be evolved and how this can become a solution for which what he thinks is that energy must be regarded as an enabler of almost every SDG, not simply SDG 7. He just doesn't want to confront on that, but he definitely says that energy directly connects to SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, but its impact extends through 2030 agenda, not seeing it as an exclusive separate entity, but it's a collaboration taking it forward. Because when a village receives reliable electricity, children can study after sunset. Supporting SDG 4, that's quality education. A rural clinic can refrigerate vaccines and operate medical equipment, advancing SDG 3, that is good health and well-being. Irrigation and cold storage systems strengthen SDG 2, zero hunger. Electrification creates enterprises and employment under SDG 8, that is decent work and economic growth. Renewable powered cities advance SDG 11 while replacing fossil fuels, supporting SDG 13, that's climatic action. So, isn't it a thought-provoking question what Arman is going to present before us? Are our governments still treating energy as one of the development sector when it should actually be treated as an infrastructure or an ecosystem underlying all this sustainable development itself? So to answer this question, please join me in welcoming and presenting before you Arman, the student leader. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Arman. It's a great pleasure and honor of having you amidst us today, and we all welcome you with open hands. Thank you. Please go ahead. You're muted, dear. We are not able to hear you.
Unmute yourself, Muhammad.
He's unmuted.
Oh, I thought it was Arman. I am Sheikh Mohammed. So,
Muhammad, you are not the speaker. Please exit. Keep mute and the video off.
Mr. Mohammed Arman?
Muhammad, you still mute, Muhammad.
He's not muted. He's not heard. His audio controls have to be checked in.
Yeah.
We'll come back to Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, should we? Yeah. Yeah. So meanwhile, talking about this, I would like to present a video which is talking about the health impact which the energy systems have just shared. Allow me to present the video before you, just once again. Meanwhile, Mr. Arman, when you're ready, you let me know. Yeah. So is the video playing?
Your voice is not audible.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So sorry for the audio issues. So thank you for having me here at IGEN 2026. It's an incredible platform here to discuss what needs to be done right now. And so I'll just get started. Asia stands at the absolute epicenter of the global climate change challenge and its greatest opportunity as well. We are home to over 60% of the world's population and the rapid economic growth that goes along with that. And an unprecedented demand for power is there here in Asia. How Asia transitions its energy systems over the next 10 years will dictate the trajectory of the global climate goals for the rest of the whole century. And when we discuss this transition, the main problem that's where we, is the question itself is we keep isolating energy into a single box that is SDG 7. We measure this progress only in how many gigawatts we are installing, what is the solar panel efficiency, how much CO2 are we offsetting. This is the fundamental mistake that we have been making, are still making. And you just can't, isolate energy into SDG 7. It is the enabler of almost every single sustainable development goal. You need energy for achieving any kind of goal that you set out to achieve. What does energy actually do for our communities? Without clean energy, you won't have healthcare facilities. So there goes SDG 3, as mentioned earlier. We don't have enough power. We don't have enough good schooling. You cannot study well. SDG 4. You cannot modernize industries. So SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure will fall short. And if energy is not available to everyone equally, able to hear me? There was some sort of issue. The audio.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Happens.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as I was saying, if everyone does not have the equal access to energy, there will be people who cannot grow, and that will fail to achieve SDG 1. That is no poverty. So energy is the silent engine behind the entire SDG matrix, right? So if energy fails, everything else fails as well. But our current institutional architectures are not realizing this interconnectedness. In Asia, our biggest obstacle to this transition is not about not having the right technology or not having enough capital. The main problem is structural fragmentation. Let's say we take academia. Academia conducts groundbreaking research, but it is only measuring success uh, in the higher level through journal citations rather than real world community impact. When you take industry, Industry wants to optimize its speed, it wants to optimize how much profit it makes, but it has always been ignoring long-term environmental concerns or environmental interplay. Governments are drafting national development plans from capital cities, but they are detached from the ground realities, as Professor Adil mentioned earlier, the global thinking but local action. And communities, the ultimate beneficiaries of any kind of step towards SDG completions, are treated as passive consumers rather than active owners. Like the communities need to start taking the ownership of the goals. Only then, you're going to be able to make a real change. So in Southeast Asia, if we just push industrial expansion without integrating energy planning from the start, you're going to be risking undermining public health. That is, SDG 3 is going to be undermined. When you talk about agricultural sector as well, if you do not coordinate the solar irrigation projects, you will end up depleting the local groundwater tables. And that, even though you have boosted the clean energy in that region, you have now risked a water security crisis. That is SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. And when you come to the SDG 8, decent work, which was mentioned earlier, coal dependent regions or depend on coal not only for energy but also for the livelihoods of the people who live there. Right? If you introduce clean energy without a plan for the workforce retraining, then there are going to be a lot of social disruptions. There are going to be a lot of problems. We might again have to circle back to SDG 1. So we cannot solve a system-wide challenge with a single siloed thinking. So to accelerate this transition, particularly in Asia, we need to treat clean energy deployment as a complete multi-SDG intervention. And how do emerging leaders bridge these gaps in practice? By establishing 4 distinct cross-sector alliances that will help with the multi-SDG outcomes. Firstly is industry and academia should work together. Academia and government should also work together. And government and the industry should work together. So these 3 pillars are, taking these 3 different sectors and pairing them up so they are working with each other individually, and all their outputs should be combined together with the community's needs in order to finally get that holistic view. Let's say in university laboratories across Singapore, Japan, South Korea, India, researchers are pioneering breakthroughs in sodium-ion batteries, solar cells, green hydrogen cells. All these innovations are dying because of the commercial feasibility aspect. Emerging academic leaders must move from just writing papers in isolation, and they should start thinking ahead towards rapid deployment of these ideas as well. Simultaneously, industry leaders must open their operational sites as real-world testing beds. Let's look at some of the successful industrial academic hubs in Asia, where university labs have co-located themselves with manufacturing centers. By co-creating industry-backed incubators inside the academic ecosystems itself, we will be able to accelerate the innovation, that is SDG 9, and also advance the SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. So only then can you develop a circular manufacturing pipeline for especially solar and battery waste before millions of tons of these lithium waste hits the landfills. Secondly, academia and government. Energy policy will always end up lagging behind technological advancements because these regulatory bodies lack the real-time and localized data. So the energy policies need to catch up in real time with the developments, with the new technologies that are emerging. And this can especially be applied to urban grids and when you take SDG 11 for sustainable cities, We want to apply a lot of these new technologies into the electrical grid for the cities, but they depend on the government's approvals, etc. So if they work together, that can be faster and we can start actually reducing the impacts sooner. And then when you talk about government and industry, no government treasury in Asia can finance the multi-trillion-dollar energy alone, right? And private capital is very, very important here. But if institutional investors hesitate when facing currency risks or regulatory shifts or off-taker risks, then it is that's the problem, right? So this is where SDG 17, partnerships for all these goals, directly enables SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Emerging leaders in finance and government must design innovative blended financial structures. What we have right now will not suffice. We need to blend them together in ways such as public funds used as first loss guarantees to absorb initial project risk. Then you have green bonds, which can be specifically structured to fund regional grid upgrades. And there are some programs in Indonesia and Vietnam, like Just Energy Transition Partnerships, JETP, that demonstrate that when multilateral public finance de-risks the private investment, gigawatts of renewable infrastructure can be financed in years instead of decades. And when all these three partnerships work, that is when the community can work with the outputs and the local action can be taken where it is needed and how it is needed. So why is our generation of emerging leaders responsible for executing this multi-SDG agenda? This is because senior institutional leaders are often trapped in these systems, these rigid vertical silos. They have a chain that they have to follow, and they are bound to their legacy business models, short-term election cycles when you take the national policies, etc., annual profit targets for corporate and industries, and rigid academic department structures. Emerging leaders need to think horizontally from the get-go and need to live in an interconnected world where climate change, economic insecurity, and digital transformation have to intersect on a daily basis. So my call to action to everyone in this room is very simple. Before you leave this conference, identify one institution that is operating outside your primary sector. If you're in academia, find an industry practitioner or a government planner. If you're in industry, connect with a community leader or a university researcher. Reach out to an emerging counterpart and commit to co-creating one crossing sector initiative this year. And it may be a joint research to market pilot, a collaborative policy brief, or a community-owned energy initiative. Let us stop viewing clean energy merely as an isolated target. Let us champion energy as what it truly is, the single greatest enabler of human dignity, economic equity, and environmental sustainability in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Arman. Thank you so much. Thanks for that insightful journey that you took us through. And as an young leader that we could see, definitely we have seen a lot of responsibilities that you have been delivering and taking us forward with the inferences that you shared with us today. Definitely. You have definitely answered the question that are our government still treating energy as one of the developmental sector or a collaborative partnership. And definitely, as you know, as you rightly mentioned, SDGs cannot be achieved alone. It's an integrated system or a coil that we are looking at where everything complements one another. And sustainable energy is not to be achieved by technology alone or by finance alone, or only by the leaders who unite academia with the industry, government, and the communities. And there should be a collaboration working in partnership. As we are talking about energy without borders, there should be no apprehension, there should be no misconceptions, there should be no differences, and everyone has got their own opportunity and their own proficiency of putting it forward under their own capacities with their own local communities, as you rightly mentioned. No nation possesses every element that is required for the transition. One country may have solar resources, another country may have capital, another country may manufacture batteries, I may develop software, another one may possess critical minerals, maybe another university will have research universities. So the sustainable model, therefore, is that every country for itself, but it should be for every country's strength, contributing to a shared perspective of global energy ecosystem. That's energy without borders. So as we think about SDG 17 in practice, beyond the national electricity grids towards a regional energy ecosystem, that's what we are looking at. And thank you so much. It was a wonderful deliberation indeed. And really, you have brought us light to every single way it is possible. And it was a beautiful session. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As an SDG leader from a very renowned university, you have definitely done your part very well. Thank you, Arman. Thank you so much. So, as Arman was mentioning, SDG 7 is partnership for goals at its center, surrounded by SDG 4, that is education, SDG 5, that is gender equality, SDG 7, it is clean energy, SDG 8 is decent work, SDG 9 is innovation, SDG 10 is reduced inequalities, SDG 11 is for sustainable cities, SDG 12 is for responsible consumption, and SDG 13 is for climatic action, and SDG 16 is for strong institution. So let's all put our heart, mind, and soul together to put all these SDGs together to work along SDG 7, that SDG 17 is definitely not the last SDG. It's the bridge connecting all these resources. If no country can achieve sustainable development alone, what is your nation prepared to contribute? Not merely what is it prepared to receive. Then turn this challenge to negotiate around 5 dimensions. What we can share: knowledge, technology, and expertise. What we can invest: finance, infrastructure, and human capital. What we can change: the unsustainable policies and practices. Whom we must include: youth, women, vulnerable communities, and developing economies. What we must measure is tangible impact rather than promises. So as we conclude with 2 of our speakers are unable to join today because of the country that they are stuck with. However it is, going forward, we would like to conclude here with our concluding note that everything depends on leadership. Leadership for global partnership is just not the powerful voice heard at the table, but ensuring the right voices at the right table and the right action to create that impact, transforming those voices into collective action with a shared responsibility. The world does not suffer from a shortage of commitments. It suffers from the distance between the commitment and implementation. Our generation of leaders must therefore move from intention to impact, competition to collaboration, aid to equitable partnership, isolated success to shared prosperity. So what my country should achieve is that what my humanity can contribute and my country can collaborate. So sustainability, vouch on partnership that remains an aspiration, and partnership without action remains only a diplomacy. But leadership is the one that converts partnership into measurable human and planetary impact that creates a transformation. So together with you all, let's sow a thought that will reap an action, sow an action that will reap our character, sow a character that will reap our destiny. So as you sow, we reap. Today we have sown this thought of collective action. So let's take it forward by putting our hearts, mind, and soul together to create a change. And as I always believe, change is the one, is permanent, and change starts from self, and be the change that you wish to see in the society. So celebrate every single moment of your life to bring the change in self, take it forward to the community on a shared responsibility, and take it forward to our planet. So on that note, we would like to wind up here with one simple note from me. Coming together is the beginning. We all have gathered together on this platform to take it forward. Staying together is a process which we are going to do together. Working together is success. Let's put our heart, mind, and soul together to take forward the shared perspective to an achievable, tangible impact that we are going to create for our planet. On that note, please allow me to share my screen for a beautiful video that talks about the future that we are looking into.
And we can't able to hear your audio.
Place is yours now. It's a handful, but nothing worth doing is easy. The land is more than just dirt. If you look after it, it will feed you forever. You're a smart one. I know you'll be okay come rain or shine. And remember, a business is only as good as its people. So treat them well. Our job is to plant seeds so our grandkids get to enjoy the fruit. So eat well, Alice, and keep planting those seeds. Because how we eat today feeds tomorrow.
Thank you once again. So I take this opportunity to thank Professor Adil, Mr. Mohammad Arman, and Dr. Shaima for joining us on this platform. The other three speakers from their respective countries are unable to join today because of the situation of the environment that they are in. However it is, I believe that we have conveyed our message through our pointers of deliberation. Thank you so much. Thank you, IGEN, and the wonderful team for this taking forward this initiative. That's a beautiful initiative that you have done today. And it's definitely commendable indeed to bring all these thoughts, processes, and the insights and inferences together collectively with a joint shared perspective. Thank you, Professor. It's always a pleasure having you, and it's my honor and privilege to have you. Thank you, Mr. Harman. Thank you so much. Thanks for your contribution. Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank Dr. Shaima, and thanks to the whole team of IGEN. Thank you. Over to Dr. Balakrishnan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ambassador Hachi, Dr. Srividya Sigma, for so effectively moderating this session. And other heartfelt thanks to all the panelists for their valuable insights. I request all speakers and moderators to stay back for the while for vote ceremony for this session. It has been a truly enriching and thought-provoking session.
Thank you, Professor Kasturi ma'am. We shall now proceed with the session 1 oath-taking ceremony. I request Professor Balakrishnan sir to kindly lead us in the oath while the oath presentation is displayed.
I request to kindly share the screen of vote ceremony.
Sir, is the screen is visible?
No.
Balakrishnan.
Is the screen visible, sir?
No, it's not visible. No,
Just
let
click
me
share
share the screen.
button. Just click share button and click entire screen and share it.
Yes. Krishna. So Krishna, I think you're trying to sharing the screen.
Sir, Chandra will share.
వేరే వాళ్ళు షేర్ చేస్తారన్నారు మీరు షేరింగ్ ఆపేయండి.
You
I'm
can't
taking off
able to
time.
share right now. Just
Leave it
yeah.
off. Leave it off. I'll take care of it. Just leave it. I'll take care.
Sir, is my screen is visible?
Yes. Now it's visible. Open the PPT. Okay. So it is our time to take oath ceremony of our particular session. I thank Dr. Sri Vidya and all the speakers and youth speakers and researchers, everyone who has participated and given great insights. So we'll just take a pledge. So as I told, like just keep our hands in front. Asia Energy Action Oath, Future Generations and Climate Responsibility. I pledge to protect our environment for future generations. I will reduce waste, conserve energy, and care for nature. I believe every small action creates a lasting impact. Together, we will leave a healthier planet for every child to inherit. This is my commitment. Thank you all for joining with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Balakrishnan sir, and thank you to all participants for taking the pledge towards the sustainable leadership and responsible action. With that, we conclude the inaugural session and now transition to session 2. I invite my co-host, Ms. Roslyn, to take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Ashok Chandra. A warm welcome once again to all our distinguished guests and participants. We now begin session 2, titled Asia Sustainable Energy Transition Opportunities, Challenges and Strategic Priorities. Now I request Asia Continent Faculty Coordinator, Professor Krishna Kunapareddy, sir, to introduce about the session and the moderator. Over to you, sir. Sir, we couldn't hear you.
Okay, is my voice audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and firstly, very good morning to all. I'm Dr. Krishna Kunapareddy, and it's my pleasure to welcome to you all on Asia Sustainability Energy Transition Opportunities, Challenges and Strategic Priorities. Asia is at a critical stage on energy transformation. The transition towards clean and sustainable energy offers tremendous opportunities in renewable energy, technological innovation, energy efficiency, and sustainable industries. At the same time, challenges such as energy security, financing, infrastructure, policy implementation, and inclusive participation need to be addressed. Today's panel brings together diverse voices from academia, industry, youth, and research, providing a comprehensive perspective of the future sustainable energy Asia. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kasturi ma'am from the Dr. NGR Educational Institutions Research Institute to take over this session as a moderator. We warmly welcome you and request you to take over the session, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna, for your warm welcome and coordination. Today, we are discussing the theme Asia's Sustainable Energy Transition and Opportunities, Challenges, and Strategic Priorities. Asia is home to 60% of our world's population and some of the fastest growing economies. Our energy choices here will decide the future of global climate goals. This session will explore where the big opportunities lie, what challenges we must overcome in policy, policy, finance, and technology, and what strategies, priorities should guide for us forward. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Sindhu Kandula, a software engineer and Java full stack developer with nearly 3 years of experiences in expertise application development, cloud technologies, and as software engineer, her expertise are building scalable security and high performance solutions across government, healthcare, education, and business sectors reflects her commitment and innovation and technical excellence. Please join me in the extending warm welcome Ms. Sindhu as she shared has valuable insight with us today. Ms. Sindhu.
Sindhu, your voice is not audible. Sindhu, please unmute yourself. Is it not possible for you?
Sindhu, please accept that unmute. Yeah, go ahead. Sindhu, are you there? Yeah, Sindhu, go ahead.
Are you audible for this?
Yeah, of course, you're
Yes,
audible.
yes.
Please,
Now you are audible, Sindhu. Please carry on.
Okay, sure. Thank you everyone for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Kasturi, for introducing me. I'm really so grateful for the IGEN for providing me this wonderful opportunity for this time. So today I'm going to talk about the business leadership for the Asia Sustainable Energy Future. So for like more specifically, it's all like let's begin with the Asia's home. Like it's almost like 60% of the world's population. Like it's all like projected for the account. So for almost half of the global energy like demanded the growth in the coming decades, and also that means that it's not like Asia is not like not too simple for that like participating in the global energy transition, but also it's like it's going to be a part of a center of it. And this decision basically is the business leaderships like today, like what they invest in and what technologies they adopt, and coming to what strategies they build. So here we will influence not only their businesses but also the future regions. So coming to the today's companies like which are no longer judging only the profitability, but you can also see like many investors who are looking into the sustainability, and some of the customers which are becoming like more conscious about the product they buy. And here we also see the business governments or the entire like with the new expectations, and also the employees like which are increasing and want to work on the organization, and that they have a meaningful purpose for that. So the business leaders like need to think like more about their just profits, and also they also need to focus on the energy security, climate resilience, and also the resource efficiency, so which will be mainly responsible for the innovation and also the long term competitiveness as well. So let me bring up with some of the most important points. So here we can see that sustainability is like no longer like just a CSR initiative, and it's also mainly a strategic business priority as well. So for example, a company that mainly uses the resources like efficiently to prepare the climate risk, and also to adopt the cleanser energy and innovations mainly, so which will be mainly responsible, and also it will be helpful for building all the stronger and like more competitive business for the future as well. So, coming up with the Asia sustainable energy landscape. So now let's take up with the action of that. So here we also face some challenges. So which also depends on fossil fuels, risk carbon emissions, and also some of the affordability, climate risks, and modernizing the infrastructure. So, however, like I believe there is another way to look into all these challenges. So every challenger can also create an opportunity. So here comes with the opportunity, and also the transition towards which will be mainly responsible for renewing the energy, and it also opens the main opportunities. So in solar, wind, and bioenergy, green hydrogen, and like many of that. So these were not only just environmental solutions, but also they really become with like new industries, new investments, and new jobs, and it will be like the new source of the competitive advantage. So instead of asking only like how do we solve the energy challenges, like we should also mainly think about like how opportunities we can create because of these things. So this will be mainly like a lot important, and also coming up with like many other opportunities and all. So we can also discuss the main leadership priorities. So I would mainly highlight like five main priorities. So firstly, to integrate the sustainability into the strategies. And so the sustainability should be a part of the companies and the vision, and also the decision making as well. Not only to separate the project, like but also to take the entire management of that. And coming to the second one, to accelerate the new renewable energy adoptions. So here comes the businesses like which can invest in a lot in the solar, wind, bioenergy, and also other clean technologies as well. So the third one, like we go with the drive innovation. So like the AI, data analytics, and the data platforms, like which can also help the business informations, and it also improves the efficiency to reduce the emissions as well. While coming up with the build like the green skills, like the technology is only the useful thing, like which will have the people to gain more knowledge, skills, and use effectively for that. And the main comes with the strength of the ESG governance. So here we can see a lot of businesses like which will need to measure the environmental, social, and also government's performance, and be transparent about this progress. So these five priorities like not only goes through one direction, but it will also be a durable growth to build the sustainable values. And coming to innovation in a competitive advantage, you can feel like one of the biggest opportunity in this innovation is like, for example, like the AI can help the optimize energy consumption, and also the forecast demand. So the smart manufacturing can make the product like more efficient, and also circular economy models can reduce the wastage. So the sustainable energy supply chains can also reduce the environmental impacts. And then also you can see that the digital energy management can give you a lot of businesses, like it will be better for the visibility, and also control over their energy consumption as well. And the main important thing is the sustainability and profitability as well. So it doesn't only always go through the opposites, but in fact like you can see it will be a right innovation. So the sustainability actually like it creates the business values. So I see that like it's the bridge between the environmental responsibilities and also the long term competitiveness as well. And coming to the collaborations, but there's one thing we can do alone. So we cannot build a sustainable future in the isolation, but also we need to collaborate with the between the government, industries, academia, and also there's a lot like the startups, financial institutions, civil societies, and the youth, and each has like different roles to play. And the government can create the right environment, and business can investment like with the scale solutions, and you can see that the universities can contribute the research and knowledge as well. So here comes with the business startups with like lot innovations, and also the financial institutions like it can provide like more capital, and also the young people, you can see, right? So they can bring a lot of fresh ideas and entrepreneurship. So this is why like public private partnerships, knowledge sharing, and also the technology transfer, like the joint research, it's like so important for like nowadays. So because of all these groups like working together, like we stop moving at the speed of one organization and start moving like at the speed of like entire region also. So for example, taking asia as the one big example, so this is already like happening across the asia. So here you can see that india has like a rapid expansion of like renewable energy capacity. So and also singapore has like the green plan to promote the sustainable urban development. And you can see that the japan like which will be which has been continuing like the introduction in the investigation in the hydrogen technologies. And whereas the south korea is one big example for the green new deal. And also it supports for the low carbon growth as well. So these were the best examples which I can show something like more important for the leadership, innovation, and also collaborations as well. So turning the sustainability from idea into definitely they have performing it into the action. So for the future business leaders, now where like we can definitely suggest is like it doesn't leave as a future but also our business leaders. So I believe like we need to do five major things like which will be mainly important. So think globally, and but we can also act locally. And not only that, but also we have to make a sustainable part of like everyday business decisions, and also use technology responses, and build inclusive organizations, and also to encourage like innovation and entrepreneurship. So because of these leadership, like it's not only about the profits we generate, but also the leadership is like mainly measured like not only with the profits, but we definitely generate by the positive impact. So which will be a major advantage. And also like we also create for the society and the planet as well, right? So it will definitely help a lot, like this kind of thing like would be definitely helpful for the future as well. So like what we can always like do is like as a leaders we need to look with the leaders with the purpose, and also invest with the clean energy and support innovation, and also build resilient organizations as well. So this will be a clear thing, and also create the partnership with all the sustainable developments. So these weren't ideas for some distant future, but these were the decisions like which we can start making today. So let's like end up with this. So asia sustainable energy is not only for the environmental necessity. So what I and we should feel is it's all like a business opportunity. So the organization like which is mainly embracing the sustainability. So today we will be like the better position to the tomorrow's leaders as well. So my question is for you, like anyone can go through that like if you want. So can asia with a bill like with a sustainable future, and like I believe like we can do that. So really the main question is like are we ready to lead it?
Yes, Sindhu, we will definitely work on it. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, I need like everybody to be motivated like that. That's all from me. Thank you so much. Thank you for providing me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Sindhu, for sharing your valuable industry insights. Your practical experiences and innovative perspectives have added significant value to our discussion. I request you to stay back for a while and hold ceremony for this session. Okay. Then I call upon.
Thank you, Kasturi.
Now I am delighted to introduce our youth voice for the session, Mr. Mohammad Rahat Kaiser, BBA graduate and International Finance and Accounting Forum from KL University and ACCA candidate. Is deeply passionate about ethical finance and sustainable development and is focused on the delivering innovative financial solutions that create a real impact. Kaiser, a very warm welcome here. We look
Thank you,
forward
ma'am.
to your perspective
Thank you,
on
ma'am.
Asia's perspective. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. It's really honored to give me such a thing for I can speak for this event. It's really wonderful. So that I can giving thanks to IGEN and all of you, all the panel. Thank you all. Today I'm gonna represent as a youth speaker. I have so many things like a sustainable energy without border. It's our main motives. In when we're gonna talk about Asia and the future, our sustainable energy, there's so many things is related to the youth because youth is our future. When today we are gonna stay or we are like and living, we don't know how it's gonna be our future. For our future, we need to maintain the things from beginning right now. The main energy what we are using today, we need to maintain the energy like that. It's not gonna be damages for our future. It is gonna be recall and reveal for our future and all the things. It's really important for our country, for our nation, and for our planet as well as. Like our country have many habitant satellites and another maybe have strong wind resources and another maybe hybrid power potential instead, and each country is trying to solve the energy challenges that how they can make more energy without destroying or without harming the world of plants. So it's gonna be more thinkingful and more important for future of the youths. Like Asia is the 60% home of the world population, and Asia also have the highest number of the youth. The youth number is gonna in millions, and the most act and the most energetic youth we have in Asia. So it's a plus point for this. We have so many things that we can do. Imagine an Asia when we have clear electricity generated from the strongest rewardable resources can be shared across the border. When we have the all the greenery things, or we are gonna be sustained and we're gonna be we give the better future for our coming generation as well as. Like in present, we need to transform our whole things in greenery because the current situation of world and the climate, we are facing so many things and so many problems as well as. So if we are gonna continue on this, it's gonna be harmful for us and it's gonna be harmful for everyone. So during the main topic of ours is the youth and the relation and the reason conflict is supported. So my thing is the regional and the border is not fact. We need to work together and we need to be engaged the more and everyone for contacts and the main focusing for everything so that we can use the all the together like technology, solar energy and the impact the people and the government and the all the investor, financer, everyone when we're gonna be focused on the greenery and green energy, it is gonna be really helpful for us to sustain and resolution the all the unwanted and population things. Climate resilience is not gonna be has a important rules also. For this all the thing, young people can play a really important role to make our vision possible. When like we can develop technology for smart grids, energy storage, energy efficient buildings, many more like electric mobility, distant renewable energy, Young entrepreneur can be create like businesses that can make clean energy more affordable and accessible to communities that currently lack life electricity. And the most important, we can build a culture while countries do not only compete for resources but cooperate to share their sustainable solution. When the country also gonna take that motive, it's gonna be effective for all of us. It's gonna be really wonderful for everyone that we are gonna be get a really thing what's this help for everyone, because main drain and the solar energies come from sun, and the sun doesn't belongs to any country, and the wind also doesn't belong to any nation, and the responsibility to protect our planet doesn't belongs to also one generation. So it's important for us to work together and manage everything togetherly, and to maintain what is gonna be work for us and what is gonna be really important for us. And it's gonna be really thing, when we have gonna be manage and focus things, like not only talk by our work, and it's gonna be a really wonderful us. Like when we are in our education sector, our faculties, our students have a really group work for that. We can do, and we can more practice on these things, so we can get our real life practical thoughts, so that we can be used, and we can be more interacted to do all the things in our real life as well as our problem where we're gonna face. One thing is we are talk about all these things. We have to gonna be do all pursuits, but we are not using all the things in our real life as well as is the main problem we're facing right now. So if we do a better way and we use all the things, I believe really deeply that it's gonna be really effective for ours, and it's gonna be really effective for youth also. Youth is a really bonus thing for like our planets, because we have the young energy, we have impacts of the doing all the things, and we are really active and impaying for doing all the responsibilities. So it's really better and it's really important for us. If we can connect technology, investment, policy, and young talent across Asia, we can move toward an energy system that's going to be clean and more affordable, more reliable, and more realistic. So it's my own things, what I believe and what I feel. We need to connect these things really important. Like first thing is technology. It's really important because we are now living a life of technology, that we need investment to do and make success our thing what we want to be built. For that we need private investment as well as government support as well as. Then the main thing is our young talent. Our young talent have so many ideas that we can do and make system like clean and affordable and more reliable, so everyone can afford the our things and the clean energy, and it's really important for everyone. That's all. That is my statement about today's. And thank you everyone for all of you to give me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Rahat Jaiter, for the inspiring and energetic presentation. Your ideas beautifully reflect and creativity vision of today's young generation. So I request you to stay back for a while for the vote ceremony of this session.
Thank you.
Next, we have our research speaker, Mr. M. Lohit Ishwar Reddy, Secretary of the Society of Green Energy, a two-time Vikshit Bharat Young Leader. Lohit works at the interactions of research, innovation, and sustainability with a strong experience in the hackathon and youth-led green initiatives. Lohit, welcome. Please share your thoughts with us. Mr. Lohit
Yes, ma'am.
Ishwar
Thank you,
Reddy.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So I am honored and pleased to be here. So first of all, thank you, IGEN, for making me part of it. So may I proceed with the presentation? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ishwar, turn on your video.
1 minute, sir. Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, of course.
Turn
You're
on your
audible.
video, ma'am.
Just share your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So, good morning, respected moderator, distinguished speakers and organizers, and participants joining us from across the world. So, today I present my perspective on policy, governance, and strategic partnerships for Asia's sustainable development. When we speak about the energy transition, we often think about solar, wind, hydrogen, battery, and smart technologies. But I believe there is a deeper question. It is not only about the energy we produce, but how effectively we collaborate. Because energy can cross border, but sustainability requires us to cross policy, institutional, and geographical boundaries as well. So, coming to the next one. So, why Asia? So, why would Asia be sustainable? So, Asia is home to nearly 60% of the world's population. It has rapidly increasing energy demand, extraordinary renewable resources, and a powerful manufacturing and innovation ecosystem. This makes Asia more than a region responding to global change. Asia is shaping global change. Therefore, the world's sustainable energy transition cannot succeed without strong Asian leadership, cooperation, and coordinated action. Yes, this creates an Asian energy paradox. Yet, Asia possesses the natural resources such as the solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and as well as the biomass. It possesses the technologies, artificial intelligence, smart grids, green hydrogen, battery storage, and digital innovation. And it also possesses enormous human capital and growing energy ecosystem. Yet, we still face energy inequality, policy fragmentation, climate vulnerability, unequal investment, and weak regional coordination. So the critical question here is, if Asia has resources and the capabilities, why has not it fully unlocked sustainable development? Why has not it? So this brings us to the missing link. Sustainable development is not simply a technology chain. It is a policy change, a governance change, a leadership and trust challenge, and ultimately a partnership challenge. Research creates knowledge. Innovation creates possibilities. Evidence based policy enables implementation. Transparent governance builds trust, and regional partnerships take solutions to scale. So, here, innovation creates ideas, and the governments creates impact. So, to address this gap, to address this missing link, I propose the Asia Matrix, which is a conceptual framework built around 4 integrated systems. The first integrated system is the policy, aligning regional policies, green finance, and climate legislation. The second one is governance. So this was also been shared by in the previous session by Professor Adil also. So it has the strengthening transparency, digital governance, open data, and accountability. The third one is the innovation. We should be integrating AI, smart grids, green hydrogen, research, and circular economy. And the fourth and the final one is the partnerships. It's the final one, but it's also the important one, which connects governments, academia, industries, civil society, and international organizations. These systems cannot operate in isolations. When they work together, they can advance energy security, they can advance economic growth, climate action, social equity, and as well as they can advance regional stability. That is the central principle of this Asia matrix. Sustainability succeeds only when systems works together. But a framework is valuable only when it creates an action. That requires a shift from competition to collaboration. From competition to collaboration. Governments provide policy direction. Universities and researchers generate knowledge. Industry provide technology, investment, and skill. Communities and innovators help translate solutions into reality. International organizations can strengthen cooperation and knowledge exchange. The goal here is to build an ecosystem where knowledge moves faster, partnerships become stronger, and solutions can move across borders. Because collaboration is one of Asia's greatest renewable resources. Now let us look beyond the present. What could Asia look like in 2040? The journey begins With strong regional green policies and integrated energy markets, it moves together cross-border smart grids, green hydrogen corridors, and artificial intelligence-driven energy systems. This can support climate-resilient infrastructure and carbon-neutral industries. But the destination is bigger than clean energy alone. It is the destination is affordable energy. The destination is clean energy, resilient cities, green jobs, climate security, and most importantly, the inclusive growth. It should reach each and every person, irrespective of their differences and regional peace. Our vision is simple: one connected Asia. But a vision without an action agenda remains only a vision. I propose five strategic priorities. The first priority is the harmonized regional energy policies. The second one is strengthen transparent and evidence-based governance, which is crucial for this change. And third one is accelerate green innovation through AI-enabled systems, smart grids, green hydrogen, and the circular economies. Fourth one is to build strategic partnerships between governments, industry, academia, and international organizations. And the fifth one is to measure this through progress through sustainable development goals, particularly the SDGs 7, 9, 11, 13, and 17. The objective is not isolated progress by individual countries. It is not isolated progress by individual countries. It is coordinated progress across the region, across the globe. So where do we go from here? Governments must enable visionary policies, regional institutions must strengthen cross-border coordination, industries must invest in sustainable innovation. Academia and researchers must transform knowledge into practical solutions, and global partnerships must accelerate implementation of the sustainable development goals. So ultimately, energy connects nation, governments builds trust, partnerships creates progress. Together, they shape Asia. Let us move forward from shared challenges to shared responsibility. One Asia, one responsibility, and one sustainable future for the world. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lohiteshwar Reddy, for presenting you valuable research findings and perspectives. Your contributions has added significant academic values to our conference. I request to stay back while for the oath ceremony of this session. Now, conclusion by the session. As we come to the close, the session, thanks to all our distinguished speakers for such rich insight. What we heard today to clear, the Asia sustainable energy transition is both urgent and full of opportunities. The opportunities lie in the renewable green finance innovations and community-led models. The challenges are around governance, financing, technology access, and ensuring that the transition is just inclusive. The transition will not happen by one sector alone. It will take all of us. So policymakers, businesses, researchers, and next generations work together. Thank you once again to all the speakers for your valuable contributions. Let's take this conversation forward in this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kasturi ma'am, for expertly moderating this insightful panel discussion. Now I request Professor Krishna to kindly lead us in the oath while the oath presentation is displayed. We now request all participants to remain with us for the session 2 oath-taking ceremony. Now I request Professor Krishna
Okay,
sir
and
to kindly lead us to
thank
the
you, Ms.
oath while.
Rosaline. Thank you, Ms. Rosaline. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir.
Now I request all the distinguished speakers, moderators, and all the faculty members who present here to take the oath. And let's start the oath. I pledge to protect our environment for future generations. I will reduce waste conserve energy, and care for nature. I believe every small action creates a lasting impact. Together, we will leave a healthier planet for every child to inherit. This is my commitment. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I invite Mr. Ashok Chandra to lead the next segment.
Let's move over to the another session.
Thank you, Roslyn. We will now transition to session 3. We now move into session 3 titled Powering Asia Sustainably, Renewable Energy, Smart
Ashok,
Grids.
please switch on your cameras. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Now we will now transition into session 3. We now move into session 3 titled Powering Asia Sustainably, Renewable Energy, Smart Grids and Emerging Technologies. To introduce this session, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Kasturi ma'am. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Welcome everyone to this session, Powering Asia Sustainability and Renewable Energy, Smart Grids and Emerging Technologies. Asia is driving global energy growth, but powering millions of homes, industries and cities. Sustainable means moving beyond the fossil fuels. The answer is lie in 3 key pillars. Number 1, renewable energy to scale clean power. Number 2, smart grids to make that power efficient and resilient. And number 3, emerging technologies like storage, AI, and hydrogen to make it all work together. This session will look at how these pieces to build the sustainable energy futures for Asia. And now to guide us through this session and through this discussion, I have a pleasure inviting Dr. Nadia, Assistant Professor, Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, Asia Continent Coordinator, to take on the role of moderator for this session. A warm welcome you to lead us. Dr. Nadia.
Thank you, Professor Kasturi. It's my privilege to welcome our academic speaker, Dr. Krishna Kunnapareddy, Assistant Professor at KL Business School. He is an award-winning educator, researcher, trainer, and resource person with expertise in human resource management, employability skills, and professional communication. With extensive experience in teaching, mentoring, research, and faculty development, he brings valuable academic and professional insights to today's discussion. Dr. Krishna, we are delighted to have you with us and warmly welcome you to this session. Over to you, Dr. Krishna.
Thank you, ma'am. Please confirm whether my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Network bandwidth.
Your voice is breaking. Switch off your camera and talk. Yeah, go ahead.
Is my voice audible now?
Yeah, of course,
Okay.
it's
And
audible
firstly,
right now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Krishna.
Okay. Is it clear from my end?
Yeah, of course, it's clear. Go ahead.
And firstly, we are going to discuss about visionary leadership for building intelligent energy systems for sustainable Asia. And firstly, why only the Asia matters? Asia is the world's fast-growing economic region.
Before that, please cut the sound. I think you are seeing your
Okay,
YouTube
Ashwin.
also there.
YouTube.
Just close that YouTube.
Okay, Asia is the fastest world's growing economic region and the home to nearly 60% of the global population. As economies continue to develop, electricity demand is going to increase rapidly due to expanding industries, smart cities, electric vehicles, and digital infrastructure. Countries such as China, India, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore, Indonesia, and Vietnam are investing billions of dollars in renewable energy and modern power infrastructure. Why purely Asia is only the matters? The firstly is about there is an increase in the electricity demand, climate change and extreme weather events depend upon imported fossil fuels and aging the power infrastructure. And next, why the particular visionary leadership is important for India? See, previously the traditional leadership focused upon infrastructure development and traditional ways of generating the electricity. Now the visionary leadership is important for managing energy to leading transformation. Let me come to the real-time example. From the decades, energy leadership was primarily about producing the more electricity by building the power plants, expanding the transmission networks, and ensuring the reliable supply, etc. However, there is a global energy landscape has fundamentally changed. Today's the current leader has to focus upon managing the infrastructure that would lead to a complex and rapid evolving energy transition, such as they should focus upon renewable energy integration and artificial intelligence and smart grids, cyber security and digital infrastructure, consumer participation and decentralized energy. And they has to manage all these interconnected challenges, which requires more than technical expertise. It requires visionary leadership that can inspire, innovate, coordinate diverse stakeholders, and accelerate the sustainable transformation. Why the leadership is going to be matters in this particular aspect? Because they are going to think long term instead of focusing on immediate operational issues. Encourage innovation rather than preserving the traditional system. The visionary leader is going to make a decision based upon sustainability, resilience, and inclusive growth. They are going to build a partnership among the government, industry, academia, and
Krishna,
communities. They are going to develop
Professor
the next
Krishna.
generation of skilled professionals for the digital and green energy economy. And what do you mean by the intelligent energy system? An intelligent energy system is more than a traditional electricity network. It is digitally connecting ecosystem where the electricity generation, transmission, storage, and consumption are continuously monitored and optimized using the advanced technologies, such as coming to the renewable energy, such as solar panels, wind farms, hydroelectricity plants, biomass, are going to provide the clear energy for lower carbon emissions. Second one is artificial intelligence. AI is going to analyze huge amounts of operational data to predict the electricity demand, forecast the renewable generation, detect the equipment failures, and optimize the power flow. Coming to the Internet of Things, thousands of smart sensors are going to collect the real-time information for substations, transformers, and smart meters and energy plants. Finally, the green hydrogen. The renewable energy is used to produce the hydrogen, which can store energy for long period and decarbonize the industries. And what are the emerging technologies? Artificial intelligence is going to allow utilize the predict electricity demand, reduce the operational cost, and improve efficiency. Finally, the smart grids are going to automatically identify the outages, reroute the electricity, reduce the power
Am I
interruptions,
audible?
etc. Battery energy storage is going to enable renewable
Professor
energy
Krishna,
to
am I
provide
audible? Excuse
electricity
me.
when the sun is not shining and the
Hello.
wind is not blowing.
Hello.
And green hydrogen is going to offer the clean alternative for industries that are very difficult to electrify. Blockchain is going to recreate secure and transparent energy transactions, enabling consumer to sell surplus solar electricity directly to the neighbors. What are the five pillars of visionary leadership? The first pillar is about strategic vision. The visionary leader must develop long term policies and balance energy, security, affordability, and environmental sustainability. Second one is innovation. Government and industries should invest in research startups and emerging technologies. Third one is about collaboration. The energy transition requires cooperation among the policymakers, businesses, researchers, financial institutions, and local communities. And the last one is about sustainability and environmental sustainable goals.
Every energy decision should be create environmental, social, and economic value, which is
Sorry to
ensuring
interrupt.
the
Krishna,
transparent governance. And
Professor Krishna.
how to build the energy ecosystem. First, the government has to take the initiative, followed by the industry, where the academia has to conduct the theoretical research into the practical expertise, and they had to go for the startups, and communities has to be developed, and international organizations has to be set up. Finally, the resilient energy systems are going to be mapped. Was a roadmap for the sustainable Asia. From the 2026 to 2030, the grid monetization, renewable integration, AI adoption, and digital infrastructure. Digital infrastructure. And 2030 to 2040, regional energy interconnection, hydrogen economy, smart cities, and battery ecosystems. 2040 to 2050, carbon neutral intelligent energy systems, autonomous power networks, AI-driven markets, etc. And finally, I would like to conclude, Asia has the resources, talent, and technological capability to lead the world's energy transition. However, success depends upon visionary leaders who can integrate innovation, collaboration, and sustainability into every decision. And finally, I would like to thank each and everyone for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Krishna Reddy, for sharing such enriching insight through your keynote address. Your knowledge and academic leadership have given us much to reflect upon and have provided a strong foundation for today's deliberation. Next, I would like to welcome our industry speaker, Mr. Mohammad Sharan Hafiz, MBA, MSc. He is a distinguished business and field leader with expertise in commerce and international industry relations. As Joint Director of Canada-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, he contributes to the strengthening economic ties and promoting sustainable business practices. We look forward to his valuable insights on practical strategies for Asian economies to achieve net zero, with a focus on energy, industry, and policy frameworks. Sir, we warmly welcome you and look forward to your valuable contribution to this session. Over to you, sir.
Pardon, the announcement was not clear. It is for whom?
Mohammed Sharad Hafiz.
It's not our session?
Uh, Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Sheikh Mohammed for presenting his views. Mohammed, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Halima ma'am, after the Mohammed, where you are going for your session, just wait for a couple of minutes. Mohammed, now the turn is yours. Please start the session.
Yes. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would like to present you about public-private partnership for Asia energy transitions. So, as well as we know that Asia is home for an half of the world population and is also a fastest growing economy and also in energy market meeting climatic goals while maintaining economic growth requirement investment on a scale that government cannot finance alone. So the place where the PPP comes in, which stands for public, private, and partnership, have become one of the most financial mechanism for the energy transitions. So where does the problem starts from? If we start from the problem, Asia needs far more money than the government alone can provide. So we need 1.5 billion or trillion tons of funds from the public or private sectors, because half of the budget of the government only goes to funds like healthcare and also education and infrastructure. And also in the coming 2035, we also will be needing to have a growth of $35 billion every single year, doubling its value for its own energy sectors. Like you have also said that we need funds for Singapore and also Malaysia, where we significantly run behind the competition of providing energy sectors. And also we will be needing 60% of the world greenhouse gas emissions coming from Asia. Many developing Asian countries struggle to attract foreign investors due to political and financial risks. And coming to the end, we have 80% of world's coal supply is in Asia Pacific region. So we'll be needing, I'm sorry, it is Asia specific regions. So we'll, without private investment, achieving climate targets by 2030 or 2050, becoming marker by 2030 or 2050. So, so the main tool how we are going to tackle this is public money goes first. The first point I'm going to raise is about public money goes first. So government and charity put in low cost funding and agreement to absorb losses first government contribution. For example, land tax, incentives, policy support, initially funding. So I'll also be raising the second point where the risk goes. The risk goes down. This safety net market clean energy projects look much safer to outside investors. So the third point I'm going to raise is about private money follows. Bank, pension funds, and also other big investors then add much larger sums benefits. Fast project completion equals to better efficiency, and the better efficiency is equals to lower burden on taxpayers accessing to the globals. So I'd like to tell you about how much the JETP. The JETP stands for Just Energy Transi Transitions Partnership. So we have the bigger promises from JETP flagging around $44 billion deals for Indonesia, Vietnam, and also South Africa. We have flagship around $44 billion for the green Asia's green transitions. But how much we have approved for, the the cost will be only $3 billion. Only $3 billion we have actually approved for this. And also how much we have spent on it. We have spent only $1 billion in Asia's energy transitions. So you see, the picture is not about the money, but how we are implementing it. So $44 billion is promised, but approved is $3 billion, and we are not even spending the $3 billion in the sector, but we are only spending $1 billion as a new project. This is leads to bigger promises but much small deliveries. So while going where the real problem is, so the real problem is to hold up isn't money, it's who carries the risk. So There is no problem in who is investing the money or who has the money, but it's about who is taking the risk, who is carrying forward their country to such type of developments. For example, Vietnam, the state power company took on a heavy financial strain to back clean energy deals, and also in higher electricity prices from 2023 to 2025 helped company recover. This made Vietnam far more caution about deals that put most of the risk on the country. Main risk that comes from investors is policy changes. When the government changes, the policy also it will change. So the policies will be the priority change that will happen year by year, and also currency depreciation. Now we have seen that the dollar is going higher and higher, and the rupee is decreasing by day and day. So the biggest risk for the investors would be currency depreciation. So where the currency is depreciating, the foreign exchange reserves will pull up their amounts and the investment, what all they have done for the country. And also, in the same way, what does Indonesia do? Indonesia, the state power company, what the company risks more evenly through joint venture. So it doesn't, keep the risk on only one sector, but it completely evenly distributes the risk. So every sector, every investor or the government sector equally bears the risk. And obviously, offers easier access. So before giving the investors the chance to invest in the sector, we should provide the legal terms and conditions so that the investors might know that what they are investing in. And in the Vietnam cases, Vietnam's experience next door is warning sign for Indonesia. So if the country doesn't have the proper guidelines and proper investors, it is the
Great if you could concise your conversation. Might be the other team is waiting on the while. Please don't mistake it.
I'm sorry.
Mohammed, actually, another team is waiting. Thank you for your wonderful speech.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Krishna. And yeah, this is all about my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh Mohammed, for that inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. Your fresh perspective, innovative ideas, and passion for sustainability truly represents the spirit of the youth. I request you to stay back for a while for the whole ceremony of this section. Now, I would like to welcome our industry speaker, Mr. Mohammed Shahid Hafiz. He is the business and trade leader with expertise in commerce and international industry relations. As joint director of Canada-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, he contributes to the strengthening economic ties and promoting sustainable business practices. We look forward to his valuable insights on practical strategies for Asian economies to achieve net zero, with a focus on energy, industry, and policy frameworks. Sir, we warmly welcome you and look forward to your valuable contribution to this section. Over to you, Rafi, sir. Rafi, sir, are you there?
So your voice is breaking. Your voice is not audible.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Arjun. There is a technical problem I'm facing from today. That the thing is I couldn't set the background I just shared with me. So if it is okay, then I can go with this camera, or if you want, I can stop it.
Yes, sir.
It's okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right then. Thank you. We just heard the research and technical perspective on powering Asia sustainability. I want to bring you the view from the business point, that is from trade, from industry. This is where these targets actually have to be paid for and built. So this is my privilege to share my some concepts with you today. As you know, I serve as a joint director at the Canada Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and my talk about this today is titled "Achieving Net Zero: Strategies for Asian Economies." So I just like to introduce that Asia today accounts for roughly half of global emissions. That share is still rising. Europe and North America are decarbonizing an economy that is already built, but Asian economies are still building theirs. We are trying to cut emissions intensity while energy demand keeps climbing. This is not a contradiction policymakers can solve alone. It's an investment problem, and it is a business model problem actually. Every net zero target you see on government side is underneath a financing plan. It is also a private sector delivery plan, or just a slide. Let me move quickly through the landscape. That is, China targets net zero by 2060. China is already the world's largest manufacturer of solar panels. Japan and South Korea target 2050. Both are backed by strong emissions trading systems. India targets 2070. But India has a set of 500 gigawatt renewable capacity target by 2030. In the case of Bangladesh and Vietnam and Indonesia, we are still building our basic electrification. At the same time, they are trying to leapfrog straight to cleaner sources. These are different timelines. So someone has to finance and build and operate all of this. That is where industry comes in. That is where these chambers were really working. Now, let me walk through what industry actually has to deliver. First, capital mobilization. The government places do not build a single solar farm. What builds it is a blended finance. That this includes the green bonds. It includes development bank. It includes just energy transition partnership. These help finance early coal refinement in countries like Indonesia and Vietnam. For Chamber of Commerce like mine, our job is connecting investors to bankable projects on the ground. Right now, that pipeline is still too thin relative to demand. Second, industrial decarbonization is a competitiveness issue. It is not just a compliance issue. Steel and cement that textile matter enormously to economies like Bangladesh. These sectors are watching carbon border adjustment mechanism emerge in Europe. If an export industry does not decarbonize, it does not just miss a target, it loses market access. So third is green jobs and skill pipeline. This is very important, I think. None of this scales without technicians. We need people who can install solar systems. We need people who can maintain grids. We need people who can run efficient factories. This is why technical and vocational training becomes an industry priority. It is not just an educational ministry concern. Employers have to be at the table designing this curricula. So now let us look closer at South Asia's position. I had a chart on the that it shows the per capita emissions for four economies. South Korea sits at 11.29 tons per person. China sits at 9.13 tons per person, and India sits at 2.19 ton per person carbon emission. But Bangladesh sits at 0.7 tons per person. This is not just a climate statistics, it is a strategic opening. Bangladesh can build its industrial and energy base on cleaner foundation from the start. It does not need to retrofit a legacy fossil system later. India also shows something important here. India is one of the world's largest economies. Even so, India's per capita footprint remains far below the industrialized economies. Above it, all the charts that I just shared, that gives India from to grow its economy what still building clean. They need to move before the industrial base looks at around in the wrong technology. That is precisely the coordination role chambers of commerce like ours are trying to play. I'll not pretend this is simple. The financing gap into emerging Asia remains far below what is needed. Coal is politically difficult to phase down, where it means jobs and state revenue. Grid infrastructure in many countries cannot yet absorb renewable power at the scale we are planning for. A just transition has to be designed deliberately. It cannot be left as an afterthought. It has to protect workers as industries shift. So here is my closing point for an industry audience. Net zero in Asia will not be delivered by targets on a page. It will be delivered by bankable projects. It will be delivered by competitiveness, competitive exporters. It will be delivered by trained technicians. It will be delivered by investors willing to move early into markets like Bangladesh and Vietnam, not only into China. That cannot go alone. The policy ambition already exists. What Asia needs now in business execution at the same scale as its ambition. That is the work. So I would argue it is the most important work in the room today. Thank you all. Thank you, Aizen.
Thank you so much, Sharan Nafees, for that insightful and engaging presentation. Your industry influence and practical perspectives have provided us with a valuable understanding of how sustainable energy solutions emerge from ideas and innovation real-world implementation. Sir, I request you to stay back for a while for the old ceremony of this section. As we come to the close of this insightful section on the theme powering Asia sustainably, renewable energy, smart grid, and emerging technology, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable practical experiences and inspiring knowledge and perspective. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor Nadia ma'am, for moderating such a thought-provoking session. We now request all participants to remain for the session 3 oath-taking ceremony. Now, I request Professor Kasturi ma'am to kindly lead us in the oath while the oath presentation is displayed.
Should kindly share the for the oath.
Ma'am, can you proceed with the oath ceremony?
I pledge to protect our environment for future generations. I will reduce waste, conserve energy, and care for nature. I believe every small action creates a lasting impact together. We will leave a healthier planet for every child to inherit. This is my commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I invite Rosalind to lead the next segment.
We now begin session 4, Energy for All, Community-Led Solutions for an Inclusive and Just Energy Transition in Asia. To introduce the session, I now invite Professor Nadia ma'am. A warm and heartfelt welcome to you, ma'am.
On energy for all, community-led solutions for an inclusive and just energy transition in on energy for all communities solution for an inclusive and just energy transition in Asia. Krishna writes, towards a clean energy future, not just how fast, but how fair. A just transition means putting communities at center, ensuring that energy is affordable, accessible, locally owned, and that no one is left behind. To guide us through this conversation, I'm honored to introduce our moderator, Dr. Halima Sadia. She is a visionary coach and sustainability advocate with over 30 years of experience. As the managing director of Inform International Academy and founder of Inform Training Services, she has mentored over 50,000 individuals and led more than 500 workshops. Her expertise in strategy, leadership, and sustainability focused initiatives. She has made a highly trusted and sought after keynote speaker and the
Okay, and
Dr. Halima, over to you.
Dr.
Just
Halima, over to you.
seconds. I think network issue from your end.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Today, this morning, while we all are enjoying this wonderful session by IGEN ENERGATHON 2025, do you know that there are children who are struggling to study after sunset? There are teachers who are trying to make their lesson plan while energy is not supporting them. There are mothers who are waiting for the health care. That is not possible because only 5% people have the access to the energy. There are farmers, there are fathers, there are industrialists, those who don't have the access to the energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the countries who have the lowest access to the energy, that is South Sudan, Chad, and Burundi. Only 5% people have the access in South Sudan and 12% in Chad and Burundi. So why this discrimination happens in the world? Somewhere we, the citizens of this planet, are responsible. So today in this session, our team is going to discuss about energy for all, because energy is not just electricity, or energy is not just power. Energy is education, energy is healthcare, energy is opportunity, energy is dignity. And I believe that you all will agree with me. If you agree with me, please show your reactions by giving me thumbs ups or hearts. So energy for all is more than an infrastructure goal. It is a commitment to dignity, opportunity, resilience, and sustainable development. I'm Dr. Halima Sadia, and I'm going to moderate this session. I'm the Managing Director of EduFam International Academy, UAE. With me, I have dynamic team of Dr. Nara Subramaniam, founder and CEO, Resolve Asia, Malaysia. Dr. Riaz Ahmed, faculty member of Mathematics, Horizon University College, Ajman, UAE. Professor Dr. S. Sivanupillai, Chairman and MD, Raffles Education Institute, Singapore, and Straits Tribe, Malaysia. And our sweet darling, Alisha Niaz, who is a student of grade 11th, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. So in this session, we are going to discuss about community-led solutions for an inclusive, just energy transition in Asia. So why this discussion matters? Nearly every aspect of development depends on reliable, affordable, and clean energy. So the theme statement is, a successful energy transition is not only clean, it's inclusive, equitable, and community-driven. But the key challenges that is preventing for this phenomena that energy should be available for all, the key challenges are energy poverty. It still affects millions. Rural and remote communities lack reliable electricity. Climate change increases energy vulnerability, and renewable energy investment often bypass local communities. And social equity must remain at the center of energy policy. We will also be discussing in this session empowering communities through renewable energy. And my friend is going to elaborate on this, that how community-led solutions are the solutions for the energy for all. It ensures local ownership, lower electricity costs, employment generations, increased resilience, and energy independence. So communities should be as energy leaders. Local communities can become producers, not just consumers of clean energy. We will also discuss about ensuring equity in the energy transition. What does energy justice mean? That everyone should have access to affordable energy, reliable electricity, clean technologies, equal opportunities, and fair participation in decision making. We will also discuss about the challenges and the goal that we are targeting to achieve. Energy access is basic foundation of sustainable development. We will also discuss about innovation, financing, policy support, and this will be discussed in detail by my worthy friend from Malaysia. Innovative financing, policy priorities, collaboration is essential to ensure energy for all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will also talk about building climate resilience together, because today's world is the world of collaboration, cooperation. It is not the world of competition. So the communities must be climate ready. Renewable energy can strengthen resilience against extreme weather, floods, heat waves, agricultural disruptions, and power outages. Now, after this brief introduction, let me welcome our first speaker, the one who is the keynote speaker of this panel 4, Dr. Riaz Ahmed. Dr. Riaz Ahmed is the faculty member from Horizon University, Ajman College, University, UAE. Dr. Riaz Ahmed's brief introduction. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Riaz Ahmed here. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Riaz Ahmed is an accomplished academic researcher, author, and sustainability advocate whose work exemplifies the power of interdisciplinary thinking. Professor Riaz Ahmed serves as Professor of Mathematics at Horizon University, Ajman, United Arab Emirates, and brings with him more than 37 years of academic excellence, including over 20 years of dedicated service in higher education across the Gulf region. Renowned for his expertise in mathematics, he has successfully expanded his research into the fields of environmental sustainability, economic resilience, and sustainable development. His scholarly contributions have been published in leading international journals, including Green Technologies and Sustainability and World Development Sustainability. Professor Ahmed is a prolific author, and he has authored several books, including Currents, Empowering Women, a Foundation of Society, and he also runs his YouTube platform that is Kuch Alag Sochte Hain. As an internationally respected keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmed brings a unique multidisciplinary perspective that connects scientific reasoning with practical solutions for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and building a more equitable and sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let's together welcome to our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. Riaz Ahmed. Professor Riaz Ahmed, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halima Sadia, for giving me such an opportunity to become, as you spoke of very highly about me, a speaker. Thank you very much. On distinguished participants over here, students, and all over the world, the people are watching this program. I should like to thank them that in a way that if there were not necessity for listening me, I would not have been here. So thank you very much. I would like to just begin with a simple quote. Energy becomes truly sustainable only when it reaches the last home, empowers the weakest community, and leaves no one behind. So it is my privilege now to address this global gathering and under the powerful theme, Energy for All, community-led solution for an inclusive and just energy transition in Asia. Let me begin with a simple question. Can we truly call energy clean or sustainable when millions of people still cannot access it reliably or affordably? The energy transition is not merely a technical shift from fossil fuels to solar panels with wind turbines and other renewable resources. It is fundamentally a question of justice, equality, dignity, and human opportunity. Energy determines whether a child can study after sunset, as Dr. Halima pointed out, whether a rural clinic can preserve medicines, whether a small entrepreneur can run a business, and whether an entire community can escape poverty. Asia's energy future cannot be designed only in corporate boardrooms or government offices. Community must not remain passive recipients of energy policies. They must become active partners, decision makers, innovators, and owners of sustainable energy solutions. Today, I invite you to look beyond megawatts, technologies, and investment figures, and to place people at the center of the energy transition, because the transition will be truly successful only when it is not merely green, but also inclusive, affordable, and participatory and just. So for all of these points, I have prepared a video which I would like to share, which will tell everything which I want to say in brief, and later on I will explain them all. So I want to share my video over here. Everybody is expected to.
This map illustrates the global energy paradox. On one hand, 685 million people are trapped in energy poverty, lacking basic electricity. On the other hand, billions of people rely heavily on highly polluting fuels that accelerate climate change. This data reveals the scale of the challenge. Asia is home to over half of humanity, and energy demand here is growing faster than anywhere else. The outcome of the global energy transition depends on how we manage the next decade in this region. The United Nations has set Sustainable Development Goal 7 to ensure affordable and clean energy for everyone. Given the massive population density and surging demand in this region, hitting that global target is mathematically impossible without executing an inclusive transition across Asia. We face severe energy poverty and unsustainable consumption at the exact same time. Solving one of these problems cannot come at the expense of the other. For a century, we have operated on a centralized model of power production. We generate energy in massive, industrial, and often highly polluting distant power plants, then push that electricity out through a sprawling grid. That top-down model is rigid and slow to adapt. It requires massive, expensive infrastructure that rarely makes it out to remote or impoverished populations. It also forces everyday people into the role of passive consumers, making their basic survival reliant on distant state or corporate monopolies. At the outermost edges of this grid, families are left behind. They are forced to burn kerosene or gather wood simply to have light to read by or heat to cook with. If we attempt to provide electricity to everyone by scaling up this outdated, centralized system, the resulting carbon emissions will devastate the climate. We need a different structural approach to power distribution. Building a new, sustainable grid is not simply a matter of manufacturing enough solar panels. The green transition is a massive mathematical optimization problem. This graph illustrates the core challenge. Variable weather causes renewable energy generation to fluctuate wildly, creating a constant gap between the raw power nature supplies and the consistent energy human beings demand. This diagram outlines the processor, the mathematical engine stabilizing a decentralized grid. We use linear programming to route power with maximum efficiency, and we apply game theory to balance economic incentives, ensuring peer-to-peer solar trading remains stable and fair. Without this underlying software and algorithmic optimization continuously managing the flow, a grid powered entirely by variable natural elements would quickly collapse. To physically support this math, the actual infrastructure has to evolve. This isometric diagram shows the hyperlocal renewable technology stack, where solar, wind, and battery storage are integrated directly into local facilities, rather than relying on one distant baseload plant. This table breaks down the shift toward an inclusive system. Power and ownership move away from corporate monopolies and shift directly into the hands of community-owned village solar grids and women-led cooperatives. This Venn diagram maps out the three vital forces building this model. Technology acts as the brain, optimizing the grid. Green microfinance is the blood, flowing capital to build it. But local community ownership is the heart, the essential piece sustaining the system long term. When communities restructure this way, they transform from passive consumers into active prosumers, creating a resilient, self-sufficient energy ecosystem that generates and manages its own power. The innovation models listed in this table show how these decentralized systems are scaling across different regions in Asia. In Bangladesh, we see this at the household level. Millions of families are installing individual solar home systems, leapfrogging the need to wait for traditional grid infrastructure to reach them. In India, we see it working at the village scale. Localized solar microgrids are powering essential farming equipment, giving remote communities agricultural independence and empowering local governance. Contrast those rural solutions with the macro-scale ambition in the UAE. Projects like Masdar City show that smart grid IoT integration can.
So what I was explaining here through the video, I would like to explain in detail because it was based on the 5 slides which I have tried to put in visual mode so that everybody can understand, not only listen, can visualize as well. So that was my motive behind. Now, because the time is limited, I would like to explain them in brief to let you understand the thing very, very well. So as you have seen there, I have shown a mathematical model over there. With the mathematical model, everything which is designed and activated and worked upon, then it is going to deliver in a more affordable and comfortable way. It is going to practically doable. It is going to be practically reaching to the people if it is properly explained or done mathematical way. So that was one of the most important thing which I wanted to explain over here. That's why I have shown you this video. Otherwise, I didn't have any reason to show that one. But remember this, as we are talking about the Asia's, so our main aim is to convert not the consumer of the energy, but also the prosumer of the energy, where the human being will be both producer and consumers of energy. And I have already shown you in the video that how it is done by solar panel. In the villages of the India, the peoples are doing farming with the help of the solar panel, electricity, energy they are getting. The many other things like the clinics, students are not facing any problems because of this energy created, and it is reaching to the each and every people. But I'm talking about the village of the India, which is as far away from the facilities that the rural urban people get. So this kind of management, this kind of activities will help them and let them receive the benefit that the other people are getting. They will not be left behind. So that's energy process is also to be done, but it cannot be done in a way that on the one hand there is a demand, and on the one hand the people are not able to reach this one, and other places the people are consuming in a very high rate. So we have to also decentralize this model so that every household, as like in Bangladesh, we have seen they are having solar home system, as we have also seen in India, and one of the most important way that China is adopting is the national and global level arrangement. China's large scale investment in renewable energy manufacturing and supply chains has helped reduce the cost of solar panels and wind technologies worldwide. The main message is that decentralization is not limited to small, isolated projects. A successful energy transition can connect household innovations, village-level systems, and large-scale national investment into one integrated model. Each level reinforces the other, making a clean energy more accessible, affordable, and scalable. So
thank you very much, Dr. Riaz. It was really a wonderful presentation. And yes, I know that you have very practical solutions that has to be shared, but due to time limitation, we are not able to go through your full presentation and your full video and your full discussion. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause.
Just 1 minute. This one, that try to see this, what last one which I made in the model, the technical optimization, the grid and finance build it, but only community ownership sustain it. So technology is required, finance is required, but community must have to take the ownership to sustain it. So thank you very much for listening patiently to me and giving me a chance. Now over to you, Dr. Sadia.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation. And yes, you have done justice to your position of keynote speaker. Now we have our panel speakers, and it is my honor to introduce my panel speakers. Professor Dr. S. Sivathanupillai is an internationally recognized expert in governance, risk management, compliance, enterprise risk, sustainability, and AI governance with over 35 years of leadership and consulting experience. Holding a PhD in governance, enterprise, risk, and sustainability, along with advanced qualification in business systems, sustainability reporting, digitalization, and innovation, Professor Sivathanupillai is a distinguished board advisor, GRC strategist, thought leader, and master trainer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panel speaker, Mr. Sivathanupillai from Singapore. We have our next panel speaker, Dr. Nara Subramaniam, with 50 years of experience in corporate leadership, finance, governance, and business transformation. Currently, he is serving as the Chief Future Officer of the Solomos Group of Companies, Malaysia. He leads strategic initiatives in sustainable innovation, waste management, and eco-solutions. Throughout his remarkable career, he has held senior executive positions and CFO positions with multinational operations. With his vast experience in people, process, performance, and sustainability, he continues to inspire organizations to embrace innovation, strengthen leadership, and create lasting business value. A big round of welcome and a warm welcome to all our panelists and our sweet, cute, darling Alicia. We are waiting for you to start your video so that we can add you in the panel. Now, may I request Mr. Nara Subramaniam to throw some light on innovative solutions and equitable solutions for energy for all. Mr. Nara, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Alima. Good day, everyone. Let me ask you all, what does energy for all really mean to you? Because we have heard so much for the last few hours from 3 p.m. your time. And for me, I see that what is the value of renewable energy if the people who need it most still cannot access it, afford it, or benefit from it? If the rural family or an urban poor community or a small entrepreneur cannot access or afford it, then energy for all is no meaning. The energy transition, often presented as a technological challenge, I believe it is equally or perhaps even more importantly a governance, finance, and social justice challenge. Technology is a given, so the goal is not simply clean energy. Let's not forget the relevant people and those in authority should remember every day. The real goal is energy for all. Energy transition will fail if it is technologically successful but socially unfair. My perspective comes from more than 4 to 5 decades of working in finance, governance, risk management, and business transformation. across many industries, including solar, energy, and sustainability. The organization I was with installed many gigawatts of renewable energy via solar panels and wind farms all over the world, including even over the Narmada Canal in Gujarat. Throughout my career, I've learned one important lesson. Technology alone does not create transformation. Transformation happens when governance, finance, and execution come together. We were discussing two topics earlier, equity and social justice in energy transition, and innovative finance and policy support. They are not separate, they're really one conversation. Why is that? Because the manner in which we finance energy transition actually determines who participates, who benefits, and who is left behind. As you all know very well, many leaders have promised us that no one will be left behind. In fact, many are actually left behind. So the answer lies in finance as the instrument of justice in the energy transition. We heard many times today about Asia entering a defining decade, and the population size, the economies are growing, in energy demand is rising, but investment in renewable energy is actually accelerating across the region. Unfortunately, it fluctuates with the price of fuel oil. The benefits of this transition are not being shared equally. We heard just now about India and Bangladesh, Indonesia, Vietnam, and in the Philippines. In Malaysia, where I'm from, we have actually made significant progress over the last few decades through many programs, including the net energy metering, rooftop solar initiatives. But still, here, we still also find SMEs facing barriers related to upfront capital, financing access, technical expertise, and also the confidence to invest. East Malaysia has its own challenges. Across most of Asia, the urban centers receive investment first. This is the problem with financing. Urban centers receive investment first. Homeowners receive solar incentives, but large corporations are the ones who actually gain access to green financing. So rural communities, the informal workers, the SMEs still remain outside the circle of opportunity. You all should check up on the donut economy if you have an opportunity. And this is where you will find out what happened to the circle of opportunity. Clean energy that is unaffordable is actually not inclusive. So affordability becomes key. Clean energy that communities do not own is not empowering. So we heard Dr. Riaz mention about communities. So the transition that leaves communities behind is not a transition. It's only a transfer of opportunity. One group to another, many are still left behind. So what does actually energy transition require? I want to say this, just remember three simple pillars. First, access. Everyone must have reliable and continuous access to clean energy. Second, affordability. Clean energy must be financially reachable, especially for the low-income households and small businesses who comprise more than 80% of the 7-8 billion people. Third is participation. Communities should not merely receive projects, they should help design them. They should get involved. People are innovative. Get them involved. This is where the second part of our discussion becomes critical. The question is no longer whether we should pursue a just transition. The real question is, how do we finance it? From a finance perspective, I've learned that capital follows confidence. No confidence, no money. Communities do not lack ideas. Get them involved. They lack the affordable capital. They lack supportive policy. They lack mechanisms that reduce risk. So we talk so much about energy for all, but if you do not fix this, you will never get it. Forget 2030, forget 2040, and maybe 2050. I want to suggest 5 practical financing mechanisms. Number 1, community energy cooperatives. Bring the cooperatives involved into the picture. Allow the communities to collectively own solar, biomass, microgrid systems. When the local people own these assets, then the economic benefits will remain within the community. There are many practical ways to structure this. I won't go into the details. 2, blended finance. We earlier heard about this with Dr. Adil. Combine government funding, development finance, private investment, This is how Vietnam and Indonesia have successfully attracted large pools of capital. 3. Green microfinance. Provide funding or small affordable loans, rooftop solar, efficient equipment, pumps, irrigation pumps, community scale energy solutions. Bangladesh already demonstrated this decades ago. Small loans can create large social impact. Number 4, pay as you save model. Remove the barrier for large upfront costs by allowing households and SMEs to repay the energy investment through the savings they generate. And lastly, the carbon and circular economy financing. It has not really taken off as much as we keep talking about it. Projects involving biomass, biogas, waste to energy, resource recovery can generate additional revenue through carbon markets and environmental credits. It's happening across Asia widely, but it needs to move faster and achieve greater scale. For many countries, I would say waste is another big stream that needs to be handled and managed. We often say waste to wealth and waste to wallet. Here also financing alone is not enough. So I want to suggest many models are there already. We heard about the 3 Ps, and I want to talk about the 4 Ps and the 1 C. Community, private, public, philanthropic partnership. Bring philanthropy into the picture. We have forgotten that philanthropy can actually move mountains. So philanthropy is a key success factor. Bring it in, and then the 3 Ps will help. I use a simple model called GATE. G needs governance, transparent rules, clear accountability, and responsible institutions. We are lacking in this all over the world. Corruption has been rampant. A for access. Financing that reaches communities, SMEs, and underserved groups will last for generations. Trust. The stable policy and predictable regulation that gives the investors and communities. And finally, the execution. Projects that are delivered, measured, maintained, and continuously improve. Let me put it simply. Finance without governance creates inequality. Governance without finance creates a lot of frustration. And this is where you are seeing the world now as with so much of frustration. Actually, we have spent years talking about SDGs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nara Subramaniam. It was
Sure.
wonderful presentation. Thank you, and very practical solutions, especially with the example of Malaysia. Yes, we all know that Malaysia is quite ahead as far as managing of energy and managing of waste is concerned. And now it's time to move to the challenges. You know, we talk about the opportunities, we talk about the solutions, we talk about how we can ensure the energy for all. But what are the climate and resilience challenges? We cannot overlook that. So let me invite our worthy friend, Professor Dr. S. Sivanathan from Singapore, to please throw some light on this aspect, climate and resilience challenges. You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Shiva.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ima, and good morning from here to everyone, all speakers, delegates, participants, and my fellow panel here. Pleasure to be here. Okay, as Dr. Ima mentioned, we're looking at how do we build energy organizations that are not only compliant but truly resilient, and that's one of the challenges that we are talking about in terms of addressing climate and resilient challenges. So resilience, my dear friends, is not just survival in disruption. It is not. It is organization's capability to dissipate risks, absorb shocks, and maintain essential operations, as well as recover rapidly and emerge stronger. So in terms of challenges, some of the things that organizations will look at is, for example, the core governance and risk paradigm. Whether it is properly evaluated, properly orchestrated, and the governance structure, which is fundamental in any organization, in any society, need to be properly regulated, properly accounted for. And along with it comes the risk. Of course, in everywhere we face risk. Daily lives in our corporate world and everything. So how risk is mitigated and managed is something that we need to really take into account. So the transition having established the importance of adaptive governance, we need to also look at challenges over energy organizations. And this includes accelerating regulatory velocity. And why I keep saying velocity and not regulatory compliance or regulatory compliance just is mainly okay. It's basically velocity, the speed at which we are accelerating the regulatory force, and energy companies must respond simultaneously to expanding requirements related to carbon emissions, ESG reporting, and sustainability disclosures, as well as cybersecurity, AI, and critical infrastructure protection. At the same time, operational complexity continues to increase. So renewable energy has fundamentally changed from electricity generation, unlike traditional baseline generation, to such as solar and wind, now to moving towards digitalization, including increasing complexity, smart meters, sensors, SCADA systems, and connectivity infrastructure. So these challenges naturally lead us to one of the more important strategic framework shaping the future of global energy. And global energy transition comes in from the following trilemma. I call it three dilemmas. One is energy security, that communities, hospitals, transport system, and industries depend upon uninterrupted electricity. Two is environmental sustainability. So countries worldwide are increasingly investing in renewable energy, battery storage, and so on. And three, and the third, and but not the least, is energy equity and affordability. Sounds like a very a mouthful and a bit of a like a very abstract thing, but it just simply means energy transition cannot succeed if electricity becomes unaffordable for household or industries. Organizations must therefore balance investment and resilience structure with long-term affordability and economic competitiveness. So the four pillars of grid vulnerability are: number one, what threatens our ability to operate? So the first vulnerability is grid instability. The second, I'm just summarizing in the interest of time, is vulnerability in terms of cyber exposure. We need to be mindful of that in terms of digital transformation has improved efficiency, but significantly brought in the other side of the coin, which is cyber attack surface. The third is extreme weather with climate-related events such as floods, wildfires, storms, and etc. We have to, organization must design infrastructure based upon future climate scenarios. So in under our IFRS S2 and all that, we have to come up with different climate scenarios, formerly known as TCFD, in our disclosure. And the fourth is vulnerability in control fatigue. And what I mean by control fatigue is that organizations must respond to increasing regulation by introducing additional policies, procedures, and approvals. Physical climate resilience is another important thing, which I think it goes without saying, and all of you are aware. And I'm just skipping through fast. Cyber resilience and AI oversight is another thing that companies need to look at. And this is something very real, and it is affecting many economies. Next is, I think that I just would like to say that I would like to end by saying that we have to be very mindful of governance. Governance is a fundamental in any organization. So resilience is no longer optional. It has become a strategic necessity. Second, governance is no longer simply about compliance. It's about strategic enabler that supports better decision, organizational performance, and stakeholders' confidence. Third, enterprise risk management should move beyond static risk register, just not looking at the risk register and what is high risk and low risk, but becoming part of everyday strategy and dovetailing with ESG and every aspect of the strategy. And
thank you,
fourth,
Mr. Shiva. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. And the last point I'd just like to say is that throughout my professional journey, I learned that every disruption presents an opportunity, not only to recover, but also to improve. Organizations that embrace continuous, I repeat, continuous learning emerge stronger after every challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last panelist is Alisha Neyaz, who is a sustainability advocate and a student of grade 11, JMI, New Delhi. Over to you, Alisha. You have 2 minutes time, please.
Very warm good morning to everyone present here. Today on this platform, I want to begin with a statement that may sound bold. That is, youth are not the future. We are the pressure. By pressure, I do not mean pressure as a burden. I mean the force that turns concerns into action. The pressure on institutions to listen, invest fairly, and deliver. We are the pressure because we are asking for action now, not promises for later. We are the generation asking whether today's promises will still protect us tomorrow. We are also the generation already learning, organizing, building, and creating solutions. So I am not here to speak about young people as if we are waiting somewhere in the background. I'm here to connect the four conversations in this Energathon session through a youth perspective, and to ask what it would take to turn participation into real power. The four topics we just heard from our panelists from this session, let us take them all together. Empowering local communities asks, who has the power to act where the problem is happening? Renewable energy access for all asks, who gets reliable and affordable energy? Equity, social justice, and financing asks, who pays, who benefits, and who gets to decide? And climate and resilience challenges ask, how do people prepare, protect their lives and livelihoods, and recover without being left further behind? For young people, these are not separate conversations. They are one agenda about dignity, opportunity, and who gets to shape a livable future. Let us start with local communities. The first people to understand a crisis are often the people living with it. They know which roads flood first, which services fail first, and which solutions will be trusted. That knowledge is not anecdotal decoration, it is a form of expertise. Youth can help connect that expertise to action. We can document local needs, translate technical information, build communication networks, support data collection, and help hold institutions accountable. But participation must mean more than inviting young people to speak at the end. It must include training, ownership, maintenance, and decision making from the beginning. The second conversation is renewable energy access for all. I believe access is the starting line, not the finish line. Renewable energy should not become a premium product for people who already have options. Access means power that is reliable, affordable, safe, and useful for everyday life. It may also mean opportunity. It means young people gaining technical skills. It means local businesses being able to operate. It means school, clinics, homes, and entrepreneurs having more control over their future.
Thank you, Alisha Diaz. Your presentation, your verbal communication, your ideas, your thoughts all represent Gen Z. And you are responsible Gen Z. We all must appreciate youth and your thought process and the involvement of community in ensuring the energy for all. So this is the time to thank all my panelists, to thank Mr. Nara Subramaniam from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Sivathanupillai from Singapore, Dr. Riaz Ahmad from United Arab Emirates, and my darling Alisha Neyaz from New Delhi. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you here. Now this is the time to say the pledge. Please say the pledge with me. We pledge to conserve energy,
Pledge to
protect our environment, and support sustainable innovation. We will transform today's discussion into tomorrow's
tomorrow's
actions,
future.
we commit
To
to
reduce
reducing
the
our
environmental footprint
promoting
our
environmental footprint
and inspiring others
others to act
responsibly.
responsibly.
and
Together,
inspiring others to act responsibly.
Together,
we will
Together,
build
we
a
will build a cleaner,
cleaner,
greener, and
we
more
will build a
resilient
cleaner,
Asia.
greener, and more resilient Asia.
We make this promise
for
We make this promise
for
community,
our
our
communities,
nation,
our
for our
nations,
and for
communities,
our future
our
generation.
nations,
and
and
for
for
future
future
generations.
generations.
Together,
Together,
we
we
act.
Together,
together we lead.
we act.
Together, we lead.
Together, we lead.
Together, we power
Together, we power
sustainable future.
a sustainable future.
Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Globe.
Halima ma'am, thank you so much ma'am for your, it was a very wonderful panel discussion. So what we expect IGEN, it is perfectly well organized ma'am with you. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you so much.
Screenshot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Alima, for expertly moderating this insightful panel discussion. We also extend our sincere appreciation to all the distinguished panelists for sharing their knowledge, experience, and valuable perspectives. The discussion has provided us with meaningful insights into the challenges and opportunities in sustainable energy. Now, over to Dr. Balakrishnan.
Okay, and we sincerely thank our moderators, speakers, academic leaders, industry experts, youth representatives, coordinators, faculty members, students, and participants for making this conference a meaningful and memorable event. Now, to deliver the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Professor Balakrishnan, Asian Continent Head. Sir, I welcome you. The virtual stage is yours.
First of all, thank you each and every individual who joined here and all the speakers, moderators. You have done a wonderful presentation and your insights are already to be carried forward for solution. So as we come to the successful completion of this IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Asia Continental session, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire Asia Continental Organizing Committee. I express my sincere gratitude to our visionary leaders, Dr. L. Ramesh, founder and president, and the Institution of Green Engineers, and Dr. J. Balamurugan, vice president of IGEN, for the inspiring leadership, trust, and unwavering support in making this global initiative a grand success. And my heartfelt appreciation goes to all our distinguished keynote speakers, session speakers, moderators, panelists, researchers, faculty members, students, and participants from different countries. Your valuable insights, active participation, and commitment have truly enriched today's session. And I would like to place a special note for appreciation to Professor Krishna, whose continuous support, valuable contributions, and active presence throughout the entire session have been truly commendable. Thank you, Professor, for standing with us until the very end and helping make this event a remarkable success. I also extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed international partners, Dr. Halima from EduFam International UAE and Ambassador Dr. Srividya from Educate Global Dubai for the collaboration and encouragement in strengthening this Asia Continental initiative. A special word of thanks goes to our wonderful host, Ms. Rosaline Mary and Ms. Ashok Chandra, for the excellent coordination and professional anchoring throughout today's program, and also to our Asia Continental coordinators, technical team, student coordinators, volunteers, faculty members, and every individual who worked tirelessly behind the scenes for the last 3 months. Your dedication, teamwork, and countless hours of effort made today's event possible. This success truly belongs to each one of you today to gather, and we have not only contributed to a meaningful global conversation on sustainable energy, but also have proudly become part of historic Guinness World Record attempt. More importantly, we have creating a lasting memories, building new collaborations, and strengthening our shared commitment to a sustainable future. Let us carry forward the spirit of today's theme and proudly declare energy has no borders. Together, we can power a sustainable world without boundaries. With immense pride and gratitude, I thank each one of you for making the IGEN Energathon 2026 Asia Continental session a memorable and historic success. Thank you all. Wish you continued success, good health, and greener tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for joining with us.
One and all.
I would participants and speakers to just to open your videos. Is my voice audible? Just I request all the speakers and all the particular contributors of Asia continent, Professor Kasturi ma'am, Professor Nadia ma'am, and all the hosts and speakers to turn on their videos for the photographic explanation.
Video on the photo.
I request all the students to come forward, switch on the video, and speakers who are joined with us, moderators. It would be great to have a one group photo with you all as a memory.
Now I request Ms. Chandra to take a screenshot.
Okay.
I hope it is completed, Chandra. Okay, and finally, I would like to thank the entire Asia Continent team, Dr. Balakrishnan sir, Dr. Kasturi ma'am, Dr. Nadia ma'am, Mr. Zhouxinyu, Mr. Zhouxinyu, everyone for your valuable time. And I would like to especially thank Professor Ramesh sir for giving this wonderful opportunity. And any last words from you, Mr. Chandra? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this immense gratitude and great pleasure, we formally declare the Asia Continent Conference on Sustainable Energy, Leadership and Innovation concluded. Thank you for your active participation, valuable contribution, and continued commitment to building a sustainable future for Asia. Have a wonderful day, and we look forward to welcoming you again at our future international programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to hand over.
Thank you, one and all. Move on to next session. Youth, Energy and Climate Change Policy Fix 2026.
I would like to hand over the session to the next.
Yes, I hand over to next session.
The continent leaders.
Welcome Shankari Narayanan ma'am, working professional educator and moderator.
Thank you, Kasturi ma'am. Good morning to all the distinguished guests, participants, and enthusiastic young leaders joining us from different institutions across the nation. And it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to the IGEN Youth, Energy and Climate Change Policy Pitch 2026, conducted as a part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a unique global initiative dedicated to promoting climate change, action development, and responsible energy practices. Today's theme, if I were the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, my first 9 policy proposals for sustainable future offers our young participants an extraordinary opportunity to think beyond textbooks and become visionary policymakers. Through their ideas, they will explore solutions to some of their world's most pressing challenges, including renewable energy, climate resilience, sustainable development, biodiversity conservation, clean technology, and environmental responsibility. I firmly believe that the leaders of tomorrow are among us today. Their innovative ideas, creative thinking, and commitment to sustainability have the power to shape a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable world. Each participant has been allocated 3 minutes to present their policy proposals. So I kindly request all the participants to remain within the stipulated time so that every speaker receives an equal opportunity to share their vision with the audience. As we begin with, let us remember that every great transformation starts with a single idea and every powerful idea begins with a courageous voice. With this, I am privileged to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Rukshana Arye from Puducherry Technological University. Over to you, Rukshana.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, respected moderator, distinguished guests, and my fellow youth leaders. If I were entrusted with the responsibility of serving as the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, my vision would be simple: to make India not only energy rich, but energy intelligent. My government would focus on building a future where energy is reliable, efficient, innovative, and accessible to every citizen. And in order to achieve this, I would like to introduce the following 9 transformative policies. Reliable power for every citizen. Electricity is meaningful only when it is dependable. Every citizen deserves uninterrupted high quality power, and service providers must be accountable for delivering it. The Energy Smart Cities mission. Every city would be ranked on energy efficiency, renewable energy adoption, and carbon reduction. Better performing cities would earn greater government support, turning the sustainability into a healthy competition. Government leads by example. Every government school, hospital, office, and railway station would progressively become self-powered, proving that public institutions can lead India's clean energy transition. No energy goes to waste. Industries would recover and reuse the waste heat instead of letting the valuable energy disappear into the atmosphere, improving both productivity and sustainability. Power through information. Every household would receive an energy score showing the electricity usage, efficiency, and carbon impact because the informed citizens makes the smarter energy choices. Design for tomorrow. Electronics must be built to last, repaired instead of replaced, and recycled instead of discarded, creating a truly circular economy. Climate decisions driven by intelligence. Artificial intelligence and satellite technology would help predict the energy demand, identify the climate risk, and guide smarter investments before the problem even arises. Every graduate, a green graduate. Every engineering student would leave the college having completed at least one real sustainability or clean energy project, preparing a workforce which is ready for tomorrow's challenge. Innovation becomes a national policy. Every year, India would identify and fund its brightest energy solution from students, startups, researchers, and industries, turning the ideas into the national progress. So these policies are built on just one single belief. The future of energy is not measured by how much electricity we generate, but by how intelligently we use it, how responsibly we govern it, and how boldly we innovate with it. A sustainable India will not be powered by electricity alone, it will be powered by the visionary policies. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rukshana, for that inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. Your ideas have given us a fresh perspective on this important topic. Well said. Over to our second speaker, Ms. Bharati Senthilkumar from Madras Institute of Technology. Over to you, Bharati.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Bharti, and if I were the Minister for Environment and Climate Change, I would have no transition period, no committee to raise the issue, and the crisis is already sitting on my desk, melting glaciers, dying reefs, cities running out of groundwater, farmers watching monsoons arrive late or not at all. I don't have decades, I have a term, so here are my 9 moves. One, mandatory rooftop solar in every new building, no exceptions. Two, a national solar grid and battery storage push so solar power made at noon doesn't vanish by 9 p.m. 3. A coal phase out with a real just transition fund so we retain workers and not abandon towns. 4. Green hydrogen for the unglamorous giants. Steel, cement, fertilizer, the industry's hardest to decarbonize. 5. Electrified public transport first. Buses, metros, autos, because that's what most people actually ride, not just electrified cars for those who can afford them. 6. A carbon price. With the money paid straight back to the citizens, especially those who did the least to cause this crisis. 7. Coastal and forest reforestation. Mangroves included. They store carbon and block storms at the same time. 8. A space based climate monitoring network. I have worked on space debris tracking myself, and I've seen that satellite can catch that ground sensors miss. Methane leaks, illegal deforestation, early flood warnings. Climate policy without real data is policy flying blind. 9. Climate literacy in every classroom. Not a textbook chapter, but something lived. Because these 9 policies only survive if the next generation is ready to define them. None of this is radical. Every one of these ideas already exists somewhere in the world. What's radical is thinking we still have time to argue about whether to start. We don't, and I don't wait for a perfect plan. Because the only affordable policy left is the one we never begin. Thank you.
Well said, Bharati. Fantastic. You have shared your insights perfectly. It was really inspiring. And it's my privilege to introduce the third speaker of our league, Ms. Sangami Ramkumar from Central Institute of Petrochemicals Engineering and Technology. Over to you, Sangami.
Thank you, ma'am.
Respected moderator, judges, and fellow youth leaders, good morning. I'm R. Sangami, representing Central Institute to focus is on these real-world problems with practical, resilient, sustainable future. First one would be piezoelectric kinetic energy. Piezoelectric slabs can be installed in high footfall public clean electricity from everyday walking. Addressing recent landslide disasters such as in Kerala, strictly banning tree cutting on eco-sensitive hill slopes to prevent catastrophic soil erosion. My third policy would be is for heavy transport to achieve zero fuel emissions and e-waste issues. My fourth policy would be solar panel subsidies, providing 40 to 50% government subsidies alongside is costs through low monthly power bills. My mandating rooftop rainwater harvesting recharge wells for all residential and commercial My sixth policy would be circular battery recycling, mandating that force manufacturers to establish free take-back systems and recycle at least 30% of critical minerals. Bundling low-cost rooftop solar and rainwater setups to shield families from storm and flood damages. My eighth projects curriculum from primary composting and tree planting. My ninth policy will be underground electrical grid conversion, directing targeted funding.
Sangami, is it over?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. We are expecting more from you. It was truly inspiring every one of us on your clarity and authenticity, which is truly resonating upon the audience. Good, Sangami. Keep rocking. And over to the fourth speaker is Mr. Praveen from Puducherry Technological University. Over to you, Praveen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Praveen from Puducherry Technological University. If I were the Minister of Energy and Climate Change, my main responsibility would be to ensure that our country has clean, reliable, and sustainable energy future while protecting the environment. Climate change is one of the biggest challenges we face today, and it requires innovative solutions. Keeping this in mind, I have prepared my first 9 policy proposals that focus on energy security, environmental protection, and sustainable development. My first policy is National Energy Storage Mission, where we build large-scale battery storage systems across the country to store excess electricity produced during sunny or windy periods and supply it when demand is high or renewable generation is low. This makes clean energy more reliable. My second policy is Waste to Energy program, where we convert municipal and agricultural waste into electricity and biogas. Instead of dumping waste in landfills, it can be processed to generate energy. This reduces pollution, solves waste management problems, and produces clean electricity and cooking gas. My third policy is Community Microgrids program, where we establish community-based microgrids powered by renewable energy, especially in rural and disaster-prone areas. A microgrid is a small local electricity network that can operate independently if the main power grid fails. It ensures a continuous power supply during natural disasters and reduces transmission losses. My fourth policy is climate risk insurance for farmers, where we provide affordable insurance against floods, droughts, cyclones, heat waves, and protect farmers from financial losses and helps them recover quickly after disasters. My fifth policy is carbon capture and storage projects, where we support industries in capturing carbon dioxide emissions and storing them safely underground. My sixth policy is National Water Energy Conservation Campaign, where we promote technologies that save both water and electricity in homes, farms, and industries and helps reducing pressure on natural resources and lowering emissions. My seventh policy is Green Innovation Fund, where we provide grants and fundings for startups and researchers developing clean technologies so they can create better batteries, cleaner fuels, smart grids, and energy efficient devices. My eighth policy is Climate Resilient Cities Mission, where we make cities better prepared for heat waves, floods, and rising temperatures. My last and ninth policy is National Hydrogen Energy Mission, where we invest in the production and use of green hydrogen as a clean fuel for industries and heavy transportation. Green hydrogen is produced using renewable electricity and emits only water when used as fuel. It can replace fossil fuels in industries such as steel and cement manufacturing and power heavy vehicles, trains, and ships. In conclusion, tackling climate change is not just the responsibility of a government, it is the responsibility shared by every citizen. If I were the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, I would focus on these 9 policies to build a cleaner, more resilient, and energy secure nation. Thank you.
Yes, Praveen, well said. Your confidence, creativity, and vision are truly inspiring. And a special kudos to you, Praveen. Keep rocking. And it's my privilege to introduce the fifth speaker of today's event, is Master Sai Pranav from Pettiseminar CBSE School. Over to you, Sai Pranav.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I visible? Good morning to distinguished guests, moderators, mentors, fellow participants, and everyone present here. I'm Saipana from Padma CBSE School, Puducherry. I feel immensely proud and honored to be here today as the only participant representing school in the IGEN Youth Sustainability Leaders League IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. If I were the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, I would dedicate myself to building a cleaner, greener, healthier, and more sustainable world. I firmly believe that today's young minds can become tomorrow's change makers. My first proposal would be the One School, One Solar mission, where every school in the country should be powered by the renewable energy so that the students can learn science not only from books but also from real life. My second proposal would be the 5 Trees for the Future initiative, under which every student would plant and protect at least 5 trees every year. My third proposal would be the creation of green innovation laboratories in school, where young inventors can design sustainable technologies and environmentally friendly solutions. My fourth proposal would focus on plastic-free communities through effective waste segregation, recycling, and promotion of reusable materials. My fifth proposal would introduce rainwater harvesting system in every education institution to conserve water for future generations. My sixth proposal would encourage the use of electric vehicles and eco-friendly public transportation to reduce air pollution and carbon emissions. My seventh proposal would be to establish a national green volunteer force, bringing together students from across the country to protect the environment and create awareness. My eighth proposal would involve transforming unused land into forests, rooftop gardens, and biodiversity parks, creating healthier cities and cleaner air. Finally, my ninth proposal would be to launch a program called Mission Greener 2040 with the ambitious goal of making India one of the world's leading nations in renewable energy and environmental conservation. As a student deeply interested in science, innovation, and sustainability, I strongly believe that protecting our planet is not merely a choice, it is our responsibility. The earth does not belong to us, rather we belong to earth. Every drop of water, every ray of sunlight, and every tree we protect today is a priceless gift that we give to the future generations. The future of our planet depends on the actions we take today. So let us join our hands, our hearts, and our minds to create a world where development and environmental protection go hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Yes, Sai Pranav, you have shown us the age is never a barrier to making a difference. Thank you for reminding us that the leaders and innovators of tomorrow are already among us today. Good.
Thank you.
Now I'm having the privilege of introducing our next speaker, Ms. Ekata Chandrasekar Bradar from Dayananda Sagar University. Over to you, Ekata. Ekata
Good
Chandrasekar is here?
morning.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Uh, Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Ekta Chandrasekar Biradar here. Today, I'm going to talk about how climate change is, and as a minister, what I would like to initiate. So, let me into three, that is affordability, reliability, and sustainability. First, talking about the pillar one, that is affordability, make clean energy the cheapest action. Green manufacturing mission use PLI to build solar batteries and electrolytes in India, cut imports, create jobs, and make India an export hub. And the second point is that DBT for energy. Whereas DBT for energy is replace blanket subsidies with a direct cash to power or a poor households. Incentives like a middle class only if they adopt solar or EVs. Third is green finance. Launch a clear green technology or a taxonomy around $100 billion in a climate bond so banks and pension funds can fund clean projects at low cost. Talking about the second pillar, that is reliability, a grid that never fails. Energy storage mission, where mandate battery storage with every new renewable projects with a fast trunk pumped hydro, make solar and wind available 24. Second is smart grid with AI, 100% smart meters in 3 years using dynamic pricing to cut T&D expenses and pay consumers to shift load. Energy security buffer. Stockpile with the critical minerals and make coal plants flexible with biomass co-hiring for backup during monsoons. Talking about the least one, that is the pillar three, sustainability, which helps to decarbonize every sector. Industrial contracts, where pay the cost difference for steel and cement companies to go green for 10 years. In return, they commit to net zero by 2050. Mobility electrification. All 50% of two-wheelers and 30% of four-wheelers to be EV by 2030. Battery swapping every 3 kilometers with all government facilities go electric by 2028. So, about the last point I'm going to talk is that a climate jobs fund, where 1 lakh crore for a climate adaptation and for retraining coal workers into solar, EV, as well as the construction jobs. As my conclusion, as an MBA, my goal is simple: that making the sustainable choice with a profitable choices itself. Successful in a 5-year mean, that is cheaper power bills with a zero load shedding and India as a net exporter of green tech. Energy and climate is not environment versus economy. It's environment for economy. Thank you.
Ekata, it's really a remarkable talk. Your passion, clarity, and authenticity is truly resonated with every one of us. It was truly rocking. Keep rocking. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Sri Danvi P from Shastra Deemed University for exploring her policy proposal. Over to you, Danvi.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, the
Perfect.
presentation.
Yeah, it's there.
So good morning, everyone. This is Sridhanvi P. And I am from Shastra Deemed University, and I'm currently pursuing my final year in civil engineering. So this is my first 9 policies if I were a minister for the sustainability and climate change. So I'm truly honored to have this opportunity to participate in the IGEN Youth Energy and Climate Change Policy Pitch 2026. So my policies would not just address today's environmental challenges, but also secure a sustainable future for generation to come. And these are my 9 policies. So my first policy is the National Climate Risk Assessment Policy. So every major infrastructure project must undergo a mandatory climate risk assessment before approval, ensuring that our infrastructure is prepared for floods, heat waves, and all other climate-related risks. The second policy is the One Climate Data India platform by integrating climate data from agencies like Indian Meteorological Department, the ISRO, and GIS into a single national platform so that we can enable faster, smarter, and evidence-based decision making. The third policy is the climate competency standards. Engineers, architects, planners, and government officials should receive mandatory climate resilience training so that the sustainability becomes a fundamental part of every development project. The fourth policy is the net zero public transport vision. Expanding electric buses, metro networks, and other clean transport systems will reduce carbon emissions, improve air quality, and create sustainable cities. The fifth policy is the cool roof and rooftop solar mission. Installing cool roofs and rooftop solar systems in schools, hospitals, government buildings, and affordable housing will reduce heat, lower electricity demand, and generate clean energy. The sixth policy is the National Building Performance Rating System, wherein the building should be evaluated based off their actual energy, water, and carbon performance after occupancy, ensuring that they perform as efficiently as they were designed. The seventh policy is the National Energy Audit Expansion Mission, wherein extending mandatory energy audits to universities, hospitals, and government buildings will improve efficiency, reduce energy wastage, and lower operational costs. The eighth policy is the National Green Campus Index. Educational institutions will be ranked based on sustainability indicators such as energy efficiency, water conservation, waste management, and biodiversity, inspiring future generations to lead by example. Finally, the ninth policy is the Climate Impact Scorecard. This will publicly measure the effectiveness of the climate adaptation projects, such as the National Action Plan on Climate Change or the State Action Plan on Climate Change, ensuring transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. Together, these nine policies strengthen planning, infrastructure, transportation, energy, creating a roadmap towards a cleaner, greener, and more climate resilient India. The greatest threat to the future is not climate change. It is our failure to act. So if I were Minister for Energy and Climate Change, these would be my first nine policies because the time for discussion has passed. The time for action is now. Thank you.
It's fantastic, Shridanvi. It's very nice to listen to your valuable insights, and your message has undoubtedly left a lasting impact on every one of us. Kudos to you. And we have our next speaker, M. Sri Nivedita from Sri Venkateshwara College of Engineering. Over to you,
Yes.
Sri Nivedita.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, dear, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am. Greetings to everyone present here. Climate change is no longer tomorrow's problem. It is today's responsibility. Every heat wave, flood, and drought reminds us that the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of action. If I were entrusted with leading the Ministry of Energy and Climate Change, these would be my first 9 priorities. My first policy would be every rooftop a power plant. Every home, school, and office should generate solar energy. Imagine if every roof produced electricity instead of just absorbing sunlight. Second, green buildings, not new buildings. Instead of demolishing old buildings, let's make them energy efficient with LED lights, smart meters, insulation, and rainwater harvesting. Third, clean transport for everyone. More electric buses, safer cycling lanes, and affordable e rickshaws, not just more private electric cars. The cleanest journey is the one shared with others. Fourth, farmers as energy producers. Solar panels above crops can generate electricity while crops continue growing below. One field, two incomes, zero extra land. Fifth, plant nature where it protects us most. Restore mangroves, wetlands, and urban forests. Sometimes the best technology for fighting climate change is nature itself. Sixth, reward every green action. Households that save electricity, recycle waste, or harvest rainwater should earn tax rebates or electricity credits. Sustainability should be rewarded, not just encouraged. Seventh, green schools, green citizens. Every student should plant and care for at least one tree, conduct energy audits in schools, and become an ambassador for climate awareness. Eighth, zero food waste communities. Hotels, restaurants, and households should separate food waste for composting or biogas instead of sending it into landfills. waste can become a valuable resource itself. Finally, one citizen, one climate action. Every citizen should pledge one meaningful action, whether using public transport once a week, carrying a reusable bottle, installing solar panels, or planting trees. Imagine 1.4 billion people making one positive change. These are not just policies, they are habits, opportunities, and investments in our future. These 9 policies are more than environmental solutions, they are a roadmap to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. By promoting clean energy, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, climate action, quality education, decent work, and partnerships, we can create a future that is not only greener but also more inclusive and prosperous. This helps in achieving SDG 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14. As a minister, my goal would not simply be to reduce carbon emissions, it would be to build a nation where every citizen becomes a climate leader, every community becomes more resilient, and every policy brings us one step closer to the sustainable development goals. The future isn't something we inherit, it's something we create. One policy, one community, and one action at a time. Thank you.
That was both enlightening and engaging, dear Sri Niveta. We appreciate the depth of knowledge and personal conviction you brought to the stage.
Thank
Our
you.
special kudos to you. Let me have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, Ms. Cynthia from St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering. Over to you, Cynthia.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Now I am going to discuss if I were a Minister of Energy, what are the policies I will implement? My first policy will be accelerate renewable energy transition. It means I will encourage construction of solar panels, wind energy systems, and making use of it efficiently to tackle the overconsumption of fuels like coal, which are destroying very fast. Then the second policy I will implement is invest in climate resilient infrastructure. Rather than building normal buildings, I can implement green buildings, which will be more efficient and which will be more sustainable. And the third policy I will implement is green finance and sustainable investments. I will encourage the people to make their investments in the green energy. So it will be helpful for the future. So my fourth policy is boost energy efficiency nationwide. So implementing efficiency standards and incentives to reduce the energy waste across the sectors. My fifth policy I will implement is empower communities for climate action. So I will give awareness to the students, college students, school students, so that they can get aware of these things, so that they can maintain the sustainable resources for the future generations. Next slide. So the sixth policy I will implement is promote sustainable mobility. That is, I can encourage the people to shift from consuming vehicles to electric vehicles, so that anyhow within 60 years there will be no coal under the earth. So our generations will be suffering by this. So underground water may decrease, etc. So many sufferings are there. So before reaching this scenario, we can shift to electric vehicles consumptions. So my next policy is protect and restore ecosystems. So we are responsible for, currently we are living in this world. We don't know whether our next generation people will see these ponds, lakes, or forests which we see now. More ponds, rivers are nowadays not there. They are destroyed for construction works, or they are putting roads, etc. For that they are destroying the ponds, etc. So that we can keep it as it is, so that our next generation also can see that and enjoy it. Okay, my next policy, eighth policy I will implement is drive innovation and clean technology. So I will, as a minister, I will offer fundings for the students, researchers to make further researches based on using consumption of renewable energy sources, and we can develop that. So my last policy, which is the ninth policy, that is strengthen global collaboration. Collaboration in the sense, the best example is IGEN, Environthon, Energathon. We are conducting yearly ones, which collaborate every country, every continents, so that we are making awareness, something about how to protect this world, how to maintain the sustainable development goals. So these are the policies I will implement. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, Cynthia, thank you for sharing not only your knowledge, but also your passion. Your commitment to this cause shines through every word you speak in the near future. All the very best. Now we have our next speaker, Ms. Afshan Tabassum N from Perumal Manimekale College of Engineering. Over to you, Ms. Afshan. Do we have Ms. Afshan Tabassum?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yeah. Now it's audible.
Yeah. So good morning, respected dignitaries, distinguished judges, esteemed speakers, and fellow change makers from across the globe. Let's begin with energy is more than electricity. It powers education, healthcare, innovation, economic growth, and hope. Yet millions of people lack access to reliable and clean energy. I'm Afshan Tabasum from India. I'm a student pursuing Bachelor's of Engineering in Computer Science Engineering, specialization in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at PMC Tech, Hosur. It's a great honor to participate in IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, united by the inspiring theme Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. If I were a minister for energy and climate change, my mission would be simple: to ensure that clean energy is accessible, climate action is practical, and innovation benefits every community. My first policy is universal clean energy access, ensuring that every home, school, hospital has reliable and affordable electricity through renewable energy. Second, I would establish an AI-powered energy intelligence platform to make our power system smarter, reduce energy loss, and improve efficiency. Third, I would introduce green skills and climate education so that every student gains the knowledge and skills needed to build a sustainable future. And we can prepare our future generation to solve climate and energy challenges. Fourth, I would develop carbon neutral smart cities with energy efficient buildings, clean public transport, and renewable energy infrastructure. The impact would be cleaner air, lower pollution, and healthier cities. Fifth, I would promote energy without borders by strengthening international cooperation to share clean technologies, researchers, and sustainable energy solutions. I think that countries should work together instead of separately to solve global energy challenges. Sixth, I would support a circular waste to energy economy, like transforming waste into valuable energy while reducing pollutions. Seventh, I would launch a Green Innovation Youth Fund to empower young innovators and startups developing climate and clean energy solutions. Eighth, I would invest in climate resilient energy infrastructure to ensure reliable electricity even during natural disasters and extreme weather. Finally, my ninth policy is transparent climate governance, where governments regularly publish climate progress and remain accountable to this to their citizens. So there will be greater transparency, accountability, and public trust. These are the nine policies. So yeah, as Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Let us work together, transform today's ideas into tomorrow's reality, Thank you for your time. Together, let us power a sustainable future. Thank you.
Yes, Afshan, that was a truly compelling talk. Your perspective has opened new possibilities and inspired meaningful conversation among us. Keep rocking. We have our next speaker. Yes. We have our next speaker, Mr. Omkar Vittal Shinde from Sri Shivaji Institute of Engineering and Management Studies. Omkar here?
Yes, ma'am.
Over to you.
Okay. Can you share the slide? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Omkar Vittal Shinde. I am from Sri Shivaji Institute of Engineering and Management Studies, Parbhani, Maharashtra. I have won university, state level, and national level awards in green hydrogen. Still now, I listen 11 youth speaker policies, but they all are ideas, not an tested solution. My policies are tested solution globally. That makes me different from other youth speakers. If I were the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, my vision would be available, affordable, accessible, and sustainable energy for all. I strongly believe in ideas of net zero by 2070 and one world, one sun, one grid. After all, the sun never set on our planet. When it is night in one country, it is daytime in another. If we connect our power grid, clean solar energy can flow across borders, making energy truly green. My 9 policies are: first, energy without border, expanding cross-border electricity trading. European Union share electricity across Europe, and India already trades power with Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, improving energy security. Second, solar rooftop for every home. Germany and Australia have shown that rooftop solar can reduce electricity bill when increasing clean energy generation. Third, build a smart national grid. South Korea uses smart national grid technology to reduce power losses and improve electricity reliability. Fourth, strengthen the green hydrogen mission. Japan and Saudi Arabia's NEOM project are investing in global green hydrogen to power industries with clean fuel. Fifth, ensure rural clean energy access through a solar microgrid. Bangladesh has successfully electrified millions of rural homes using solar energy. Sixth, promote electric mobility. Norway has become a global leader in electric vehicles through a strong government incentives. Seventh, improve energy efficiency. Denmark district heating efficiency saves energy in home, yet create climate resilience fund. Netherlands protects its people from flood through world-class water management system. Final and ninth one, green innovation engine. China's renewable energy industries has created a millions of green jobs. These 9 policies are not just an ideas. They are globally tested solution by combining innovation, international cooperation, and renewable energy. We can build a future that is energy secure, climate resilience, environmentally sustainable, and economically friendly. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, Omkar, your message reminds us the great ideas often begin with a simple question and a bold vision and the courage to pursue it. It was really inspiring. Keep rocking. We have our next speaker today, Ms. Fahima Batul from Srinivasa Institute of Technology and Management Studies. Over to you, Fahima. Fahima here?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fahima? Yes, yes. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible? Okay. Good morning, respected judges, faculty members, and all my dear friends present here. Myself, Padma, currently pursuing second year BTech in AI/ML at CTAMS, Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh. Today, I am presenting myself as the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. My vision is clear, simple, and greener India. To achieve this, I have proposed 9 policies. Let me briefly explain each by one. Our first policy is Mission Surya. The mission is to encourage rooftop solar panels in schools, homes, colleges, and also the government buildings. This reduces electricity costs and increases the clean energy production. To make this even more efficient, we have AI Energy Guardian. With AI Energy Guardian, we will be able to manage the usage, predictive wastage, and also balances the power distribution. But sustainability is not only just about the energy. We have our next policy is One Child, One Tree. Under One Child, One each and every child should plant a tree during their education. This will be environmentally responsible for each student. And the next policy I have is green graduation. This green graduation is nothing but every graduate completes a sustainability project before getting their degree. This transforms students into real-world problem solvers. Next, our cities should also compete with each other. Our next policy is National Green Score. This National Green Score ranks cities based upon their cleanliness, wastewater management, and also the pollution control. Healthy competition motivates the cities to improve. And the next policy I have is clean mobility. This clean mobility promotes electrical buses, EV charging stations, and eco-friendly public transport. Similarly, agriculture must become smarter. My next policy is climate smart farming. This climate smart farming helps farmers use AI, smart sensors, and weather data to save the water, improve crop yield, and protect the soil. The government should also lead the example. Our next policy is net zero government. The net zero government policy should ensure that the government buildings uses renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, and also the energy efficient system to reduce the carbon emission. Finally, none of this is possible without Youth Innovation Fund. Our last policy is Youth Innovation Fund. The Youth Innovation Fund provides us financial support and mentorship to students developing innovative ideas in clean energy, smart sensor, agriculture, and also the artificial intelligence. Finally, these 9 policies work together to create a sustainable India. Together, we can build not just a developed India, but a sustainable India for future generations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Fahima, for demonstrating how determination, creativity, and perseverance can transform challenges into opportunities. Excellent. Well said. We have our next presenter, Mr. Kritish from Sri Manakala Vinayagar Engineering College. Over to you, Kritish.
Good morning to the faculty members and the juries and the other presenters. I am Kritish representing Sri Manakala Vinayagar Engineering College, Puducherry. I sincerely thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. We often say we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We just borrow it from our children. Climate change is no longer a warning. For the future, rising temperature, floods, droughts, and pollution are the relatives we face today. If I were the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, my mission would be just simple: power the nation, protect the planet. I would introduce 9 key policies. First, a national smart energy storage system using AI and advanced batteries to store renewable energy and use it when it is needed, because the renewable energies cannot be produced continuously. Second, the Cooling India mission, promoting green spaces, cool roofs, and energy-efficient buildings for cooler and healthier cities. Third, carbon capture for cement and steel industries, reducing industrial emissions while supporting development. Fourth, a green hydrogen revolution, making clean hydrogen a major fuel for the industries and transport. This would help the dependency on the renewable energy transformation. Fifth, AI-based climate risk analysis, using satellites and technology to provide farmers and bad disaster compensations, because farmers are the one backbone of India and of the world, so they cannot be affected due to the unexpected errors. Sixth, a national renewable energy microgrid program, bringing reliable clean electricity to villages, schools, hospitals, and remote communities which would be helpful for the people for the better development. Seventh, a circular electronics and battery economy, encouraging repair, reuse, and recycling instead of creating more electronic waste. We can reuse it and reduce the waste in a friendly. Ninth, a national climate innovation and green startup fund, giving young innovators to support as in solutions because youngsters are the futures of the India. Friends, climate change is not just an environmental issue, economical issue, social issue, human issue. So let us replace pollution with innovation, fear with hope, and promise with action. If not us, then who? Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Once again.
Yes, Pratish, your presentation was both inspiring as well as impactful, and the audience leave today with new ideas and renewed motivation because of your excellent presentation. Kudos to you. We have our next speaker, Hima Bindu from Srinivasa Institute of Technology and Management Studies. Hima, it's here.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone, to the fellow participants and the moderators and all the judges. If I were a minister, the 9 policies and the mission would be simple. And the first policy in that is solar rooftop for every home. It increases the renewable energy usage and it decreases electricity bills. And we can use for every home the rooftop, which is Mission Surya, is like. And the second policy, mandatory net zero government buildings. In that, every government building, offices, hospitals, or if anything else. In this, everything should be harvested with rainwater. They should install battery storage and they should use rooftops on their buildings. The third policy I would introduce electric mobility revolution. The infrastructure should be simple with electricity, and the EV vehicles should expand everywhere in our country. That impacts the future. And the fourth policy carbon credit marketplace for every citizen. In this carbon credit marketplace, they'll interact with other credits what we get using public transport or farmers or everything else. The credits will be used and they can be recommended for tax benefits and the free metro rewards or anything which we can use for ourselves or like for our future. The fifth policy I introduce AI-based climate smart agriculture. In that, the farmers can use AI system to predict their weather or for irrigation purposes. They can use a AI system that may help the farmers to get their yield better much with the sustainable future. The sixth policy, circular economy. From the waste which we should not treat it on the land. It should be from the waste to biogas, fuels, and the plastic. It should convert everything into a peaceful way that should not affect the future. The seventh policy, climate risk digital twin of India. In this, we use the system AI. It predicts the satellite with the images of satellite and the images of what we input for that. It predicts all the floods and then droughts, cyclones without any help of other people. With that, the impact of the classical wind risk is will predict all the circumstances what will happen in the world. And the eighth policy I introduced, India's national green hydrogen corridor. Hydrogen plays a very important role in our future. For that, we can develop many factories, steel plants, and we can connect with many hubs. For that, we can give so many jobs in our country. And the ninth policy, which is not the last, and it is a beginning for the future. It's almost our education.
Yes, Hima, your enthusiasm and determination both are energizing our audience. And we are expecting this would inspire a lot of us in the very near future. Kudos to you. We have our next speaker, Mr. Balaji from Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. Over to you, Mr. Balaji.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I just shared my screen. Myself, Balaji, yes, from Dr. MJ Education Institute University, studying and currently pursuing MBA from Faculty of Management Studies. Today, I'm going to present about if I were the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, what was the first 9 policy proposals for a sustainable future? Next slide, please. Third. Next. These are the first 9 policy proposals for a sustainable future for the climate action. The first one is the renewable energy expansion, which increases to target at least 60% of renewable electricity within this decade. That is from next decade. That is from 2026 to 2035 something. The investment in solar, wind, hydro sources, and incentives for large-scale and community projects. Then coming to the energy efficiency standards, I would have introduced the stricter standards for the buildings, applications, and vehicles. Retrofitting is mandatory, and a high efficiency new construction will be provided. Then carbon pricing mechanism says that we need to implement a robust carbon tax or cap and trade system. I will set the fair price on emissions and financial incentives for the reduction. Now coming to the transport electrification, we have many EV charging stations nearby the gas filling stations to promoting the electrical vehicles. Nowadays, electric vehicles are getting increasing because neglecting the pollutions in our country, and investing in the charging infrastructure and incentives for EV purchase. Then green infrastructure investment says when you need to allocate the funds for the carbon sinks, that is forest and wetlands, and we need to improve the public transport for allowing the atmosphere with a green effect. Then we need to develop green roofs and urban parks for a smooth atmosphere and enabling this. Then climate change education and awareness, we need to raise about to the public for the sustainable practices. And we need to integrate the climate change into school curricula for better understand the students with how the climate change will affect in our atmosphere in real time. Just like 10 years, once in a 10 years, Super El Nino has came into our country, and how El Nino affects our country. That's a study to the students, those who know about the awareness and understand. Then coming to the clean tech innovation support, we need to support R&D in renewable energy storage, carbon capture, and and we need to modernize the grid to accommodate the renewables and investing in smart grid technologies. Then finally comes to the transition for workers. We need to ensure a just and equitable transition because all we are treating as equal ones for the working there. Then we need to provide a training and support for impacted workers. Then we need to adopt the new roles in the green economy for the for a better atmosphere livable. So thank you for giving me this opportunity for this IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, and so hope it will be the successful one this event. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, Balaji, for sharing not only your knowledge but also your passion towards the policy proposals, and your commitment to this cause shines definitely in the very near future through every word you speak that's come to reality. Wish you all the very best. And we have our last speaker for today's session. We have Ms. Vupu Murali Maulika from Srinivasa Institute of Technology and Management Studies.
Good morning, respected judges, dignitaries, and my fellow participants. I'm glad to be a part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. I'm Maulika, currently pursuing BTech final year in the Department of AI at Srinivasa Institute of Technology and Management Studies, Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh. If I were the Minister of Energy and Climate Change, my vision would be simple: build a cleaner, smarter, and climate resilient India through innovation. My first policy in the National Household Energy Storage Mission, where every new solar powered home stores electricity for use at night during power cuts and even supports hospitals during emergencies. My second policy is the National Climate Protection Insurance Mission. It ensures every family receives automatic climate disaster insurance with faster compensation using satellites and drone technologies. My third policy is the Green Construction License Policy. It makes sustainable future like solar-ready rooftops, rainwater harvesting, EV charging, and waste recycling mandatory for all new buildings. My fourth policy is the Smart Drain Protection Policy. It installs smart chambers that trap plastic waste before it blocks drains, reducing urban flooding. Next slide, please. Coming to my fifth policy, the climate and energy practical education. It introduces hands-on sustainable projects in school to students so they learn by doing, not just by reading. My sixth policy is the National Industrial Waste Heat Recovery Mission. It requires industries to capture wasted heat and reuse it for electricity, water heating, and industrial process. Coming to my seventh policy, the climate adaptation road policy. It builds roads that resist heat, prevent flooding, harvest rainwater, and use solar power lighting. Coming to my eighth policy, the National Resource Passport. It gives every home a sustainability record that tracks energy, water, recycling, and carbon saving, increasing the value of resource efficient homes. Finally, the National Carbon Circular Economy Mission. It encourages industries to capture carbon and convert it into valuable products such as construction materials and industrial chemicals. These nine policies focuses only on chemical energy but also on climate resilience, sustainable infrastructures, educations, innovations, and responsible resource management. Together, we can transform climate changes into opportunities and build a greener, stronger, and self-reliant India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Monica, your words have sparked curiosity and encouraged reflection and reminded us of the power of innovation and thinking. It was an excellent presentation by you today, and it was really nice. Dear speakers, come the future policymakers. Thank you for your enriching our minds, challenging your perspectives, and inspiring us to think differently. On behalf of the organizers, participants, mentors, and the guests of IGEN ENERGATHON, we extend our heartfelt gratitude and sincere appreciation for your invaluable contribution to this inspiring event. Your insightful presentations, innovative ideas, and thought provoking perspectives have enriched our understanding of energy, sustainability, climate action, and the technologies which are shaping our future. Through our expertise, passion, you have inspired young minds to think boldly, act reports responsibly, and become active contributors to more sustainable world. And your willingness to share your knowledge and experiences have transformed this platform into a meaningful learning experience. The wisdom you impacted today will continue to motivate participants long time after this event concludes, encouraging them to explore solutions, embrace innovation, and lead positive change within their communities. So I'm giving my sincere thanks to every one of you for your time and your valuable contribution and commitment towards building a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. We deeply appreciate your support and look forward to witness the continued impact of your remarkable work as the future policymakers. Thank you all, and it's time for taking a group photo. Please, the participants are requested to enable your videos and stay for a cheese. Rukshna, can you please take a screenshot of the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm having some internet issue. Can someone else take it, please?
Do we have Balaji or someone from Pondicherry Technological University?
I have, ma'am. 1 second.
Yeah, Balaji.
I have uploaded into WhatsApp group. Just kindly check.
Sure, sure.
So welcome. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. for very nice presentation. So hope I request all the youth speakers to provide their very strong two recommendations finally for the white paper. Maybe our team will inform all the speakers. You can give the two best recommendations which you feel for the white paper, but not this recommendation. The recommendation will be like we are going to launch a IGEN white paper on energy without border for sustainable communities. So that energy without border for sustainable communities, you got to give the two recommendations, policy recommendations. So thank you all. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Madan Kumar, Director IGEN, to take lead the IGEN partner sessions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the invite. So, IGEN Energathon 2026, that was a wonderful event going on. Before that, I would like to confirm. Dr. MGR, yeah. Okay, let us start. It's 11:20, lagging by 20 minutes. So, அன்னை தமிழே அருந்தமிழே கன்னி தமிழே கலை தமிழே உன்னை வணங்கி தொடங்குகிறேன் தித்திக்கும் தேன் தமிழ் திக்கட்டும் பரவட்டும் முத்தமிழ் தாய்க்கு என் முதற்கண் வணக்கங்கள். Warm good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everyone who's present all over the world, who's watching and witnessing this wonderful event, Energathon 2026, Energy Without Borders. So, I'm wonderfully thanking to the organizing partners and organizers of this wonderful event, Energathon 2026, globally bringing a big impact, biggest impact in the world, which is the need of the hour. So, without much delay, I would like to invite all the four partner institutions of our Institution of Green Engineers, that is Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, and St. Xavier's College, Catholic College of Engineering, Nagarkoil, and Sri Manakula Vinayagar College of Engineering from Pondicherry, and Sri Ishwar College of Engineering from Coimbatore for consistently working towards our Energathon in the pre-conference also and in the main conference also. Their part is very much being appreciated from our Energathon team and IGEN team. So without much delay, I would like to invite our coordinator from Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, Chinchu Nair ma'am. Chinchu Nair ma'am. Even from Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Is it a presentation or group discussion?
What? Yes, sir. It's a presentation only, sir.
Yeah, everyone is ready, ma'am? Chinchu Nair, ma'am? Someone in the table, please unmute yourself and just we have only the video, ma'am. No audio from your end. Ma'am, we are not able to hear from you. Chinchu Nair, ma'am? Hello? Ma'am? I hope there's some technical issue. So please hold on. Ma'am, it's still not audible, ma'am.
Madan.
Sir.
Madan, you can ask them to switch on the audio through their mobile, and video will
Okay,
come
sir.
through this. So that is the best thing. Anyone
Okay.
will switch on the audio
Ma'am.
means the
Yes,
audio
sir.
will come.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are doing that. Sir, are we audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
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 ma'am.
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
So, without much delay, I would like to invite Mrs. Chinchu Nair, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE, Dr. MGR Education Research Institute, on the topic of AI, enabler or obstacle to global energy efficiency, exploring the role of artificial intelligence in shaping a smarter, cleaner, and more efficient energy future. Over to you, ma'am.
Morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 56th Earth Day special edition of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a 5-time world record holder and global 5-continent SDG 7 Energy Action Marathon. Today, as part of this 24-hour non-stop climate action marathon, we come together under the theme Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. The panel discussion topic for this session is very timely and thought-provoking: AI, enabler or obstacle to global energy efficiency. We will be exploring the role of artificial intelligence in shaping a smarter, cleaner, and more energy efficient future for all of us. I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed moderators from Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, Dr. M. Nisha, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, Mrs. Ratnapriya, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, myself, Mrs. Chinchu Nair, Assistant Professor from the Department of CSE. Thank you all for joining us today. Let us engage in a meaningful discussions and ideas that can truly make a difference for our planet. I now welcome Dr. M. Nisha to be the moderator for this session. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the important session of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, the 56th Earth Day special edition and 26-hour non-stop climate action marathon under the theme Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. Today, we have a panel discussion, a question that lies at the heart of our sustainable future: AI enabler or obstacle to global energy efficiency. So, as artificial intelligence continues to shape industries worldwide, it is essential to examine its role in energy production, management, and conservation. Can AI drive us towards a smarter, cleaner, and more efficient energy future, or could it pose challenges to achieving global energy efficiency goals? So, we are honored to be guided by our esteemed faculty moderators from Dr. NGR Educational Research Institute, who will lead this engaging discussion. We look forward to diverse perspectives and meaningful insights over the next 30 minutes from 11 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. So let's begin. Thank you. So I would like to ask a different question today. Can AI actually help us use less energy, or will AI itself become another major driver or energy demand?
I think AI can definitely reduce energy wastage. It can identify where we are using more energy than necessary and it can help us correct.
But we also have to remember that AI itself consumes a lot of energy. When it comes to data center, that itself requires enormous computing powers to run these systems.
AI can make renewable energy more reliable. It can predict sunlight and wind so we can plan our electricity supply better. AI server is also improving. That means additional energy and resources are being used. As we all know, AI is a combination of machine learning and data science. And all these data produce huge amount of electricity or data. In buildings, AI can control lights and AC based on whether people are actually using this space. That can save a lot of unnecessary electricity. Industries consume huge amount of energy. AI can help inefficient machine and process help industry operate more efficiently.
These machines manufacturing chips and services requires energy and raw materials and creates electronic waste.
AI can also predict the equipment failure. It's a problem every year. I think that rather than allowing efficiency to waste energy at the moment. Another one problem with fragmenting the sentence or percent does not always reduce total some people.
Can you tell that point a little bit louder?
Another problem that making some smart deciding does not always use total complexity. People use it more plus and use that spaces. Yeah, can magnetic guidance speed, electric speed and more intensity. Within more power than we need. We can match supply with actual demand.
AI cannot really replace basic energy saving habits. We still need renewable energy, efficient building, and responsible consumption.
I think the biggest advantage of AI is that AI can analyze a huge amount of data and energy that humans cannot accommodate with them.
AI is only as good as data it receives. A wrong prediction in the energy system can lead to the wrong decision.
So if AI helps us save more energy than it consumes, I would definitely consider it an enabler. So I wouldn't call AI automating technique. As we all know, this pro that anything in excess can cause a disaster. So its environmental impact depends on how and where we use it. Yes. So
See, I have a question, okay? The major thing, like we had a question like AI, is it an enabler or an obstacle for an energy efficient, global energy efficiency, right? My question towards this is on one hand, AI can become one of the most powerful tools for reducing the energy waste. Say like you can optimize the energy bill, processes can be automated. You have building, transportation, renewable energy integration could be done together with the help of AI. Same time, when you're going for all these processes, okay, at the same time, AI itself will become a major new source of electricity demand. All right, so this is like contradictory. Yes, so one way it is a useful thing, but the next time, and then at the same time, what happens is when it is going towards a useful theme, at the same time, it will be taking a major consumption also. Because without the help of electricity, we will not be able to run this, right? So that the same time both happen. So the question will be like, can the efficiency gains created by AI exceed the additional energy consumed by AI? Does any of your point justify towards this? Do you have any of the explanation towards this thing?
Just could you repeat the question again?
Can the energy efficiency gains created by AI exceed the additional energy consumed by AI?
I think before AI was used for only the education purposes and all those stuff. But you look at now, you all use AI for a very simple task. So the demand is high. So you all like if I'm gonna give I used to give some 6 to 7 prompts a day before. Now people are using it for everyday simple tasks. And almost like person gives almost like 50 prompts a day. So you can see the demand is high, and I think this may cause a disaster or some.
So you feel like the energy consumption will exceed.
Of course.
Rather than the additional benefit, the energy consumption may exceed. So we have to check that. So that was a major theme actually for today's discussion. So whether it's going to be an enabler or it's going to be an obstacle going forward. Right now it is an enabler in multiple things. It is helping us out. AI is making our job easier. That is all true. But going forward, what is it going to be? Because we are working at the same time, we are working towards an energy efficient planet. We are trying to make our planet more energy efficient. We are trying to reduce the consumption of energy. But when we are going and depending too much on AI, will this be an obstacle even to that?
I just few days back I talked to a expert on this, and he told me about a data center that is present in UK. So in that he told me that the amount of electricity and water consumption is so high in data centers. Now we need a way to reduce it. So I think it's kind of like a vision. In the next 10 years or something, we should more people to learn about this, learn about AI and what find ways to reduce the water and electricity consumption. And this can be AI can be beneficial if find a solution to that. Is what I think.
Anybody else?
Ma'am, like Surya was saying, it helps us to predict some things and things better. So we can plan electricity supplies even more efficiently. He's saying that AI is more dangerous because it consumes our electricity more. As Surya stated as that the electricity supply can be predicted. It's like sunlight and winds, and we can plan better electricity supplies towards. We can also manage the control of the we can also manage the control of the air. When we are using sunlight and wind energy, we can consume maximum amount of energy taken of that. So we can do with AI, we can develop mostly to be predictable anything we are going to answer.
Points to say. We can answer discuss on. Because you have given so much technical aspects towards both the sides for and against, you have given technical sides towards it. Anybody has more much to discover against it?
Ma'am, so the AI we are using now is based on what prompts we give, and the AI is learning from it. So in few years, there will be a time like the intelligence of AI will come in part with the intelligence of human being. So of course, for that, the information that we need to provide to the AI is so high, and of course, the consumption of the resources is also so high. Only if we find a proper renewable solution for it, we can proceed it. I think so. That's a way.
We are saying instead of building a new infrastructure for everywhere, we can whatever existing infrastructure is there, we can try to make it work more intelligently. Lavina ma'am, I think you can conclude the session, ma'am. Conclude the panel discussion. They have almost given all the technical points.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
both the sides are, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all. We have a nice debate on AI enabler or obstacle to global energy efficiency. As we come to the end of this very engaging debate, I think one point has made very clear: AI itself is neither the hero nor the villain. How we use AI determines which one it becomes. First, we will discuss about the enabler side. We have seen some powerful practical evidences like Google DeepMind applied AI to its data center cooling systems and achieved up to 40% reduction in cooling energy consumption. That is not merely a theoretical possibility, it is a real world demonstration of AI converting data into energy savings. Similarly, AI can forecast renewable energy generation. It will predict equipment failures, optimize electricity distribution, manage electric vehicle charging, and balance supply and demand. So, in these applications, AI is not simply consuming intelligence, it is creating energy efficiency. But we have to see the other side of the debate also equally important. So AI itself requires enormous computing power, that is data centers, GPUs, cooling systems, and AI infrastructure consumes a significant amount of electricity. As AI adoption grows, the energy demand of digital infrastructure is also increasing. So there is therefore a real danger that we may use AI to save energy in one place while consuming even more energy to run AI somewhere else. So the real question is not, can AI save energy? It clearly can. Nor it is, does AI consume energy? Clearly does. The real question is, are we making AI more energy efficient than the energy problems it is solving? And that, I believe, is where the future lies. We need green AI models that consume less computing power, energy efficient data centers, renewable powered computing, intelligent grids, responsible hardware usage, and policies that measure the net energy impact of AI. So let us remember one simple principle. The smartest AI is not the AI that use the most computing power. It is the AI that delivers the greatest impact with the least energy. Therefore, my conclusion from today's debate is clear. AI is more of an enabler than an obstacle, but only when efficiency is built into AI itself. So if we develop AI without considering its energy footprint, AI can become part of the problem. But if we design AI for energy efficiency, powered by clean energy and guided by responsible innovation, it can become one of our most powerful tools for achieving a smarter, cleaner, and more sustainable energy future. So let us not ask AI to choose between intelligence and sustainability. Let us make sustainability the intelligence built into AI. Thank you to all the speakers and participants for making this debate truly energetic and worthy of the spirit of Energathon 2026. A very strong final one-liner. AI should not be judged by how intelligently it computes, but by how intelligently it saves. Thank you one and all for participating, and thank you for the moderators, and thank you for the informative session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ratnapriya, Dr. Ratnapriya ma'am, and Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute. That was a wonderful session, wonderful debate. Truly, it is a is an enabler, not an obstacle, as you said. So it was a wonderful debate and good show by Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute on the topic of a enabler or obstacle to global energy efficiency. So thank you once again, Chinchu Nair ma'am, the coordinator of Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, and moderators Dr. M. Nisha ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, and Mrs. Ratnapriya ma'am, Assistant Professor of ECE from Dr. MGR and Education Research Institute. So you showed the energy is without the borders for sustainable communities is a talk of the show to your wonderful debate. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah. So without much delay, I would like to invite our next team, next partner institution, St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering from Nagarkoil, in the pitch presentation of Pitch for AI for Energy, Efficiency and Sustainability. Showcase your AI-driven ideas, inspire innovation, accelerate energy efficiency, build a sustainable tomorrow. Pitch your intelligent solutions through our principal, Dr. J. Maheshwaran sir from St. Xavier's Catholic College, and Dr. Maslin Beno sir, Professor of EEE, and Dr. A. Shubhita ma'am, Associate Professor of CSE, and Dr. M. Abraham Singh sir from Associate Professor of EEE. Over to St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering.
Hello. Is it
Yes,
audible?
ma'am. You're audible. Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, so we have joined from two devices, one for the video and another one for the audio. So if it's possible, please ping the video one.
Sure, I'll do.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
John?
Shall we start?
Yes, ma'am. Which is already pinned? Is that pinned? Is that pinned? One second.
Not yet, sir.
St. Xavier's Catholic College.
Not yet. Okay.
Which to pin?
There
St. Xavier's
is
Catholic
the
College
one
of
with
Engineering, right?
the one in which there are two girls and we have the background as well.
Is it pin now? Yeah. Yeah, it's pin now. Yeah, I can go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. A warm, very welcome to our respected principal, esteemed moderators, faculty members, participants, and everyone joining us visually for IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, hosted by St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering. Today, we are delighted to present our short film on the theme AI for Energy, Efficiency, and Sustainability. This is a topic that is both exciting and highly relevant in today's world.
Before we begin, we are honored to welcome our respected principal, Dr. J. Maheshwaran, along with our esteemed moderators, Dr. M. Marcelin Beno, Dr. A. Subida, and Dr. M. Abraham Sion. We sincerely thank all of you for your valuable presence, guidance, and encouragement.
Artificial intelligence has become an inseparable part of our lives, from healthcare and education to transportation and communication. AI is changing the way we live and work. But with every technological advancement comes with an important responsibility.
As AI continues to grow, so does its environmental footprint. Powerful data centers require enormous amounts of electricity and water, and the rapid growth of technology also contributes to electronic waste. These are challenges that cannot be ignored.
At the same time, AI also offers incredible opportunities. It can improve energy efficiency, support renewable energy system, reduce unnecessary power consumption, and help us build smarter and more sustainable communities.
So, this brings us to an important question. Is AI creating environmental problems, solving them, or doing a little of both? Our short film explores this balance and reminds us that the future of AI depends on the choices we make today.
With that thought, we invite you to watch our presentation. Let's begin.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we're having a presentation, a short film.
So presented one.
Yeah.
You need co-host Muhammad Aziz. Yeah. Is there any technical issue over there?
Yes, sir, I'm sharing.
Azim? Azim? Xavier?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it playing?
Sorry. Yes. So some technical issues, sir.
Okay. What is the next agenda from your side?
What's the next?
If there is any next agenda, please go on with it.
Yes,
We
sir.
can
This
make it
short
next.
film is the one.
Yeah.
Madan, you can ask next college, Madan, if there is a technical issue.
Yes, sir. Xavier, is it possible?
Sir, we'll try again after a little while because we couldn't share the video.
No, no. So if there is no internet connectivity is very less, then it is very difficult. If you are using in the mobile, it is very difficult. If the video you can't able to run.
Okay, I'll try again once again right now.
Yeah.
Better that video you can share it to Madan or another person and ask that persons to share the video. So if you have another session, you ask another professor or any people to talk. In the meanwhile, you can
Yes.
share to another person. Your Beno sir is here?
Beno sir? Abraham sir? Anyone from any other person from St. Xavier's? St. Xavier's?
Madan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They
I think
connected, sir.
no one is there. You can check it with the next college, Madan, so that.
Okay. Sir, they connected.
No, but
St. Xavier's, is it possible to is it possible for you to go for the next
Yes,
session?
sir. Yes, sir. I'm continuing here.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Students are going to different. Let's ask the opinion of the bystander. To be honest, I want to be very clear because it's like education, medical research centers, etc. At the same time, very more amount of electricity. அப்படின்றது நம்ம கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கோம். ஸோ லிட்டரலி ஓன் ஏஐ சர்ச்க்கு வந்துட்டு கிட்டத்தட்ட 500 ml வாட்டர் ஆகுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அது நம்ம எவ்வளோ அக்வரேட் அப்படின்றது நம்ம பார்த்துக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ என்னோட ஒப்பீனியன் என்னன்னா லைக் ஏஐ வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்லி அப்போஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, அட் த சேம் டைம் நான் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணவும் முடியாது. ஸோ ஏஐ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதே மாதிரி என்விரான்மெண்ட் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஸோ ரெண்டுமே பேலன்ஸ்ல இருந்துச்சு நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்றது. We have gathered here for one thing and one thing only, justice for mother method. Despite several warnings regarding the AI usage real matters, it has been avoided consequently. We have cried regarding the usage of drinking water to cool ecosystems when we couldn't ensure pure drinking water.
St. Xavier's, better you can stop this video because it is not able to view, and you can continue with other session. If there is next session is not there, then you can tell so that we can go to the next college.
Okay, sir.
You can just stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
You have another session, ma?
Is there any other session from your side, ma'am? St. Xavier's? St. Xavier's? Is it audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other
What is the
session from
session?
your side?
Yes.
No, we have a short film. I'll send it to one of you
No,
that
that is not possible now. See that you leave that, okay, so that we can you can give a concluding note so that we can proceed with the next college. You are not well prepared before coming to any program. No, you have to prepare well. Check the internet connectivity. It is not like that. We are giving opportunity, and that opportunity you have to utilize to the best. You must have a backup and all the things. When you are going for any session in the future, please be very serious. You must have a backup to proceed with all. Thank you, ma. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering. So, better luck next time. So, prepare well before entering. Okay. So, thank you so much. So, once again, I like to thank our director and Professor Dr. M. Maslin Bino sir, coordinator of St. Xavier's Catholic Engineering College, and Principal Dr. J. Maheshwaran sir, and moderator Subhita ma'am and Abraham Shion Singh sir. So, thank you once again. Without much delay, I would like to invite our next partner institution, Sri Ishwar College of Engineering from Coimbatore, the institution level research pitch presentation competition, which is going to be the talk of the town after this wonderful session. So it is moderated by Dr. N.K. Millajyoti sir, Dr. R. C. Parimala ma'am, with the student coordinators Mr. Naveen Kumar, Mr. Uttararaj, Mr. Sharan, in the demonstration of best energy related projects and innovation in renewable energy and smart technologies. So over to the Ishwar College of Engineering, our wonderful partner of IGEN in the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the project presentation session of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, organized with the enthusiastic participation of Sri Ishwar College of Engineering. Today is a special occasion as our talented students get an opportunity to present their innovative ideas and projects focusing on green energy, sustainability, and emerging technologies. This platform brings together creativity, technical knowledge, innovation, and strong commitment towards building a cleaner and sustainable future. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our session head, Dr. Madan Kumar sir, for providing the excellent platform for us. I thank our respected principal ma'am, director sir, and chairman sir of Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, and faculty members, coordinators, students, participants, judges, experts, and all the enthusiastic participating joiners from different parts of the world. The project presentations today are not merely academic exercise. They represent our students' efforts to identify real-world challenges and develop innovative, practical, and sustainable solutions in the field of energy and technology. I sincerely appreciate the efforts of IGEN Greenathon 2026 team, faculty coordinators, mentors, and students coordinators who have worked tirelessly to make 26 Hours global initiative and meaningful and successful event. Let us innovate, collaborate, and create a greener future together. With these words, I welcome you all, and I wish to call our students team as a first team as Muttaya S and Sharan S from Mechanical Department. Their topic is conversion of MLP, that is plastic, into usable product. Over to you, Sharan.
So I'm there from mechanical department, and we all know how plastic affects our daily life and how it cannot be uh, used in our daily life, and it can be recycled using our project. So here mainly the procedure is to we will be installing the plastics, which is mainly multi-layer plastics. Multi-layer plastics are nothing but food packaging and covering, which is consists of aluminum layer, plastic layer, and a print layer, which will have like many layers. So since the name itself is multi-layer plastic, so not only multi-layer plastic can be here. Here the plastics will be feeded into this. So to increase the efficiency of the airtight chamber so that if the air does not go inside or get out, so that it does not burn but to melt entirely without the burning process and to convert into directly into gas. And the gas will be like traveling through this copper pipe and then to the coolant. Here the condenser will be there. The condenser will be cooling by this fan here. The fan here. And from this fan, the oil will be obtained. And during this process, there will be like the solid sediments which will be presented inside this reactor. This will be further utilized into many kind of like construction roads. And we have already done it by adding these adding these So here it is. Here it is. So this material is mainly used in road construction like bitumen, and we will be adding asphalt to it. And to say clearly that this is the petroleum, which means the first the oil will be abstracted from fossil fuels from any kind of water plants, and they will be utilized for creation of petroleum. And during that petroleum process, the byproduct which will be like obtained with the plastic, and we will be like redoing the entire plastics the same way, and in which way it will be obtained into like petroleum, which will be used in vehicles, etc. So there will be like many kinds of plastics like HDPE, LDPE, and MLP mainly for this. Like HDPE is the high density polyethylene, and LDPE is low density, and MLP like multi-layer plastics. And the temperature will be controlled by TIT temperature sensor. and it can be controlled by this controller, and the fan which will be like used to cool the condenser, which will be converting the gas into the liquid. So this is how it was, and thank you.
Thank you, Muthaiya, Sharan, and team. Now I call upon the team 2, Naveen Kumar and Uttarraj of AAA department with the topic of tunnel worker safety system. Over to you, Naveen.
As we said, we have used ESP hardware tunnel system. We have used a sensor to predict whether water is really the level or not. In case now they are not yet set the other position suitable. Ask them to they have used this pre-sensing sensor to detect whether the water is printing properly or not.
Any other harmful gases by the ground by enters the breathing system. This ensures the safety of food.
We have used ESP32 acts as a microcontroller which acts as the brain of the system. We have the gas sensors collects the information and send it to this ESP32. And if this ESP32, by using a LoRa, it's a long range sensor, it's used to send the data to the supervisor. The supervisor something he was in a dangerous situation or something. All the information and collects the data it sends to the supervisor.
We can't provide a safety measures for the operation. By using the sensor, we can check it through the online. So scientists can check the smartphone by they are using the safety measures, how to stay the conditions for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a team, I call upon E. Maheshwara Pandian and Dharani Varshan of CSBS department. Their topic is AgriBuy. Over to you, Maheshwara Rao.
Hello everyone, I'm Dharani Varshan of CSBS from ACC. So our project is AgriBuy, which is an AI-powered smart agriculture platform which will help farmers and create awareness among youngsters about today's modern agriculture. So today, many people have limited knowledge on agriculture and they don't often consider this a career opportunity. So our platform will is that by providing guidance from starting from crop selection to how to make profit in agriculture. It will guide step by step, and also we have a very unique option called Family Legacy, where the agriculture farmers who have been in this platform for generations can share their insights about agriculture and their experience in this field. So it will help youngsters to get real data and knowledge from the ancestors who have been in this field for generations. The overall mission of AgriBuy is not only to improve farming practice and also create awareness among youngsters to guide them from crop selection to how to make profit. So agriculture will become since agriculture is the primary sector for our country, so it will help youngsters, it will promote agriculture to the next level of the current generation. Thank you. So now I will hand this session to my teammate Maheshwara Pandya. Yeah.
Yeah, I am taught with my tagline. Our motive is to convert the agriculture to the agri business, because nowadays the youngsters are more willing to earn money, but they are not able to catch that in agri field they can make money or not. They are not understanding that. So for that purpose, we are making this platform, and this is our dashboard which shows the weathers and farm statistics. This farm statistics what means if the users have how many acres of land, they will enter their own areas for the purpose of from the 1 acre land we will put some of the crops, and the remaining area we can also include the varieties of crops, so that we can earn like January to March, some of the seeds and some of the crops are well grown, and like that we can get the profit accordingly for the seasons. So for that purpose, the farm statistics are driven, and this is the farm legacy. And let me start with a crop guide. The crop guide is nothing but, and the users are if the user's background is agriculture, they will able to understand what are the soil for what are the seeds is used to for the particular soil. But if my parents are not from the agriculture field, I am unable, I am not I am I'm no, I don't know what seeds and crops are able to crop in these fields. So for that purpose, from the soil report, we measures the metrics like pH level, some of the metrics, and we will recommend the crops according to that metrics, so that we can able to see that what are these crops and what are the seeds are able to grow in this type of soils, and also what are the best seasons, and how much profit we can earn from this acre. And these type of information also we can analyze and give from these our platforms using the AI. And there is a plant doctor which is used to identify what type of diseases occur, and what are the um, uh, chemicals or what are the fertilizers are uh, used to rectify it. And also there are a lot of government schemes also we are including in this, like what are the government schemes suitable for ourselves, and what are the maximum profit we can fund we can gain from these schemes. And also from here we can able to apply, and also how many schemes we are applied, and what are the how many approved it, and available schemes are there. So we can also keep the dashboard from this our platform. And there is also a community which have if I am new to the agriculture, I don't know what are the experienced professionals are saying. So if someone is good at in agriculture field, we can connect from here like a Telegram. We can connect from here, and also we can get the mentorship from that experienced professionals. And also there is a profit calculator which will determine our profits and etc. And here also there is an current crops, like we can also monitor what are the crops are here, and what are the health is how that.
Thank you, Mageshwar team. And next I call upon BPR Sri Sudan team to providing in the topic of food rescue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present my project, Food Rescue, the food donation platform developed to address two major social problems, food wastage and food insecurity. The main idea behind the project is to create a digital connection between people, restaurants, or organizations that have surplus food and NGOs. For people who can make the use of the food, instead of allowing excess of food to become waste, our platform provides a saturated way to donate, manage, and food request. Users can provide details about the available food, while the recipients can find suitable donations and coordinate the collection. What makes this project meaningful is that we are not trying to create a more, we are trying to make better use of the food that already exists. The platform can also be expanded in the future with a location-based matching, real-time notification, volunteer, management, food expiry alerts, rating and reviews, and analysis to track amount of food successfully rescued. For example, if restaurant has surplus meals at the end of the day, the system could identify nearby organizations, notify them, and help ensure that the food reaches the people before it expires. So food rescue is not just a website application, it is a technology-based solution with a real social impact, helping reduce unnecessary food waste while making surplus food available to people who need it. Food wastage and food insecurity. Every day, people usable food can become waste simply because it is not distributed to the right people at the right time. Our idea is to turn that wasted resource into social resource. Instead of treating surplus food as a waste, food rescue creates a connection between donors and the people or organizations that can make use of it. The important aspect of our project is not only donating food, but creating a structured digital process for managing donation and request. This can make the process faster and more organized and easier to scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Sudhan. Really, this is a needable topic nowadays. Now we move to the team 5. I call upon Ms. P. Ramisha and team with the heading of Our Planet, Our Future. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pramisha from CSBS department. Before we conclude, we would like to introduce something what we created as a part of initiative. We have built a website called Earth 2050, the future choice. The main purpose of the website is to create awareness about sustainability and help people understand the future of our planet depends on the choice we make today. Because when we talk about sustainability, we often hear about climate change, pollution, waste, energy consumption, and environmental problems. But simply knowing about these problems is not enough. We need to understand how everyday choices are connected to them. This is why we created Earth 2050. Our idea was to make sustainability more interactive, visual, and reliable, especially for the students and young people. Instead of simply presenting facts and statistics, we wanted to create a platform that makes people stop from a moment and think, what will our planet look like in 2050 if we continue making the same choices? And more importantly, what would it look like if we start making better choices today? That is the thought behind the name Earth 2050, the future we chose. This website takes us journey from the present towards the future. It helps us understand that future is not something that is already decided. It is something that's being created every single day. Every unit of electricity we save, every liter of water we conserve, every piece of waste we dispose of responsibly. Every time we choose reuse over unnecessary consumption. Every sustainable decision we make, all these choices contribute to the future we building. And that's why we wanted to website to focus only on this problem, but also on power of individual action. Because sometimes sustainability can feel like a huge problem that's only government, industries, or large organizations can solve. But the truth is, change can start with something as small as one person makes one better choice. And when the one choice is repeated by hundreds, thousands, and eventually millions of people, it becomes a movement. Through Earth 2050, our goal is start that thought process. We want the people to explore the website, understand the impact of choices, and most importantly, ask themselves, what can I change from today? Because awareness should not end when we close the website. It should continue in the way we live. It should influence the way we consume, the way we travel, the way we use resources, the way we manage waste, and the way we think about the environment around us. So Earth 2050 is not just a website, it is an awareness platform. It reminds that future belongs to us. And the future we experience tomorrow depends on the decision we make today. Now we want to take an idea one step further. We believe that awareness can also become a part of our campus. At SREESB, we want to encourage students to turn this awareness into a simple, practical, and everyday action. We don't want sustainable to remain only one presentation topic. We want it to become a habit. Because even a small action, when we taken together, can create a meaningful impact. So, and our mission is people don't just the future is not something we wait for. The future is something we choose. Let's choose greener future. Let's choose the greener responsibility future, and we choose a future we can proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a really eye-opening session. Their projects, we have seen 5 different projects of our Sri Ishwar College of Engineering students. It's a time to thank. It's my privilege to propose the thanks on this wonderful occasion of the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 project presentation at Sri Ishwar College of Engineering. A very special appreciation goes to all our students, participants. Your enthusiasm, creativity, technical knowledge, and commitment to develop solutions for a greener and sustainable future have truly made this event meaningful. I thank the session head, Dr. Madan Kumar sir, and I sincerely thank our head Sustainable Energy, Dr. Milla Jyoti sir, for their constant guidance and encouragement, which has been instrumental in making this event a successful one. Today, we have witnessed not only innovative projects, but also the spirit of collaboration, sustainability, and innovation. I'm confident that these young innovators will continue to create solutions that can contribute to a net zero and sustainable in future. Let's continue to innovate, collaborate, and march forward together towards a greener future and many more global achievements for Sri Ishwar College of Engineering. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a wonderful session, ma'am. Real-time project is good to witness a real-time projects with creative minds, tickling with the database they are working for. So that was a conversion of multi-layer plastic into fuel oil and value-added products is a good one. And the final one, our planet, our future, act today for a better tomorrow. That is a good tagline with good project, great demonstration on hands we are working towards. So thank you so much, Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, Coimbatore, for taking up this wonderful initiative and being a part of this wonderful Energathon event, 26 hours marathon event. On behalf of IGEN, I'd like to extend my warm thanks to Dr. N.K. Millajyoti sir and Dr. R. Sri Parimala ma'am for taking up this wonderful initiative with the children coordinators of Navin Kumar, Uttarraj and Sharan for making this event more lively. Thank you so much, ma'am. Without much delay, I would like to invite our next partner institution, Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College from Pondicherry. So they are going to bring forward the pitch for power, sustainable energy, research and project demos, lively demos like our Sri Ishwar College of Engineering. They are going to present a wonderful project demos, showcase their ideas and inspire the change and power the future with their wonderful ideas and pitch the innovative solution for cleaner, greener and smarter tomorrow. With the heads of Dr. V.S.K. Venkatachalapati sir, Director cum Principal, I'd like to thank sir. Thank you, sir, for giving Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College a good platform through our IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. So the moderators of this event are Dr. K. Hemlata ma'am, HOD of Mechanical Engineering, who was the speaker of our last pre-conference 3 of IGEN ENERGATHON, and Dr. R. Ravishankar sir, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Dr. J. Pavalavannan sir, Pavala Pandian sir, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Dr. S. Yuvraj sir, Assistant Professor of EC, and Dr. N. Prakash Kumar sir, Assistant Professor of Mechanical Engineering. So this is eye-opening. I would like to thank Dr. Prakash sir and Ravishankar sir for taking up this wonderful initiative and coordinate Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College to take part in this ENERGATHON main conference. So over to Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College, Pondicherry.
Sir, thank you for a very good introduction, sir. Yes, sir, audible. So thanks for a very good introduction about our institution, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Yuvraj, Assistant Professor, EC Department from SMVEC, and sir, Prakash Kumar, Assistant Professor, Mechanical. So as being a part of our IGEN ENERGATHON, very good afternoon to everyone. So it gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome you all to our college presentation on behalf of Sri Manakula Engineering College. and the Institution of Green Engineers, I extend my warm welcome to our respected faculty members, coordinators who are present in this online mode, and our youth speakers and the volunteers who are ready to present their idea presentation and project demos are ready for now. So the today's session, it's about the pitch for power, sustainable energy research and project demo. So it provides a valuable platform for our young minds, those are studying in second year and third year, to showcase their innovative ideas and practical solutions for a cleaner, greener, and smart future. So in this regard, our session consists of the student participants from the various departments. Like the students will be first undergoing from biomedical engineering, then followed by CAC and IT, then ECE and mechanical department. So they all come forward to share their ideas by demonstrating the spirit of innovation under the theme of energy without borders. So as we engineers, our responsibility is not only to develop the technology, but also to ensure that technology contributes meaningfully to energy security, environmental protection, and sustainable communities. So I wish today our all youth speakers to be very good, present their give present best presentation, and their ideas can inspire the action and contribute towards the each sustainable development goals. So now over to the students presentation. We are prepared for online telecast, sir. I will turn on the video and the slides will be presented in LCD board, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, you can start.
Hi, everyone.
Audible and get it. Audible and get it.
Am I audible to everyone? Yeah. Hi, I'm Sam Manova. I'm from Biomedical Engineering Department, Sri Molecular and Agri Engineering College. Along with my team, I'm presenting our project, Intelligent Footpad System for Real-Time Diagnosis and Treatment of Diabetic Peripheral Neuropathy. Now we are moving on to our next slide. So in the next slide, we'll be seeing our project's objectives. Our main objective is to design and develop a portable, non-energy footpad system that measures vibration perception threshold, which is VPT, using integrated force sensing and vibration monitoring. And for our next objective is to deliver personalized vibration therapy using AI-assisted diagnosis, ensuring proactive care for diabetic foot neuropathy. Now we are moving to next slide. We are looking into our problem statement. The diabetic peripheral neuropathy, which is the DPM, causes progressive sensory loss in the feet and leading to serious complications like foot ulcers and amputations, which is conventional diagnostic methods are often subjective and fail to detect the early stage of neuropathy. So there is a need for a non-invasive system, which the early diagnosis of timely therapeutic intervention. Now we are moving on to the next slide. Next. So our proposed system, the system applies a progressive vibration until it's detected. So we'll be using a button for it. And we are recording the pulse width modulation threshold, and with the reaction time, the FSR sensors will continuously capture the plantar pressure happening. The system computes pressure metrics of the average and the imbalance and the center of pressure and uses them with the response data and logistic insertion for estimates severity. Based on this personalized cognitive resonance therapy, the 90% will be pulse width modulation and the 10% were fluctuations. So which is delivered independently for each node.
Sorry, so 1 minute.
Only mic off.
Yeah, mic.
Okay. Now we are moving on to sustainable development goals. So the goal we have chosen for our
Okay.
Light on. ഇതിൽ start. അത് wait பண்ணுங்க. Close.
It will be personalized intervention for the diabetic peripheral neuropathy. Now move on to the next slide. We are looking into a draft diagram of a proposed system. So initially the patient will be at the rest state and he will be placing his leg in our So the pressures will be measured by the FSR sensors, which is placed on the foot pad, and later it will be sent to the microcontroller and will be processing the data, and it will be displayed in the LCD display. So thus we will get our output. Thank you. Now we are looking into a demo of our project.
The camera on. Unmute பண்ணிட்டியா?
Hi everyone, this is Raj from the Department of Biomedical Engineering, third year. We developed an intelligent food pad system for real-time diagnosis and therapeutic of diabetic neurotherapy patients. These are the two insoles placed in a vibration damping pad, and each insole consists of 3 FSR sensors for initially getting the pressure from the patient's foot, and under these insoles, three coin vibrator motors will be placed, helps to gather the vibrations by the patient. And these data will be processed by the ESP32 processor and displayed by the display unit. Initially, these controls are controlled by using the push button. Initially, the patient sits and relaxedly place the legs in the foot insoles. And the vibration starts from the right leg, from the upper foot. The 2 sensors will be placed under certain areas. First, metatarsal areas and the fifth metatarsal and the heel region. The 3 major vibration motors will be placed, and the upper metatarsal areas where we started from 3 trials. Each insole consists of 6 trials. After getting the data, it automatically shifts to the left, and the data will be similarly taken from the each leg. And after these gathered data, the push button will be pressed, automatically shift to the therapeutic mode. By the patient gathered data, it sets the value initially, and automatically it is given the patient sensing value to the patient sensible value vibration to the patient for 5 minutes. For therapy, it is regularly given to the patient to recover the patient from the neurotherapy, diabetic neurotherapy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay, next I will call upon the team, Digital Twin of City, for presenting their project demo. Screen தெரியல. தெரியல. சார் வீடியோ வைக்கிங்க சார். போடுங்க. விசிபிள் ஷோ இல்ல. பிபிடிஎஸ் வராதுல்ல. எந்த கேமரால எது வியூ ஆகுது? இது கேமராக்கு. இந்த கேமரா தான் தெரியுதா? இந்த ஸ்கிரீனே ஷேர் பண்ண முடியாதா? இதுலயே வச்சு. ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணு. ஒரு நிமிஷம். தெரியுது சார். நீங்க பண்றதுதான் எனக்கு தெரியும். Recording.
In day-to-day life, people
Patient. Next slide. அது வால்யூம் பாருங்க. Next slide, sir. Next. Slide next.
The actual problem faced by the people in day-to-day life is people started migration from rural areas to the urban areas. Due to the overall migration in urban areas, resources like energy, water, and electricity are increasing day by day. Carbon.
Bhushan. Video தெரியுதா?
Yes. The actual problem faced by people are people started migration from rural to urban areas. Due to the overall migration in urban areas, resources like energy, water, and electricity are increasing day by day.
Carbon dioxide emission due to the pollution and energy consumption are also increasing. These are the problems people face in their regular life. The actual solution we have meant for the software for these problems are we can project the overall city in a single dashboard. It will be a 3D replica of the city, whereas we can include simulations like rain, solar plantations, plantations of trees, cyclone, emergency vehicle, active thing for that. Here, we can monitor the city and identify the problems through the dashboard, simulate the problems and test solutions and understand the results they can produce. Simulations and predictions. What are all the simulations we have included in our projects? Tree plantations. Simulate the tree plantations and predict how much carbon dioxide will be reduced and how much kilowatt of oxygen will be produced. And rain simulation. Using previous and live data of the land or by the clouding project where water can be stored or dumped on the roads and understand the impact are also on the buildings are also be occurable. Solar simulations. Calculate the square feet of the buildings, plan solar plant placements and the potential kilowatt energy, how much kilowatt of energy can be consumed will be predictable. An active green corridor. Use live traffic data to simulation, traffic-free path or emergency vehicles, and the fastest vehicle and the traffic-free path will be visible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now we'll call upon the next team, project demo, digital twin for industry. Everybody visible?
Myself, Surya. I am from CT department. Our project name is AI Powered Sustainable Industrial Digital Twin. So main problem statements are high energy consumption and wastage. So because of that, unexpected equipment and failure downfire are happening. So because of this, safety risk are increasing and then resource wastage are happening. Fragmented data and reactive operations are happening there. Because of that, the high costs are happening in industries and then unplanned downtime and safety risk are happening and resource wastage and low productivity is happening.
Here our project covers mainly 5 SDG goals like SDG like 6 clean water and sustainable, SDG 7 like affordable and clean energy, SDG 9 like industry innovations and infrastructures, SDG 13 like climate actions.
So main SDG impacts are reduces energy wastage and improves energy efficiency, super sustainable industry vision and foster innovations. So it promotes responsible resource use and sustainable productions. Because of this, the contribution to the low emissions and the supports to climate actions, and it also improves the water management and supports clean water usage. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, students. Now I'd like to call upon the next team, project demo. Sorry, idea presentation, harnessing renewable energy for data center, student Manjushree, ID department.
Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Myself is Manjushree, pursuing my BTech Information Technology degree at Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College. Today, I'm going to present my topic, harnessing renewable energy for data centers. Today, my problem statement is as AI cloud computing and data usage are more rapidly increasing. The data centers consume more and more electricity, and this leads to more carbon emission and puts the power grid so high. So the main challenges are intermittency, storage gaps, and high cost. Here, solar and wind energy does not provide simultaneously energy. So whereas data centers provide a reliable power 24/7. For this, my proposed solution is hybrid renewable energy management systems. Here, it combines solar and wind energy with the grid renewables, and we can also use battery and hydrogen storage to provide power for renewable generations in low. And we can also use AI-driven load shifting. AI-driven load shifting to when non-urgent computing loads such as when the system is not in use, we can provide it by moving to periods when renewable energy is available. And another important feature is waste heat reuse, where we can, when the heat is generated by the server, it is redirected to its another nearby communities or agriculture without wasting it. And finally, the main reason is real-time carbon tracking. It helps us monitor and verify the actual use of the
background cut ஆயிருது அவங்க IGEN வருது background.
next. This approach support the various sustainable development goals such as affordable and infrastructure, climate action, responsible consumption, and sustainable cities and communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Manjushri. I'd like to call upon the next presenter, Nandini Ji, IT Department, Energy Conservation in Data Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Nandini from the Department of Information Technology at Sivathanupillai Engineering College. Today, I'm going to present on the topic energy conservation in data centers. Data centers are the facilities that store and process large amount of digital informations. It consumes enormous amount of electricity to power servers, storage, networking, and cooling system. As the demand for cloud computing, AI, and big data grows, energy consumption and carbon emissions are rising rapidly. It is driven largely by insufficient server utilization, excessive cooling, and poor energy management. So, to solve this, we have proposed a solution like AI-based energy efficient data center management system. This system monitors workloads, power consumption, and environmental conditions. It predicts the workloads using ML algorithm that focus workloads and dynamically allocate computing resources. It also uses smart cooling system that can adjust according to the temperature and workload rather than working continuously at maximum capacity. We can also integrate renewable energy such as solar power to reduce dependencies on conventional energy. This project mainly supports SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. It also supports SDG 9, SDG 12, and SDG 13 by industry, innovation, and infrastructure, responsible consumption, and climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini Ji from IT Department. That's a good idea pitch presentation. I will call upon next presenter, Mukesh from our EC Department for idea pitch presentation.
Very good morning to everyone. Myself Mukesh. I am from EC Department from Inaugural Engineering College, and now my idea pitch is cross-border IoT microgrid for energy sharing. So it is a very common problem nowadays in somewhere like in village sites, like when you compare, cities have more abundant energy resources, but they, even though the villages are nearby the cities, they can't able to share it. So that's the solution for my problem is solar link. It is the IoT enabled offline mode where we can share easily communicate the energy resources through a notification wise. What is the idea? We will be placing nodes at each of the household to monitor the energy data, and from there it will be transferred to the common stations, and from there you can communicate with the other villages where the station will be allotted. And through that we can get to know that the cities have more resources. So this is how my it will be implemented in the future, and that's how my idea is. So thank you. This is be allotted based on SDG 7, and I hope this will be implemented in the future. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Mukesh. Now we'll call upon Hema and Pooja from EC second year to pitch their ideas.
Morning, everyone. This is Hema and this is Pooja of Department of EC from SMBC. So here's the problem that we wanted to talk about is every single day the energy is quietly shipping away from us and nobody is paying attention to it. For example, a truck rolls on a road, that energy is gone. When your phone is talking to a Wi-Fi router, the 100 times a minute, that energy is too wasted. Then when it comes to the Here's what the idea we are proposing it. When a machine vibrates in a factory for all day, then same thing happens. The energy is wasted throughout the machines, and we are here accumulating all the energies and forming a new sustainable energy, which is the SDG goal 7, creating affordable and clean energy.
Now, here's what we are proposing. Instead of only relying on solar power, which everyone is talking about, we took two other sources which are constantly present but completely ignored, which are the vibration sensor, vibration signals, and the RF signals. Now, our project idea is small hybrid energy harvesting node, which captures both these energies and stores them and produces energy to work on small sensors and lights. Which completely runs on its own and does not need any battery or any resources.
When a truck goes in a single piece of electric tile, it generates about 2 to 5 milliwatts, and we wasted the 2 to 5 milliwatt. And when it comes to the Wi-Fi, it wastes about 10 to 20 microwatts, and for an year it's about 400 microwatts. In a vibration company from the machines, it releases about 200 milliwatts, and for an year it wastes about 100 to 240 watts. By accumulating all this and amplifying the energy, we can get into an energy which is supplied to run an LED or a company or in the households.
Initially, these values might be quite not impressive, but actually when these energies combine, they produce a large amount of energy. That is, the vibration acts as the main source and the RF signal acts as a capable backup. Now, these sources totally, they produce 18% of the energy. When they are amplified, the vibration source alone produces about 20% of the energy, and the RF signal produces about 8% of the energy. Here is what the heart of our idea is. That is, it is not important to only create new energy resources, but also extract the resources which is already available. This idea is based on the SDG goal 7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, team, for your valuable idea pitch presentation. And I'll call upon second year student Vishal Krishnan to pitch his idea.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Vishal Krishnan. I'm from Sivathanupillai Engineering College. Now, I came for the idea page, and my topic is AI-driven self-healing, smart microgrid with the technologies of digital twin and pay-to-pay energy trading. And my presentation comes under the SDG goal number 7, which was affordable and clean energy resource. Yeah. Now we divided this digital twin technology into three parts, where the AI, when we use the microgrid technology, the AI plays a major role, which detects where the fault going to occur, and the self-healing technology take place, and that it will transmit the energy transmission to the another lane which was suitable to transmit to this particular distance or particular area within the time duration. And here we use AI technology of smart microgrid here. Here we also talk about the peer-to-peer energy saving system. If my house has solar energy and other renewable resources, we convert the energy resource, but we have excess energy, but we have to share with our neighbors, and by this we can make a profit, or we can also sell it to government, and by this we can consume our energy resources in the renewable energy resource. By the way, it's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vishal Krishna, for a valuable idea presentation. I now to call upon next presenter, idea pitch, Sandhya and Valapuri from second year EC department. Yes, 1 minute team. Yes, now we order the session to the our students.
Good afternoon, all. This is Sandhya and Valapuri from second year of Electronics and Communication Engineering. Our idea which is spatio-temporal orthogonal FSK with dynamic meta-surface wavefront steering. And its main focus is enabling reliable wireless communication for e-vehicles for dynamic charging. Now, let us look at the problem for which we created the solution.
Electric vehicles needs and continuous communication while they are charged wirelessly moving on the roads. But the signal are affected by obstacles such as noise, traffic, and reflections. These systems can make communication work weak and unreliable. Therefore, we need a system that provides stable and reliable communication during dynamic charging.
The solution involves three key concepts. Firstly, our chip spread physical layer sends frequency swept pulse that punch through heavy traffic noise and interference. Secondly, using dynamic meta-surface wavefront steering, the road itself uses digital liquid crystal surface to actively bend and focus the signal into a right direct beam straight to the moving car. Finally, match filter correlation and ghost rejection allows system to mathematically cancel out any irrelevant signals.
Coming to conclusion to our idea that provides a better and a stable communication for EV. It reduces signal interference and supports smart and sustainable transformation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, students. I'll call upon our EC students for a project demo presentation. Mr. Vishal Krishna, Yunesh Balaji,
Total 15 options. Okay, also. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all present. Manish Balaji. This is a project presentation regarding the voice-guided syringe pump for a neural safe ejection, which is an anesthesia project. The main project involves in the medical biotech technology, like anesthesia, which is a drug delivered for a patient before surgical operations or procedures. This project mainly focuses on the regional nerve block of anesthesia, where the patient will be in a conscious, where the full patient, like not like a general anesthesia, it is a regional anesthesia, which is mainly focusing on the peripheral nerve block. Like the main problem statement involves in this project is the patient should be in a sterile procedure, and the drug delivery should be done by the doctors, which is in a traditional method. So there will be causing errors, which may lead to the lack of hand-free operations and issue in regional anesthesia, where the manual syringe may be introduce more amount of ml to the patient body, which may lead to permanent paralysis for the patient. So we propose a solution, V-Spine, which is an voice-guided syringe pump. So instead of a doctor, where the voice-guided syringe pump helps the patient to control that. So this is the proposed system, how it looks like, and this is a video. So this is a process of infusing, and this is how the syringe will be introduced. So there's a mic. This is made with a Raspberry Pi. So if a command is given, infuse or amount of ml is told, then the syringe will be pushed and the amount will be ejected. And regarding that, this will be a sterile process, and which we do not involve a doctor presence in that. So conclusion, V-Spine is a voice activated, and it is a multi-purpose thing because which is already also used in normal IV infusion also. Like we have seen a keyboard, right? So in the keyboard, we can manually enter the amount of ml to be used in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh Balaji. Now we call upon the last presenter, project demo from our third year mechanical department. So on my team, sorry for delay.
Sir?
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir. The PPT is open, sir. 2 minutes.
Sorry for the delay, sir. Good evening, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone.
Be louder, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Jeevagan, my teammate number is Bala. We are currently pursuing BTech Mechanical Engineering in the Manakulam Vinayagar Engineering College. Our topic, idea and pitch problem is design and fabrication of automobile inbuilt load measuring device. our introduction of our project, efficient and safe transportation of backbone of developed economy. Overloading is a vehicle is major concern of leads to road damage, accidents, high fuel consumption, and legal issues. To overcome this problem, an inbuilt load measuring device is designed and fabrication of measuring the load real time. Our objective of project is to design the fabrication inbuilt load measuring device to ensure the safe, legal, and efficient transportation through the real-time load measuring towards and smarter and the safe future. This device is small step towards the intelligent transport system, sustainable infrastructure better than tomorrow. Next slide will be continued to my team.
Talking of the definition of our project. Overloading of the vehicles is a major issue in the transportation sector. Most of the vehicles does not have any inbuilt systems to measure the load in the real time. Drivers only manual estimations, which is inaccurate and often leads to overloading. Causes of the problem: no inbuilt system for real-time load measuring device, and drivers depends on the manual estimation and which is inaccurate. Overloading occurs frequently, leads to legal penalties and fines. Causes wear and tear of the vehicles components. And then impact of the problem: damaged roads due to overloading, and then increased operation costs, then high risk of accidents, legal penalties and fines. More fuel consumptions and emissions are occurred. And then SDG goals we are our project can conclude. Our project contributes to these sessions of SDGs. SDG number 9, industrial innovations and infrastructure. And then SDG number 11, sustainable studies and communities. And then SDG number 12, responsible consumptions and production. And the advantage of a project: prevents overloading, helps in maintaining permissible load limits, improves road safety, and then enhancing vehicle efficiency, reduces wear and tear, and then promotes sustainable transportation, real-time monitoring, and then cost estimation, data for better planning. And then these are the demo of a project. You can see that when I'm applying load on the chassis, you can see that there is a reading on the meter, which is the weight of the and then the load sensors are fixed at the between the axle and then lifting. And then together, let's build a smarter and safer and sustainable tomorrow. With sincere thank you for the valuable time, guidance, and support through the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, students. I now call upon Mr. Prakash from Mechanical Department to give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for today's function, Sustainable Energy Research and Project Demo Pitch for Power Event from Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College. First of all, I sincerely thank our respected management and college authorities and IGEN management for giving us this wonderful opportunity to organize this meaningful program. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the faculty members and coordinators of their valuable support and guidance. A special thanks to all our youth speakers for sharing their innovative ideas and inspiring us towards cleaner and greener and sustainable future. I also appreciate all the student participants for their creative and active involvement in this program. Finally, I thank everyone who contribute directly or indirectly to success of this event. Thank you all of your valuable presence and support. Have a wonderful day and have a wonderful lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. N. Prakash Kumar sir,
Yes,
Yuvraj
sir,
sir,
thank you, sir.
and all the coordinators of Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College, Pondicherry, for a wonderful presentation. That was a very lively, sir, and that was a need of the hour. Actually, you covered all the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals numbers 1 to 17, and one important thing I was so happy was your pitch presentation and a project demo, lively demo for anesthesia patient. So anesthesia, it is very useful for the doctors, but in real time, I don't know whether it will be working out or not. but all the surgeries and everything is taken care by robots these days. So it will be very useful for the upcoming doctors, and it is a very lifesaver one. And whichever whatever the project you propose, please make a presentation with all the presentation you have as a document, and please submit to us. And as a white report, we'll be ready to make it as a pattern also. IGEN is ready to make it as a pattern also. So whatever the project you people are going to taken care, or you going to make it as a real-time project, please bring it to us, and we'll be there to help you all to make it as a pattern and very useful for the community and worldwide. So thank you so much, Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College, for making it as a grand center. Thank you.
Sir.
So
Thank you.
one last minute, let's try for St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering. They was some net issue during their presentation. So, sir, Yuvraj sir, is it possible to take a photos? Group photo. Is it possible to take a group photo over there?
Yes, it is possible.
All the presenters,
Yes,
all
sir.
the students are there.
Available here only,
Available,
sir.
sir.
We will make in a second, sir.
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Yes, sir. One photo session.
Sir, in live or in their
In live, sir. In live.
Live. Okay.
Ma'am.
St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering. Anyone from St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering?
Thank you, ma.
Prakash sir, Yuvraj sir.
Yes, sir. We
Yes,
are
sir.
arranging students, sir.
Ready, sir?
Ready, sir. 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. One
So,
minute, sir.
1 minute, sir.
Yes. வருது வாங்க வாங்க பட் நார்மல் இதுல வச்சிடலாமா ஏன் பேக்ரவுண்ட் போக மாட்டேங்குது
நீ நார்மலா யார் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்க லேப்டாப் திருப்பு
என்னோட லேப்டாப் இருக்குது
வேற லேப்டாப் திருப்பு
ஓகே அதுல நின்றலாம் அது கேமரா ஆன் பண்ணு ஓகே
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can.
So we are running out of 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
you can visible us, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From the Mukesh name.
Yes, sir. From the Mukesh user, sir.
Camera. Laptop on kilo. Sir, it is
Sir,
okay
it is
for you,
pinned.
sir.
Yes, sir. It's pinned, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We just take it from Mukesh camera, sir.
So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Yuvraj sir, and all the coordinators of Sri Manakula Vinayagar College of Engineering for making it as a grand success.
Thank
Our
you, sir.
energy taking part
We'd like
in
to
our
thank you for our
26 hours
moderators
style
also.
event.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable support, sir. We will follow in the future also, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Fine,
Please
sir.
be ready with the report, sir. Overall report.
Definitely,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Definitely.
We'll be prepared.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So,
Often take.
without much delay, I'd like to thank all the institution partners, Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering, Sri Manakula Vinayagar College of Engineering, Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, Coimbatore, for making our Energathon 26 hours marathon a grand success. By your wonderful support, we will be making it as an energy without borders. We are working without border for our energy. We are bringing out with a good, fruitful impact to the society through our IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. So thank you once again. Over to host of this wonderful event, and I would like to thank our presidents, our board of directors, vice presidents, and chairman of this wonderful event, ENERGATHON 2026, and the organizing chair for making our wonderful event a grand success. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. மீண்டும் சந்திப்போம். அதுவரை உங்களிடமிருந்து விடைபெறுவது உங்கள் மதன். நன்றி.
Thank you, sir.
So very happy to welcome Dr. E. Kavita, Director IGEN, for our next session, which is a very interesting session. That is we had already discussed a lot till yesterday 3 o'clock to till now, in different perspective and different angle. Maybe different continent we had a discussion, and India perspective we had a discussion, and youth, particularly the youth, if they become they will be nominated as the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. Like there are different action we had come out with the solutions, but this is the interesting one. That is 17 goals, 17 speakers are here across across our country. Across our country. So this is very interesting and very nice. The reason is they are going to talk about how this energy play a very vital role to achieve that 116 targets. So they are going to have a discussion that how possible we can able to achieve the 116 target. Each target, how this energy will interlink and support that. Welcome, ma'am. The moderator,
Yes.
Dr.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone present here. It really gives me immense pleasure and pride to welcome to all of you to this IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, Energy Without Borders, the 26 hours SDG for energy, non-stop 5-continent climate action marathon. Today, we are not merely gathering for an event. We are coming together as a global community to turn the ideas into action and action into impact. This 5th edition of IGEN ENERGATHON represents our collective commitment to building sustainable, inclusive, and energy resilient communities. The theme, Energy Without Borders, beautifully reminds us that energy challenges do not stop at geographically boundaries. Access to clean, affordable, and sustainable energy is a global responsibility. Through this marathon, we bring together young minds, educators, researchers, engineers, innovators, and sustainability champions to share the ideas and solutions aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 7 affordable and green energy, while creating a strong connections across the entire SDG framework. This year, Energathon carries an even greater significance as it is a world record certified and 56th Earth Day indexed, demonstrating the scale and global spirit of this initiative. The 26-hour 5-continent engagement is a powerful symbol of what can happen when people across the nation work together with one purpose, climate action and sustainable development. I am especially delighted to welcome all the organizing institution, distinguished guests, speakers, mentors, researchers, faculty members, students, youth innovators, and participants who have contributed the time, knowledge, and energy to make this initiative meaningful. The ideas and discussions emerging from this marathon will not remain within these sessions. They will contribute towards white paper carrying the policy recommendation and also for UN agencies, government institutions, and global stakeholders. So with now, let me welcome our chief guest of today, Dr. Sudhir Joshi, and also the 17 speakers, where 17 young voices across India will come together to present their ideas, perspectives, and solutions on the sustainable development goals. And also, I really thank our IGEN president, Dr. Ramesh sir, and all the directors for giving me a wonderful opportunity to do this wonderful program. Now, it's also not a platform where the ideas meet and the young minds meet the global challenges, where every action contributes to building a sustainable future. Let us remember, energy can power a machine, but sustainable energy can power a generation. So ideas can inspire a person, but collective action can transform the world. And when There are no borders to our commitment. There can be no limits to our impacts. So with this spirit, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each and everyone. Officially welcome to IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, Energy Without Borders. So on behalf of IGEN, once again, I welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Sudhir Joshi, to this IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Dr. Sudhir Joshi is a doctor of medicine in Ayurveda and serves as a district Ayurvedic officer, Dahod, Government of Gujarat. He is also a regional mentor of change for Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, where he contributes towards nurturing innovation, creativity, and the entrepreneur spirit among the young minds. He is the director of SDG Brigade India, a youth-led organization committed to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals and contributing towards a vision of Vikshit Bharat 2047. His work reflects a powerful commitment to transforming the aspirations of the SDGs into meaningful action, particularly by empowering the young people to become responsible change makers. Dr. Joshi has also been actively working towards sustainable development goals, representing India at international platform, including the United Nations, and collaborating with numerous national and international agencies in the pursuit of global peace, prosperity, and happiness. What makes his journey particularly inspiring the way he connects leadership, innovation, sustainability, youth empowerment, and humanitarian service. His contributions have earned his numerous national and international awards and recognition, reflecting his outstanding leadership and dedication to society. He is also a renowned global speaker whose ideas and experiences have inspired young people and professionals across the platform. So your presence today adds immense value and inspiration to IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. As our young participants come together with ideas, innovation, determination to address the energy and sustainability challenges, your experience and vision will certainly motivate them to think beyond the conventional boundaries and transform ideas into impactful action. So to all our young participants, I encourage you to listen, learn, question, innovate, and most importantly, believe that your ideas can become solution for a more sustainable and developed India. So on behalf of Institute of Green Engineers, once again, with great respect and enthusiasm, let us all welcome Dr. Sudhir Joshi to the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Sir, the platform is yours.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all distinguished speakers and delegates. Myself, Dr. Sudhir Joshi. I'm a regional mentor, district Ayush officer, as well as a director at STG Brigade India. So I'm representing today's session as a keynote speaker or as well as a chief guest. So role of youth in sustainable energy for all with SDG alignment. That is the main theme or topic for my session today. So first of all, I want to introduce our SDG Brigade India. We introduce youth as a change agent, and we prepare youth for certain period. After certain period and some responsibility on their shoulders, they become the change maker. So this is the journey between change agent to change maker. And we introduce 3I. I'm giving you 3I. The first is information. Second I is inspiration. And third is integration. This world needs these 3I. Real-time information, inspiration to come forward, and integration, because all the sustainable development goals are interconnected and interlinked. You can't address one SDG at the same time. You have to come forward for integration. And United Nations also now working for the integration. And such type of conferences which organized by various stakeholders is very meaningful, very essential. So youth play a pivotal role in achieving sustainable energy for all, especially SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Youth acting as innovators, advocates, entrepreneurs, workforce builders, decision makers, who will inherit and shape the energy system of the future. Their involvement is essential for a just, inclusive, and accelerated energy transition that also support related SDGs. See, SDG 7 is related with 6 more SDGs, like SDG 8 on decent work, SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 4 on education, SDG 5 on gender equality, and SDG 10 on reduce inequalities. So why a question come in the mind that why youth matter for SDG 7? Let me tell you some points. If we talk about the long-term stakeholders, so decision made today on energy system will define the world young people live in. They demand faster action. Surveys like the Global Youth Energy Outlook, the Outlook survey that 42,000 respondents across 129 countries shows strong support for ambitious net zero targets by 2030 rather than 2050, and readiness to what based on energy climate policies. So nowadays youth are coming forward. Youth are ready to serve, ready to act, ready to participate, and ready to raise their voice for such issues. The second one is digital natives and innovators. As the first fully digitally native generations, youth drive artificial intelligence, smart grids, data analytics, and digital tools for renewable integration, forecasting, and system optimization. This all comes under digital natives and innovators. This is the pillars where youth matters for SDG 7. What about the key agent of change? Just transition imperative. Clean energy jobs are projected to grow sustainability. Youth, especially from the global south and underrepresented groups, need skills, finance, and access, so the transition creates opportunity rather than exclusion. This is very essential. What about the barriers? Limited access to quality education, limited access on training, finance, and decision making spaces, and formal credentials. Many youth-led initiatives in India and across India and as well as across globe having funding issues. They are not having sufficient funds. This also comes under the barriers. So when we talk about the youth matters, we have to come forward for all these possible uh, possible areas which we have to work for. Now I'm coming to key roles of youth. What are the key roles? The first one is advocacy. Youth is the biggest advocates. Youth have a knowledge, they have the skills, they have the good attitude, they have the various platforms, channels, voices. Their voices into multilateral forums. Nowadays, the United Nations also organizing some youth-led conferences where youth raise their voices for resolutions. The SDG 7th Youth Constituency, you maybe know about the major group for children and youth of United Nations. They facilitates engagement in SDG review and process with ARENA, UNIDO, and other organizations. Various initiatives like Youth for Climate, ARENA Youth Forum, European Young Energy Ambassadors, as well as very very much useful contribution from small groups, also from India and various NGOs also. And their call to mainstream youth in energy complex push for inclusive policies, just transition and accountability. Youth are ready for transitions. What about the innovations, entrepreneurships, local solutions? Local for vocal. Niti Aayog released the report where index on the core matter. Aspirational district area also youth working, youth-led startups, even Atal Innovation Mission also for the channelizing youth and young minds into the research area, innovation area. various cooperatives, community-based projects in solar, small hydropower, energy storage, clean cooking, so many areas where youth can show their knowledge, skill, and ability for generating local solutions for global peace. So, in this area, innovation, entrepreneurships, and local solutions is the main pillars. Regarding the skill development and workforce building, various programs train youth in technical skills like solar installation, grid modernizations, data integrations, for entrepreneurship, policy, soft skills. This all requires, and youth are coming forward for getting all this for achieving sustainable development goals. After all, what we want? After all, we want global peace, prosperity, and happiness. And this is only because of active and meaningful participation of youth, which we are creating, which we are generating, which we are influencing. Community leadership and prosumerism is also essential. Young people organize energy communities, campus solar cooperatives, awareness campaigns, peer educations. These all are important to minimize the gap. Digital transformation and equity. Youth apply digital tools for inclusive energy access and system resilience while advocating that technology reduces rather than widens inequalities. So, in nutshell, the youth role is very essential from policy making to innovations, from research to participation. What about the SDG alignment? See, our basic theme is the alignment of SDG. So SDG 7 core targets universal access to modern energy, increase renewable share, double energy efficiency, and enhance international cooperation or technology. What about the cross-cutting? Decent green jobs and entrepreneurship, climate mitigation and adaptation from SDG 13, education and lifelong learning from SDG 4, gender equality in the sector SDG 5, reduce inequalities SDG 10, energy compacts and people-centered transition explicitly link youth mainstreaming to these goals. So without youth, you can't integrate. So youth is the key, youth is the foundation, youth nowadays a pillar. So I am addressing all youth. Let's come forward because we the change maker, we the shapers of this country, of this globe. Organizations play vital role for meaningful engagement. I am also advocating here meaningful and active participation of youth is the foundation of transformation. We are here for addressing challenge through change for sustainable efforts. If we address youth, we advocate, we prepare youth for future generations, for future upcoming issues in a very systemic and strategic way, youth definitely come forward. They start their actions, this meaningful participation, and remember three words: motion creates movement, movements create momentum. These youth definitely create momentum, and momentum creates transformation. And we need that transformation. For that transformation, let's come forward. On behalf of IGEN, I'm humbly upping all the youth. Let's come forward, raise your voice for sustainable global peace, prosperity, and happiness. Wish you all the best for more productive conferences. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Joshi, sir, for your inspiring presence and valuable insights. We now move into one of the most exciting segments of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, the SDG for Energy Youth Pitch Presentation. So today we have 17 young speakers from across India, each presenting their ideas and perspectives around the Sustainable Development Goal 17. Goals 17 voices, 17 vision for a better future. So each speaker will have 5 minutes to present their pitch. I request all our speakers to make the most of these 5 minutes by sharing not only the challenge, but also their idea, innovation, solution, and the impact they envision. So to all our young presenters, this is your platform. Speak with confidence, think boldly, and let us bring your ideas, make it an action. Okay, now let us begin this inspiring journey. So to begin with, we start with the first goal, SDG 1, no poverty. Poverty is not merely a lack of income. It's a challenge that affects the dignity, opportunity, and access to a better future. Now I would like to invite our first speaker, Ms. Juveria Fatima, to present her title, Breaking the Cycle of Poverty Through Energy Access from Shadan College of Pharmacy. Over to you, Juveria Fatima.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, 1 minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes. Keep it a full screen. It's start. Yes.
Can energy actually break the cycle of poverty? When we talk about poverty, we usually think about income, employment, or access to basic necessities. But there is another factor that often gets overlooked: access to reliable and affordable energy. Without electricity, it becomes harder to study, run a business, access healthcare, or improve productivity. Today, I will be presenting Breaking the Cycle of Poverty Through Energy Access and how energy can become a catalyst for education, entrepreneurship, healthcare, and economic growth. The basic idea is energy creates opportunity, opportunities can break the cycle of poverty. Breaking the cycle of poverty through energy access cannot be achieved by one organization alone. It requires partnerships between governments, businesses, startups, NGOs, and communities. Governments can develop policies and create an environment where affordable energy can reach underserved communities. Businesses invest in energy infrastructure and create employment opportunities. Startups introduce innovative and affordable energy solutions, while NGOs and communities ensure that these solutions reach people who really need them. The important point here is that energy access is not about providing electricity. It is about using energy as a foundation for education, healthcare, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. While these different groups work together, energy becomes a tool for creating opportunity and reducing poverty. Now, if energy is going to create opportunities, we need to invest in areas where we can have the greatest impact. The first is education. Reliable electricity allows students to study, use technology, and develop better skills. The second is agriculture. Energy can support irrigation, storage, and activities that improve productivity. Then we have small businesses. Reliable energy allows businesses to operate efficiently, increase productivity, create jobs, and generate higher income. Most importantly, healthcare. Electricity is essential for medical facilities, equipment refrigeration, and basic health services. So, my dear friends, the impact goes beyond switching on a light. In energy can lead to better skills, high productivity, more jobs, and increased income. In other words, when we invest in energy, we invest in opportunity. But where does this income come from? But where does this investment come from? There are many important sources. Firstly, remittances. Money sent home by migrant workers. These funds can help families pay for electricity, solar panel systems, support education, or even start small businesses. Then we have official development assistance. Government and international aid can support rural electrification, clean energy projects, and community development. The third source is foreign direct investment. Private companies invest in renewable energy infrastructure, introduce new technologies, and create employment opportunities. So, different forms of finance can support energy access in different ways. And when these financial sources come together, they can help turn energy access into economic opportunity. So, where do we stand today? Well, there has definitely been progress. Renewable energy is expanding. More households have access to electricity, and off grid solar is growing. Off grid solutions are particularly important because they can provide energy to communities where traditional electricity infrastructure is difficult to establish. But there are still areas that need improvement. Rural energy access remains a challenge. We need more affordable, clean cooking solution and better access to energy financing. This leads us to remaining challenges: energy poverty, urban rural inequality, and climate related setbacks. So, while progress is happening, access to energy is still unequal. We need to make sure that development reaches the communities that are being left behind. Now, let us look at what is actually preventing us from breaking the cycle of poverty. First challenge is energy poverty. Millions of people still lack reliable and affordable energy, particularly in rural areas. Then there are high upfront costs. Even when renewable energy systems can save money in the long run, the initial cost is too high for low income families. Another challenge is remote communities. Difficult terrain, weak infrastructure can make it expensive and complicated to provide energy access. We also have limited finance. Small businesses and households may not have the access to affordable loans to invest in energy solutions. And finally, there is climate and energy inequality. Climate related disasters can affect vulnerable communities more severely, while unequal investment can widen the gap between developed and developing regions. So, the challenge isn't simply producing more energy. The challenge is ensuring affordable, reliable energy reaches the people who need it the most. So, now how do we move from these challenges to actual opportunities? The first idea is small loans, providing financing and helping low income households with solutions like Grameen Bank. For small businesses investing in energy solutions without facing an impossible upfront cost. Startups like M-Copa, D-Light are making it possible by providing low-cost solar home systems that bring electricity to off-grid households. Then we have reliable energy that can support agriculture and improve productivity. Startups like Sun Culture use solar powered irrigation systems that can help farmers grow crops more efficiently while reducing dependence on expensive fuel. And finally, we have energy access that can create better learning environments and give students the ability to develop and learn skills. Companies like Zola Electric are helping schools and rural communities get reliable solar power, enabling digital learning for extended study hours. The goal is, my friends, to use energy access as a pathway to education, productivity, employment, and income. I would like to end with one simple thought. Energy is more than electricity, it is an opportunity. It can power a child's education, a farmer's productivity, a small business, a healthcare facility. But for energy to truly help break the cycle of poverty, it has to be affordable, reliable, and accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Javeria Fatima, Ms. Javeria Fatima, for the thoughtful and inspiring pitch. Your message reminds us that ending poverty requires opportunity, inclusion, and collective action. It's a wonderful presentation. Now let me call the second speaker, Ms. Haripriya, for presenting her topic, Achieving Food Security Through Sustainable Energy for SDG 2 from Nifty College of Knitwear and Fashion Technology, Tirupur. Over to you. Yes, Mark. Please start.
1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Ma, you are audible.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. Before I begin, I could like to ask a simple question. How many of you had breakfast today? Now imagine waking up tomorrow and finding your plate completely empty, not because food doesn't exist, but because it never reaches you. This is the reality millions of people faces every single day. I'm Harpriyodhyan from Nifty College of Nuclear Fashion, Tirupur. Today I will speak on Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger, Achieving Food Security Through Sustainable Energy. My main theme is that powering every plate. As my idea is simple, like using renewable energy, we can produce food, and by using the same energy, we can transport the food to people's plate, and the food will power them. And remember one thing: without energy, we cannot complete the food journey from farmer to our plate. And now it's time to look forward to a global reality that we can't ignore. Today's agriculture faces four major crises like climate change, rising fuel price, water scarcity, and food growth. And when what happens, when farmers lose power, when they lose power, they lose electricity, pump stops, without water, crops dry, harvest fail, food price rises, and then it's automatically affect humanity. Humanity lose power, humanity lose food. And this isn't an imagination, because in our nation, in our Tamil Nadu, there is a real life incident. Tamil Nadu's Kaveri Delta issue in 2026 June. So, ma'am, 1 minute. I think there's some problem. Ma'am, is my slides changing? Is there any problem, ma'am?
No.
It's all okay, right, ma'am? Shall I continue, ma'am?
Your next slide, keep the next slide.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes. Continue.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Now we can go through some targets and goals. To end hunger, we have to empower farmers. By building climate resilient agriculture, we can reduce food loss, and then we have to integrate renewable energy to agriculture. Now I would like to share my vision. I call this future formula. It starts from renewable energy, where we can use clean energy like solar and wind. By that, we can do climate smart farming. Then we can reduce food loss, and then we have to do smart distribution. Then smart distribution, we can ensure that food reach every family. Then by doing all those five steps working together, we can achieve our final destination, zero hunger. Then now we can discuss how can young contribute, how the young people of our nation can contribute. We young people can aware farmers that they can use sustainable agriculture practice to reduce cost and increase food production. Then in this modern era, we can create digital platform that connects farmers to markets, to food banks, and directly to consumers. And it also reduce food waste and improve food distribution. Then where digital platforms are not available, we can organize food rescue campaigns that ensure edible food will reach people instead of landfills. And finally, we have to empower local farmers. We can purchase directly from local farmers and promote fair trade to improve farmers' livelihood and food security. Because I believe in our nation, we young people are the architecture of our future nation. So we are young people are the today and tomorrow of our nation. In my previous slides, we discussed about the problems. Now it's time to discuss about the solution, because every problem deserves a solution. And here is my innovative solution. I named this Power to Plate. This is a smart food network that powered by renewable energy that connects farmers directly to communities. In this app, there is an AI identifies where foods are wasted or food available. Then using electric vehicles, we can transport food to nearby community where they facing shortage of food. And in this app, also the farmers or the people who was ready to donate or ready to sell their surplus food get instant alert. So by that, they can donate or sell their food to the needed people. And here is the flow chart of how it's going to work from the solar energy to every individual person's plate. Because as a young person of India, I believe my innovative solution will maybe or will change, make a little change. It will be a great thing for me. And in the conclusion, the future we choose. Today, I don't expect you to remember my slides, but I want you to remember one simple truth, that zero hunger is not only the responsibility of government. It starts from every farmers who produce our food, every scientist who create new technology, every student who choose not to waste food, and every one of us. Let's work together to make or to build a future where a child doesn't know the taste of hunger. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Haripriya, for bringing such a important perspective that every solution that moves us closer to a hunger-free world matters. Now, let me call the third speaker for SDG 3, Good Health and Well-Being, Ms. Abhaya from Dayananda Sagar University, to present her title, Improving Health Through Clean Energy. Over to you.
Hello everyone, is my screen visible?
Yes, more visible.
Okay. Good afternoon everyone. Let me start with a small situation. Imagine it is in the morning. A woman is in a small hospital and she is about to give birth. The doctors are ready, the medicines are ready, everything is ready. But suddenly the electricity goes off. For us, a power cut may simply mean waiting for the lights to come back. But in a hospital, a power cut can put someone's life at risk. This made me think, when we talk about good health, we usually think about doctors, medicines, and hospitals. But we often forget one important thing, the energy that keeps those hospitals running. Good afternoon once again. I'm Abhaya Upadhyaya from Dayanand Sagar University, and today I'm going to speak about SDG 3, Good Health and Well-Being, Improving Health Through Clean Energy. The main aim of SDG 3 is very simple, to make sure that everyone can live a healthy life and have access to proper healthcare. We have made good progress. For example, the number of women dying during childbirth has come down from 228 deaths per 1 lakh live births in 2015 to 197 in 2023. The number of children dying before the age of 5 has also reduced. But there is still a big problem. Not everyone has the same access to healthcare. And health is not affected only by what happens inside a hospital. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the way we cook, and even whether a hospital has regular electricity, all of this affect our health. So if we really want better health for everyone, we also need to think about clean and reliable energy. Now let me ask you a simple question. Can the energy we use actually make us sick? And the answer is yes. When we depend heavily on fossil fuels, they release harmful gases and the tiny particles into the air. And air pollution causes 6.7 million early deaths every year around the world. These pollutants can lead to breathing problems and heart related diseases. But clean energy gives us another option. Solar and wind energy produce much less harmful pollution. For example, in the United States, wind and solar energy help prevent an estimated 1,200 to 1,600 early deaths in 2022. So, clean energy is not only about saving the environment, it is also about protecting people. When we reduce pollution, we reduce health problems. And when we reduce health problems, we can save lives. So, how exactly can clean energy improve our health? Let me explain in four simple ways. First, cleaner energy means cleaner air, which can reduce breathing problems. Second, solar powered systems can help provide safe drinking water, especially in places where electricity is not always available. Third, hospitals need electricity all the time. Reliable electricity helps hospitals run properly and also helps keep vaccines safely stored. And fourth, clean cooking can reduce the smoke inside our homes. So we can see a simple connection. Clean energy, which leads to cleaner surroundings and which leads to better health. It is not just about protecting nature, it is about creating healthier people and stronger communities. Now, you may ask, does this really work in real life? Yes, it does. In India, some primary health centers using solar power were able to provide better services. They had 50% higher institutional deliveries, and nearly 70% of these solar powered health centers were able to provide emergency services 24 hours a day. There are also examples from Africa where solar electricity helped improve maternity care and made childbirth safer. But there is still a major challenge. Nearly 1 billion people around the world depend on healthcare facilities that do not have reliable electricity. So we know that clean energy can help, but we need to make it available to more people. There are challenges like high installation costs, limited infrastructure, and lack of awareness. But these challenges should not stop us. They should encourage us to find better and more affordable solutions. And now comes to the most important question. What can we do as young people? Sometimes we think I am the only one person. How much difference can I make? But every big change starts with a small action. We can spread awareness. We can support renewable energy. We can make better choices in our daily lives. And we can encourage our schools, colleges, families, and communities to use cleaner energy. We may not be able to change the whole world in one day, but we can definitely change something around us. Because when one person takes action, another person gets inspired. And when thousands of young people take action together, real change happens. So, when we talk about good health, let's remember health is not only about hospitals and medicines, it is also about the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the energy we use. If we want a healthier future, we need to build a cleaner future. And as young people, we can lead the change, spread awareness, support clean energy because every small action counts. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was a really wonderful one. And now let me call Mr. Harsha to present his topic, transforming education through reliable energy access from Dayananda Sagar University for SDG for quality action. Harsha?
So, could everyone hear my voice and
You are audible.
can see my screen?
You are audible?
And the screen, ma'am?
No, please share the screen.
I shared, ma'am. Oh, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Yeah.
Now it is visible. Please start.
Mr. Harsha, can you please turn on your mic? You're not audible.
Harsha?
Yeah, hello.
Yes. You want us to present? It is possible for you? Is it okay for you?
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sir, you're muted, sir.
Harsha, any issues? Shall we present from our side?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, now
While
it is
sharing
audible.
this,
Now it is audible.
yeah, ma'am, I can present.
Yeah. Proceed.
Yeah, ma'am. Hmm. Now it is audible.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, today I'll be speaking about the SDG 4, why energy quality education for all with the help of the energy axis. So what is SDG4? SDG4 is where providing quality and equal education for everyone, where by end of the 2030, quality education will be provided to everyone with the help of the energy sources. But these promises cannot be fulfilled in the dark, right? So without, we are living in an era where the internet is required. Internet, with the help of internet, computer runs, mobile phones runs, and with the help of internet, our electricity also will runs. So based on that, but nowadays in certain areas, underdeveloped areas, the issues have been still erased, where 77% schools are in globally are only accessible with the electricity, where 44% are not yet. So roughly 4 to 5 schools, 5 to primary schools in Africa are still lacking in the electricity. So the problem is the electricity without with the electricity problem. So with this estimation, 230 million students with no proper electricity are suffering from this, where they couldn't get a quality education from the colleges, schools, and there is no proper infrastructure where the girls, the women and ladies are feeling unsafe, so that they are dropping out, and the education quality also is going down. So the less third, not only in Africa, in our India itself, where we are known for the developing countries, but less than third villages in India, many rural areas, there's no proper electricity supply, no proper towers, no proper energy supplies too, where students are coming from a far place to cities in town to get the quality education, where it becomes a big mess in future. So based on this opportunity, based on the problem, the opportunity which I come through here, electricity can be measurable, extend or without the computers and internets, where the separate like solar panels should be created. Solar panels will be created where it not only absorbs the sun, where it also sustain in other weathers also, like rainy season, autumn season, and in the winter season too, where a system should be created, like a sort of app should be created where these solar panels can be measured in sense like whether it's working properly or not, whether the energy supply is going properly or not, a big where so that the the management can take care of it. So yeah, this is what that. And the challenges and the solution are high cost. To implement the solar grids, there are many other challenges, like for example, high cost, because one solar panel with the installation of the app is more increasing in the cost itself. Estimately like 15 to 17 billions are needed to cover up all this, including Africa and India, where we don't have such a big investment. So we can arrange for the investment, but it may take a lot of time, and we can reliable unrestricted connection exist, and frequent outrages because uh, towers are not properly aligned, and proper plans should be made, a blueprint should also be made, and limited technical capacity maintenance. Solar renewable energy, once the solar are placed, there is no proper maintenance at all. So the maintenance, if this maintenance should be properly maintained, so we have to create an app measure with this siren along with the solar grids, so that wherever the issue arises, we can get a notification in our phone or computers too. So build a local technical capacity for system maintenance for extent long durable capacity, and use a debt to build these solar grids, so that when a country provides a quality education, the youths become a quality educated intellect peoples, and they can promote the GDP of their own countries, and then they can clear the debts too. And the conclusion part. So many may say like education is required. Yes, education is required, but with the quality education, with proper infrastructure, with the proper internet access, and with the proper electricity, and with the proper idea, the plan should be a proper way that uh, where it can be implemented and used everywhere. It's not only making a plan and just releasing it out. Whether it works out or not, they should have a plan check. So yeah, thank you everyone for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Harsha, for your wonderful presentation. The link you made between this reliable energy access and quality education is very relevant, especially for rural and underserved schools. So really your slides were very clear and intent aligns with this SDG 4 and 7. Good. Next, let me call Ms. Apsara to present her title, Empowering Women Through Clean Energy for SDG 5, Gender Equality, from St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering, Tirunelveli.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, whether I need to share my screen?
Yes. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible. Please proceed.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sabzara from St. Xavier Catholic College of Engineering. So, today we are going to discuss about the gender equality, which is the SDG 5. The main motive of the gender equality is that empowering women through clean energy. Empowering women through clean energy. So here's the problem statement is that the energy inequality limits the women's opportunity, because many of the women, they used to lack in their access to reliable and the clean energy. The main reason is due to their traditional energy resources increase their time, health and household burdens. So limited electricity used to restrict their education, digital access and employment. Most of the women entrepreneurs struggle to run their business due to the unreliable power that supplements to them. So energy poverty reduces the women's economic independence, and also it is used to hold their opportunities. So a clean energy access is very essential for the gender equality and the empowerment. So that's why we bring to the solution that is named as SHEPA, which clean energy for the women empowerment. Our solution is mainly focuses on the platform that providing the clean and the affordable energy
To
solutions.
interrupt, can you change the slides?
I have changed one way. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yeah, okay.
So,
yes, fine.
So it is used to connect the women with the solar powered livelihood opportunities and the micro businesses. It often used to provide the renewable energy skills and the digital training, which is very useful for the women in the all over India, which connects the women with the financial support. And also it is used to connect them with the many of the non-governmental organizations and as well as the local resources. And it helps the women, they used to turn the clean energy into their income. Obviously when the income it is gained by the women becomes the economic independent person. So our core idea of our solution is the clean energy. The women will be invested on their skills, they gain the income, automatically they become the independence, in which we can attain the gender equality. So here is that how she power works, from energy access to the economic empowerment. First, the sense there are 5. which is to identify, then assess, then empower, and earn. At last, we have to track the impact. So first, the women or the community members used to register on their energy and the livelihood needs, what are they want. And then they have to assess the identifies suitable clean energy opportunities based on their needs and the location. And the third one is empower, where women receive access to the solar solutions, skill training, and entrepreneurship guidance. Automatically, they used to aim by through the identifying, assessing, and the empowering. Clean energy enables them to start or expand income generating activities. After earning, they become independent and they track the impact of the assets and monitors the indicators such as energy access, income improvement, working hours saved, and women trained. Some of the technology layers
Apsara? Apsara, are you there? Okay. Now let me call the next speaker, Miss Maria Shebaskan, to present her title, Ensuring Water Security Through Energy Narration from St. Anne's Junior College for SDG 6 Clean Water and Sanitation. Maria, over to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Maria, can you present?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yeah, visible. You can have it in a full screen. Hold on. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
What's the most expensive thing in the world? Gold, diamonds, oil? None of them. The most valuable resource is something we often take for granted. Clean water. Without it, there is no health, no food, no education, and no future. Yet, millions of people still struggle to access it every day. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Shahbaz Khan Khalidi from St. Anne's Junior College, Hyderabad. Today, I'm presenting on Sustainable Development Goal 6, Clean Water and Sanitation. In the next few minutes, I'll show you how partnership, innovation, and smart investments can help make clean water accessible to everyone. Before we talk about solutions, we first need to understand one thing. No single country or organization can solve the global water crisis alone. Governments lay the foundation by creating water policies, investing in infrastructure, and ensuring access to safe drinking water. Universities and research institutions contribute by developing advanced purification technologies and improving water else to the table. They are using artificial intelligence to detect water leaks before they become major problems, creating smart water monitoring systems and designing affordable purification technologies that can make clean water accessible even in remote communities. Organizations like WHO, WaterAid, and the World Bank support countries through funding, expertise, and community development programs. Finally, Communities themselves are key partners by conserving water, promoting hygiene, and using water responsibly. They help make these efforts successful. This shows us that achieving SDG 6 isn't the responsibility of one group, it's a shared mission. Every great solution begins with investment. As climate change, urbanization, and population growth continues to increase water demand, investing in clean water technologies has become more important than ever. Today, investments are supporting solar power water pumps, smart irrigation systems, wastewater recycling, and AI-based leak detection systems. These technologies improve water security, strengthen sustainable infrastructure, and help communities become more resilient to climate change. One inspiring thing, one inspiring example is WaterPlan. WaterPlan is a climate tech startup that uses artificial intelligence to help companies understand where their water risks are, reduce unnecessary water consumption, and build more sustainable water management strategies. It's a great example of how digital innovation can help businesses make smarter environmental decisions while protecting one of our most precious resources. Now, the question is, how do these projects receive funding? There are several important sources. Official Development Assistance, or ODA, provide government and international aid to support rural water supply and sanitation projects. Foreign direct investment brings private investment into water treatment plants and and renewable power renewable powered water systems. Many companies also contribute to corporate social responsibility by supporting rainwater harvesting systems, by building school sanitation facilities, and improving community hygiene. Finally, impact investors fund startups that are developing affordable and sustainable water technologies. When governments build, investors and communities work. Innovative ideas can become real solutions. So, are we making progress so far? Yes, but the real question is how much further we still have to go. The good news is that more people today have access to safe drinking water than ever before. Hygiene awareness has improved, and wastewater treatment facilities continue to expand. However, there are still major gaps. Rural sanitation needs improvement. Water recycling isn't widespread enough, and freshwater ecosystems continue to face serious threats. Most importantly, billions of people still don't have safely managed drinking water and sanitation services. This reminds us that while progress is happening, it needs to happen much faster. So, what's preventing us from reaching that goal? The first challenge is water scarcity. As freshwater resource declines and demand continues to rise, access to clean water becomes increasingly difficult. Climate change brings more frequent droughts and floods, making water availability unpredictable. Water pollution from industries, agriculture, and untreated sewage contaminates many valuable sources. Traditional water treatment systems consume large amounts of electricity, making them expensive and less sustainable. At the same time, aging pipelines waste millions of liters of water every day through leaks, while rapid population continues to grow to place additional pressure on already limited water resources. These challenges show that protecting water isn't just an environmental issue, it's also a technological, economic, and social challenge. But it's not all bad news. The good news is that many effective solutions already exist. Renewable energy can power solar water pumps and solar desalination systems, while rainwater harvesting and water recycling help us use water more effectively. artificial intelligence, and IoT sensors can monitor water quality in real time. It detects leaks early and improves the efficiency of water distribution early. Governments can encourage these innovations through incentives and stronger public-private partnerships, while communities can contribute by conserving water and spreading awareness. A great example is Source Global. Source Global has developed solar-powered hydro panels that can literally produce clean drinking water from moisture in the air. This innovation is especially valuable for remote and water-scarce regions because it creates drinking water without depending on rivers, groundwater, or electricity from the grid. It demonstrates how technology can transform one of the human's biggest challenges into sustainable solutions. As I conclude, I'd like to leave you with this thought. The future won't be shaped by the amount of water we have, but how wisely we choose to protect it. Every partnership we build, every innovation we create, and every drop we save bring one step closer to a world where clean water is a reality to everyone. We shouldn't wait for a water crisis to remind us of its value. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Maria, for your insightful talk on this topic, SDG 6 clean water and sanitation. Excellently connect with energy. Now, next, let me call.
Ma'am, Kavita ma'am, just a minute, ma'am. So there is one announcement for the participants, those who are watching, because the YouTube, there is a limit is there. That is, we can able to watch only 12 hours only. We can able to go for live. So that is going to finish now. So what we are going to do, we are going to stop live, and after that immediately we'll give. Again, you have to go to the IGEN STG Plus channel and join in the new link. It will be available there. Again, I am telling, due to the YouTube limit, we are stopped the live we had. Then immediately another live will be there inside our channel. You have to go again to the channel and start your session. So till that, we will wait. Once the new YouTube link will be there, then we can start. Ma'am, we will wait for some 30 seconds.
Okay, sir. Okay, no issues, sir.